その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの団体にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして？いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの団体にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, and welcome to Identity 5 Arena. We are here on day 2 of the playoffs, so here's our big stage. We got the casters out ready for you. Speaking of casters, I'm Veronica, and guess who I'm here with today? I'm here with the ever-talented, extremely smart, casual content creator, and well-known in the tourney scene, Invisible Jong. So, Jong, how are you feeling today? I mean, we are in for quite a matchup to start us off already.
Yeah, hello everyone, this is Invisible Jong, and I am very excited for today because being that today, this match, we're going to be having a match between 0-2 for Touch and Go, and both of those are very huge names in the SDA competitive scene because, first of all, 0-2, I'm sure we all know, they participate in KOA, and they are the 4th place in last IVA. Meanwhile, for TNG, they were the 3rd place in last IVA, I believe, so these two had a pretty good performance in last IVA, so this would just make all their matchups more interesting and exciting for today.
Yeah, the excitement is definitely going to be off the charts. Speaking of charts, here we are with our tournament bracket. So getting right into it, we are going to see, of course, yesterday we saw FT and VMM take the stage and excellent performances that they gave, of course. And today we're starting off with TNG and CT. John has mentioned, along with later on we will be seeing Aquarius and Phoenix, and the loser from this round will actually be the one to play in BO3. So we're here with you today. We'll have Kiera with us as well, and wow, how exciting it is to watch the tournament bracket play out. Now, of course, the tournament bracket is determined by other stuff and qualifying, so when it comes to elimination stage, John, there is something we did want to mention, of course, about TNG's plays, if you would like to do so.
Yeah, I have watched the qualifier from TNG, and hold on, before we get into that, let's have a quick warm-up on the lineup. So, Touch and Go has their Hunter Death World, and their survivors here, some of those that we all know, such as Wolfie, Common, White, these are some familiar names from last time, and we also have some new names, and Fate Commentator, Kirandora, and Seven Ampa for Touch and Go's survivor lineup for today, Veronica.
Yeah, so Touch and Go, of course, did so well in the elimination stage. Their matches were very fun to watch. Now, they are actually available on Nell's page as videos if you guys are interested in seeing any of the elimination stage so far. It has been very exciting, of course, everyone. All of the teams are there. Speaking of teams, again, here we have ZT. So this is our lineup for 0-2 as of IVA. We've got Ares on the Hunter side, Senia on Survivor, Zed, Run, Meow Potato, and Miniyuki. So just a brief side note, 0-2 did actually have a last-minute change in their Survivor lineup, which means that we will be seeing a little bit of a penalty as we get into our BO1. So they will be -2 points to start off, which will mean they'll have to fight a little bit harder as they did make that change, which resulted in a penalty. So one of the survivors was swapped out, but we've got a full lineup still. And John, we are about to get into our band picks here.
Yep, so as we can see that this is Ever Saving Town will be the stage of BO1, and Death World will be the Hunter, and something we know about Death World is that he actually played the Bloody Queen in the qualifiers elimination stage, and he had a very good amazing performance of it. So I wonder, will we be seeing that, or will we be seeing something else completely? Because from what I recall, Death World, I believe, also had a Night Watch, but we are going to see the first band, and he's still being the go-to band here. Eli has always been the number 1 band spot, so I guess we won't be seeing a lot of Eli in this match today.
Yes, he is the seer himself, which means we don't need to see him. He needs to see us instead. So he'll be watching from the sidelines with the rest of our inevitable bands. But in terms of characters who will be played, we will be seeing that Mercenary and that Priestess come out, take the field. Always very exciting to see, of course, very classic meta survivors. They have been going strong since things began, since they released. And I am very excited to see what the rest of the bands will be to shape up. And as mentioned, of course, we are starting off on that Ever Saving Town, so got that Priestess, John.
Yeah, Priestess in Ever Saving Town is very strong due to the fact that she can, with a help of 2 portals, she can help her teammates to traverse around half of the entire map, and it has been becoming more and more popular in competitive gameplay, up to the point that nowadays there are some certain scenarios where some hunters will be banning the Priestess first, but we are going to be seeing the next 2 survivors being banned here, and we won't be seeing any female dancer, any barmaid, which is an interesting pick though, because normally barmaid is not a priority in being banned, but the fact that the barmaid being removed first is probably suggesting that Death World wants to play a survivor that does not like the barmaid, and there's actually some some like hunters that doesn't like it, such as the Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen. I wonder will we be seeing some potential of those two here?
Yes, we did see Deathworld take out that Bloody Queen in the elimination stage and actually got a 4 elimination with her. Really strong mirrors, very confident in that Bloody Queen, so it is a possibility we could be seeing her today. We will be seeing the Psychologist come out. The Psychologist, of course, can be somewhat of a substitute for the Barmaid. So of course, you want to mind game in this section. You want to be able to be on top of your teammate at all times. And we're actually going to see our final ban come in, which is the Antiquarian Zhang. So not a priority pick on their side, nor a priority pick to ban. CT, of course, having a reputation for choosing unconventional survivor lineups that they make work very well. So you don't need to fear the Antiquarian with them as much as you would with other teams. But we're going to be seeing a Harasser anyway with the Prospector as our final pick.
Yeah, I'm actually liking this prospector pick a lot, just because the fact that this team is definitely harassment. Oh, look at this! This is going to be the Night Watch, and I can see Veronica is excited, and I am also pretty excited seeing this hunter, because the Night Watch, this tournament is probably one of the first ones that allowed Night Watch, so I am excited to see how it performed, being that Ever Sleeping Town is a very open map, making the Night Watch have a lot of potential here.
Yes, this little man on his stilts with his wind is going to come in, and he's going to show off to us what he can do on the main stage, as you mentioned, John, one of his first tournament appearances. So I'm very excited to see how the Night Watch plays out. He does dash and pull survivors back, and you know what? Very familiar figure, I think, to anyone who played Survivor at all during his release, because I have not seen a hunter pop up as much as I saw Night Watch pop up when he released. It was really quite over the top, but of course, that being said, the survivors could counter him really well because of that, or maybe Deathworld is just such a good Night Watch that it'll be impossible.
Well, first of all, the Night Watch's best target here is definitely the Psychologist, because first of all, the Prospectors can throw a magnet, and even if Night Watch uses like the wind to get close to the Prospector, the magnet can easily cancel it. So I believe that the Psychologist and maybe the Priestess will be the best target. So we are heading into spawn selections, and the Prospector's taking the center, Mercenary at the bottom, and this is a pretty like standard meta like spawn selection. So we're waiting on where would the Night Watch spawn, and actually spawns between the Priestess and the Prospector, so there's a highly likely chance that the Priestess will be taking the first kite here, Veronica.
Yes, I am intrigued to see how that plays out. I mean, Priestess on Ever Sleeping is a bit of a nightmare, but when you're able to catch up to her with your own dashes, it might play out a little bit better in your favor. So Deathworld preparing for this comp, ready to take on the world with this Night Watch, possibly not scared of that Priestess at all, and you do want to get her out of the way. You don't want those support portals to come in when you're kiting somebody else. My goodness, you've got a good chase going, and then suddenly out of nowhere, there it is. It's happening. We're going to see it. But speaking of seeing things, we're getting right into the match here. So I'm Veronica. This is John. We are here with our first ever match on IVA Playoffs Day 2. And we are starting off with our chase. So Deathworld's Night Watch is actually in the vicinity of the Mercenary here, but is transitioning away into the middle to find a more suitable target.
Yeah, there's no way that the Night Watch would chase the Mercenary first. It's just going for a fake out there. And now he'll be approaching Xenia's Psychologist, which, as I mentioned, is probably the best target. And so we can see that currently the Night Watch already sets up to like save up to win, and going to be using one of them here and actually using both boosts to just get close to the Psychologist, and is able to get that first hit. So this is actually a very fast hit right off the bat. But considering that currently he has no more like wins saved up, so he'll probably have to wait for a while to just save up more wins here, Veronica.
Yes, going to have to be careful with his charges, careful with how he gets to her. Going to land the second hit now, right in that area through that para, nearly avoiding that Terror Shock, but not avoiding the Prospector Magnet, which Excitement will now be used on. And we will unfortunately miss that hit, but now the Prospector is our preferred target. Dodging that by hugging the Cypher, very impressive. We're going to see the second hit. Going to have to be very careful about how you transition against a Night Watch, but hopefully the Prospector's Magnets can come in and aid him in his chase here.
Yeah, one thing though is that the Priestess Portals is actually going to be in play as well. So the hold on the Prospector seems to be transitioning in front of the Hunter's face for a bit, so that's a bit unfortunate. But with the help, like right now, we can see that the Prospector is completely countering the Night Watch, as I mentioned, because like the Night Watch is just have a hard time chasing the Prospector due to his Magnus being a complete shutdown to the wind. But with the level 1 presence, he can use that boost, so the gap is not that huge, and goes for the suck, but unfortunately does not work.
What a beautiful support portal from the Priestess to get that Prospector out of the area safely. Going to continue to use this area that they've been looping around, but gotta be careful. The Night Watch is carrying confined space so he can block off that window if he so chooses. Run doing a beautiful job with these magnets so far, continuing to loop around this area, buying a lot of time for the ciphers to be decoded, but not quite popped yet. We're going to see one now, and we are going to see the down on the Prospector as well. You know, kind of an eye for an eye situation, but the basement is in the area, Jong. Are we going to see it come into play?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a basement chair. And here's the thing, is that actually, like, this might be a long kite, but the situation is not too good for the survivors because the Priestess has been traversing around the map, so the Priestess cipher we can see is only 40%. And the other thing, though, is that this is a basement Night Watch, and basement Night Watch is also decently strong, having the ability to, like, suck someone. And but the Mercer manages to get the stun here, but the excitement cancels that out, so this is like a 50-50 trade for both sides, as the Mercer will be making in for the basement, but unless he can, the Night Watch get a double down, but no Prospector going to run down, not allowing the Night Watch to have any chances for any double down situations here.
Yes, the mercenaries staying safe in the basement. They're going to wait to come up these stairs when necessary, want to avoid getting hit as well. Really not an optimal situation, but it seems that Deathworld is keen and aware of this. So watching the mercenary on the stairs for a moment, but continuing on with the Prospector. Going to pick the Prospector up, put him up in those little balloons, and carrying him right back to where he belongs on that chair. However, going to chair on the surface world this time in the graveyard area. Meow Potato currently being killed up by the Psychologist, I believe, so we'll be able to come in for another rescue. Three ciphers still remaining, so they're going to have to be careful with how they push them. As you mentioned, the support has been great, but they definitely need to make sure that they're decoding as well.
Yeah, because that might be a case of over-support, but actually the Psychologist is definitely coming into play here, having the ability to heal the Merc, so the Merc can instant rescue. And hold on, we can see that the Priestess actually came in an attempt to support, but unfortunately not being able to protect the Prospector, so this is, in the end, like, they're aiming for, like, a large commitment to protect the Prospector, but it did not came into play, so as a result of that, the Prospector will be sent back to the manor, and with one cipher remaining, we'll have to see how this plays out, as the last cipher currently still has not a lot of progress at all. It's only 22% here.
Ooh, not looking too great in terms of that primed cipher, but hopefully they'll be able to find one, make sure it's on the field. Mini Yuki now will be taking the kite as the Priestess here, currently having no portals to utilize, so going to have to loop around until one becomes available. Gotta be careful, of course, with that Night Watch and those pallets. He can hop over them too. He is just like you. So we are going to see, of course, this continued loop, hopefully a transition over to a larger building to place down an excellent portal, but either way, Mini Yuki holding up pretty well so far, avoiding that hit, and it seems that the Psychologist actually healing up with the mercenary here. Careful at the tram. We did have an incident yesterday, but Mini Yuki holding it extremely well.
Yeah, actually Mini Yuki is doing a very good job in, like, dodging the winds, because the thing, though, is that the Night Watch's wind is weak in the obstacle area, so Mini Yuki always made sure that he's behind an obstacle, so the Night Watch cannot directly go for the suck. And over here, we can see that now that we'll have a change of target, catching the two survivors red-handed at the center. So right now, the survivors will definitely have to play this slow to try and drag things out and, like, make sure that someone's continuing to hunter while decoding a new cipher, as the Prospector is the one going to be taking the Mercenary is the one taking the kite here.
Yes, they're playing a nice little game of musical chairs in terms of who is containing the hunter at any given time, and it is working out in their favor so far. The Psychologist, of course, working on another cipher. The Mercenary avoiding that hit beautifully, but it's just like you, and he can vault, but a beautiful vault on the Mercenary to avoid that. Meow Potato really pulling up with the kite here. I mean, how impressive, Jong. We're going to see a pullback, but we're going to see a block by standing around the objects, and the Terror Shot coming in to get the down on the Mercenary. Finally putting an end to that very strong fight that was being put up by Meow Potato. Yeah,
so right now the hunter is actually going to be chairing near towards the last cipher, because he knows that the cipher alley is the one being decoded, so this is actually a potential winnable situation, because right now no one can decode the cipher at the cipher alley anymore, so the Psychologist will have the one containing, and the Priestess will be decoding the cipher at the center, which is already over 60%, so the Psychologist now can just play it safe and wait until the cipher is primed. So this is actually a type situation, but if the Night Watch plays it well, I believe there still may be a free survivor elimination potential depending on how this plays out.
Deathworld certainly getting off to a really strong start with some of these kites. Was able to hit that Prospector really well, currently buying out time and waiting, going in for the hit now. The Mercenary has been rescued off of the chair, so now it is just a race to that Cypher pop. So we are going to see Meow Potato continue to loop around, and chasing this Mercenary in the endgame might prove a little bit of a difficult situation considering how well Meow Potato has been containing the Hunter so far. Deathworld's really got it cut out for him in trying to continue on with this chase. Finally landing the hit, and we are now, waiting, buying some more time, hopping over the pallet, and we are going to see just some little mind games here.
Yeah, but they have to find a good timing to pop though because the Mercy will be expiring soon, and it seems that they cannot very find the best moment. Finally able to pop now, and forcing the Night Watch to jump over the pallet. So you can see that the Survivor decode on the gate, and Mercy has the dungeon here, so after the Mercy goes down, let's see, will the Hunter be aggressive here, or will he be choosing to play it safe?
Ooh, it seems strong that we are going with the option of aggressive. So Deathworld is going to move away from the Mercenary and actually wandering. The gate is being open and the dungeon is actually in the area. It seems that Deathworld has picked up on this as well, but wow, what a good communication on their side to try and make this dungeon escape work with that 3 escape. Wow, what a beautiful start. I mean, here we are on playoff stage 2. The Survivors really holding their own, doing so well, and showing us why we are in a meta with so much support between the Survivor teams.
Yeah, so before we go there, let's go into the quick statistics. So the Priestess contained for 97, Psychologist and Prospector both 70, and look at this, Meow Potato with that 144-second containment. The Mercenary actually did a very good job in delaying the Hunter, especially because he did a very good job in hiding behind obstacles, making sure that when the Night Watch uses the strong winds to pull the Survivors to him, it never fully works. So this is a very good move from both the Survivors, and considering how fast the first down, or rather how little Cypher progress we had when the first down was in play here, Veronica.
Yes, they were able to recover so flawlessly. I mean, especially because they're starting off with a point deficit. They want to be able to do the strongest job that they possibly can. And they did so, bringing in all of the support, doing that very strong kite in terms of how Meowpie was on the field. Just so excellent. And it's very fun to watch. An excellent start. Very, very great to set the tone of the day, I think.
Yeah, just one thing is that even though the first kite is seen to be long with the Prospector, but because the Priestess have been traversing around the map a lot, so even though the first down seemed to be long, the Priestess never decoded, so it's only a 2-cyber first kite. So in the end, the 2-cyber kite is just sets up the stage for a tie. So as you can see, the scoreboard is a 2-2, but don't forget, 0-2 have a 2-point penalty, so that means that they're actually behind a 2-point defect right now, Veronica.
Yeah. We will be with our other match in just a moment, but we are starting off so very well today, Jong. I mean, starting off the Night Watch too, his first tourney appearance. Very exciting to see what he's capable of with that wind. Oh my goodness. I just so much to say about him. First time. He showed up in elimination stage as well, I think, too. Just a comfortable character to take in, but the Survivors, they did know how to counter him after all.
Yeah, but I mean, the Survivors did a very good job in just hiding behind the obstacles, as I mentioned. So, anyways, we're going to be hopping into a quick break, and after the break, we'll see you with the BL1 second half with more IV action. See you in a bit, guys.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to IVA Day 2 of the playoffs. So I'm Veronica, this is Invisible Chong, and we are hopping right in. Hello, chat. How are you doing today? You're all quite funny and silly today, and thank you all for the compliments on the new hair color. If I'm being honest, it was an accident. This was supposed to be purple, and now I have to deal with green on my green screen, but it's working out pretty well. Now, we will be getting into our second half soon, so we're with TNG versus ZT to start us off today. The loser of this match will be approaching our third bracket today. Just dropping down, continuing on with the good fight. Jong, you excited to get back in after the Night Watch action?
Yeah, I'm very excited because like from what we recall, Death Row is a special Night Watch. Seeing the new Hunter being like immediately played on the new competitive tournament is just so amazing. But speaking of amazing, I'm also looking forward to TNG Survivors, as we were talking about it off camera, is that from what we've seen in elimination stage, there was actually a Gardener being pulled out from TNG Survivor that worked very well against the Bonbon, and it ended up causing them a 4 escape. So this is definitely one thing that I would be, and I think all of the chat, if there are any Emma Wood fans out there, would be excited to see it right here.
Yeah, she is the IDV poster girl, so we should always be excited to see that Gardener. TNG, of course, with that Gardener, giving ZT a run for their money in terms of reputation, I'd say, Jong, considering they're the one that comes out with the crazy Survivor support and the unconventional picks, but now you're on your own playing field, you're basically finding a mirror of yourself, and we'll see how that plays out. I mean, so far, of course, we are looking at a draw situation, so it's anyone's game still, and I am extremely excited to see how things proceed from here. TNG, of course, can really pull out those interesting comps. They did get a 4 escape with that Gardener as well, with the harassment working out so well.
Yeah, and also their Hunter also pulled out like a Bloody Queen and ended up getting a 4 Survivor elimination too. But then again, don't forget this is the Survivors we're talking about, and it'll be against ZT's Hunter Aris, and Aris actually also is a very strong Hunter because he can play like a variety. I saw like he had some Clerk, he had Galatea, like just a lot of meta characters. And one thing to note though is that as we do indeed recall, CT have a 2-point penalty because of their last minute lineup swap. So this means that CT's Hunter here will be aiming for a free Survivor elimination if they want to tie. Because if there's a tie on both ends, this means that Touch and Go will be winning BO1 with that penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. John coming in, of course, with the wisdom, reminding us all what our win conditions are, how things will proceed later on, if it works out, if it doesn't work out. But, just got a little Survivor swap there at the last second and grew a little penalty, and it'll be implemented when it must be. But we're still on the ever-sleeping town, and as you mentioned, of course, Aries, with some of those Hunters in that pool, who would you expect to see here on the ever-sleeping town, especially with some of those meta characters like Clerk and Sculptor that tend to be here so often?
I'm not certain, but I would believe that if Aris wants a free Survivor elimination or more, he definitely may want to go with more of the aggressive gameplay, because being safe here is not the option. So we are going to be heading into the amazing Bantic screen. This is like a very amazing layout that we were just talking about. And we are currently waiting on the first ban. So I think the difference here is that if you rather ban the Seer first, which is the go-to, or the Priestess, just because Priestess, as we all know, high potential in this map. But yeah, it is the Priestess here we're seeing.
Jung right on the money. If we were making bets, you would be pulling in the millions as we speak. So Priestess, of course, being taken out. It is ever sleeping. You don't want to see that Priestess here on this map. She can make your life a little bit of a nightmare. You don't want to deal with that situation. It's not going to be great. It's not going to be mint. It's going to be a little bit difficult. But you know who else can create a difficult situation, Jung? The Antiquarian, who we'll be seeing coming out as well.
Yeah, the Antiquarian, like, she did receive a nerf, is that now her knockback and like deceleration is not as effective as before, and she also has one less swipe, but yet again she's still a terrifying like survivor to deal with, and I almost said hunter for some reason. And but anyways, the Seer and Antiquarian being two of the meta characters, it's no surprise that they get chosen. So now actually this opens up for Ares to consider what does he want to ban next, because the Mercenary, like being one of the toughest rescuer, has not been chosen. I wonder would Ares be looking to like remove this like strong rescuers, or would be opting to remove the utility characters? And we are seeing the next two bans. Yet the Mercenary is indeed gone with the Barmaid. So it seems that today both of the hunters does not like Demi, and I am actually thinking here, what hunter does not like the Barmaid? And I can think of the single hit hunters does not like the Barmaid, such as Bloody Queen or even the Night Watch that we've seen just now. So, or even the Dream Witch. So maybe we're expecting to see some of the more single hit hunters here.
Yeah, a single hit hunter, of course. There are so many of those that we could look at, some of them being so meta, so strong. The Dream Witch coming out on Ever Sleeping Town. I mean, nicknamed Ydra's Playground. You could totally see her here, taking her kids out, you know, just for a nice little walk. But we are going to be seeing, no mercenary. So instead, we're going to be seeing the First Officer come out. So First Officer being a pretty stable rescue who's been coming up in the meta recently. Still very strong. I don't think he's been given any little adjustments quite yet. So he's still up and on the out and good to go. And we will be getting into our last ban in a second. Jung, do you have any guesses? Just off the top of your head. Oh, Toy Merchant. I always ask that and then it appears and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I believe Aaron is eavesdropping on a conversation and instantly banned it the moment he heard you asking. But the Toy Merchant here, I'm actually thinking though, because the Toy Merchant is very strong in the Ever Sleeping Town, having the ability to fly around and giving all the walking hunters a nightmare because they cannot fly. But from what I recall is that Ares also has a wax artist, but in theory, wax artist might be possible, but I do not really think so because the wax artist does not need to get rid of the Barmaid. So I do wonder what other options we're seeing over here, because the Toy Merchant just like it's like a huge hassle and nightmare to all the walking hunters. So I believe we may be seeing a hunter with a few mobility. But what are we seeing here, Veronica? A magician. This is actually an amazing and an interesting option we're seeing.
Hello, Mr. Magician coming out with his wands. He is going to make those illusions. He is going to trick and scare the hunter. So that's going to be interesting, especially with the First Officer as well and his Poseidon's Watch. So, just two characters that can totally move out of the way and they're not quite sure where they are. But, who's very good at dealing with survivors who you kind of lose and then you need to find around? The Naiad with her mobility and her humidity circles that can force them to kite into particular areas or out of certain ones. So, Jung, oh my goodness, what are your thoughts on this Naiad pick by Ares against this team comp?
Well, I think that Naiad being such a tie hunter, like, if considering that CT needs a free survivor elimination, this would be a bit harder. Because here's the thing, though, the Seer has the Owl, and both the Magician and Antiquarian, I would say it's 50-50 for like both sides, is that there is a chance that the Knight can do well, but there is also a chance that he gets kited out. And not to forget that there's still the Seer in the equation. So Seer's out would extend the first kite for a massive amount of time. So in my opinion, I think Ares' best option here is to just go for the king of all things and go for the Owlman himself, just because like you don't want that Owl on top of the Magician and the Antiquarian's kiting abilities.
Yes, absolutely not. So much support on the board with that Seer Owl, with that Antiquarian. Going to be a little bit of a frightening little nightmare. But now we're going to be getting into our spawn location and see where everyone decides to place themselves. So we've got first officer spawning in the middle there. We've got the seer spawning up above him, closer to that 2-story area. He's actually going to move over. Ooh, he's not sure about it. Where are you going, Wolfie? But however, we do have the magician locked in down below, and the antiquarian spawning closer to the graveyard. So the Naiad is actually going to spawn on the outskirts there, and I do wonder who will be her target of choice. You did mention this year would be great, but here it's kind of, you can go for anyone, especially with the mobility that she harbors.
Oh yeah, throwing a harpoon and then she can approach whoever she wants first, but having both the seer and the magician in the vicinity, I think it's more likely to be the seer, because magician does have 3 wands to deal with, so ideally, Knight will be wanting to chase the seer, and we're waiting on the personas, and I do wonder how many flywheel effects that the survivors bring, seeing that Knight does not like flywheel effects, but we are in the game, and Knight here actually opting for a different approach and going to be interested in going for the magician, or never mind a fake out, as he's going to be approaching Wolfie's first officer, and let's see, will he be going for the first officer or not?
Oh my goodness, Mr. Captain Hook, easy to spot from a mile away with his giant hat. We are going to start chase on this first officer here. Of course, the Naiad going for the Captain of the Seven Seas, but actually faking him out for a bit. So instead, we are going to be chasing after that magician. Seer does have 1 owl to use. He does have 1 illusion. He's using the first illusion here out of 3, so 2 remaining. We're going to break the pallet, continue on strong. The cutest little graffiti in the world, and Aries starting strong with this chase, continuing on, following after commentator into a different little area. A lot of transitioning being done right now, just trying to buy as much time as possible and stay out of the way of these Cypher machines.
Yeah, this is actually a very good kiting play from commentator, making sure to transverse away while on the night. And hold on, you have to watch out for the tramp, but no tramp incidences today. And it seems that Aries did lose the magician for a split second, and I think the magician can now hop onto the tramp. So this is actually shaping up to be a very long first kite, and I was just trying to mention that commentator did a very good job in making sure that he does not get drowned at all.
Yes, avoiding that humidity with expertise, doing it so obscenely well, but arriving off of the tram right into the Naiad's clutches. Gonna land that hit, and the owl coming out, unfortunately, at the worst time, just a second too late. Junk so close, but so far. It's gonna go away now with the humidity, using another illusion, breaking the illusion, and where is the magician? Where is he at? He is over here, transitioning into the middle, going to use that blink to try and gain some more distance. Unfortunately, missing there, and we are going to see the pallets being thrown for more distance. So, wow, excellent job to commentator for prolonging that when really, could have gotten down at any millisecond.
Yeah, actually, that was actually cool. Wait, goes on for the vault, actually misses. This magician is actually on fire. It's like a very slippery fish himself, just sliding left and right, evading the blink, evading that very daringly vault. This commentator is just doing a very good job here, containing the hunter, and now it's at 84%, and dodges another hit. Anti-Crane is going to smack the fish backward. Right now, you can see that the survivor on fire, and it goes for the tag, allowing commentator to last even further, Veronica.
Yes, going to hit the Antiquarian instead, and this Cypher in the area almost done, but now they cannot complete it as easily with the Naiad in the area, but actually changing targets to this Antiquarian, a little bit too frightened of this Magician now. Pallets being thrown, having to break them, didn't earlier, so they're still on the field for the survivors to use for their kiting. A difficult situation for Aries, especially considering that point deficit that they're dealing with, really needing to get some kind of strong for elimination in this match in order to pull the round, but that doesn't seem to be the case so far. However, Antiquarian stuck in this humidity and going to flywheel it. What a beautiful job.
Yeah, that was such a nice flywheel effect, but unfortunately this wipe does not hit because I believe the hunter has brought insolence, so as a result, the Antiquarian finally will be going down, but if we look at the ciphers, only 3 ciphers are remaining, forcing out a watch here just to reduce the amount of items they have, but currently, if we look at this situation, it's actually a free survivor escape situation. Just from how long the first kite is, 3 ciphers are already done, and the 4th one from the steer is already at 80%. So this actually means that the survivors only have 1 cipher remaining, and this is only the Antiquarian's first chair. So the knight here will have to do an amazing cap if he wants to come back from this, but nope. First officer manages to pull the rescue, and the Antiquarian has a smack for an extension kite.
Yes, coming in with some bamboo flute in order to negate the hit, in order to buy some time, but throwing a harpoon to try and control this cipher a little bit. Don't want the officer to complete it. Want some humidity there so that he won't be able to decode it. However, following along with this Antiquarian as well, the one survivor that has sat on a chair all game, with 1 cipher remaining, you really want to be able to make sure you can get this Antiquarian eliminated and sent back to the manor, narrowly avoiding that tram as it comes in to park and sit down, and going to chair fate near this cipher here in order to have even more of a close eye over it. However, it does seem that Commentator working on an entirely different cipher across the map, and they should have it primed sometime soon.
Yeah, the ciphers are already like almost primed at this point, so the survivor actually going for a double rescue here, just making sure to prevent any mistakes. But first officer going down, though, this actually gives Nayad a chance. But we have to see how this can't work out. So the anti-query gets pulled off here. Nayad wants to like try and moisture drown this anti-query, so the survivors will have to choose carefully in which moment to pop, just so that the anti-query will not go down immediately after borrowed time.
And here we are, creating somewhat of a tricky situation, but managing to time the pop properly. Flywheel still on cooldown and no stick left to utilize, so unfortunately the Antiquarian is going to go down. However, Cypher has been popped, which means that the exit gates can be opened. This Antiquarian will be sent back to the manor once she's sat on the chair, which will take a few precious little seconds away. And it does seem that Wolfie in the eyesight of this Nayad now, so will be the next chase that is being selected. You're gonna have to be very careful, especially considering he only has one watch left to utilize here, John.
Yeah, so will Ares comment on this first officer? Seems like he won't, and manages to catch the magician red-handed at the school gate. But you have to remember he has goes for the blink and actually manages, like the magician tries to predict it, but was unfortunately too slow. So now the magician is going to be down due to the fact that he has no items. But we can see that the survivors will be rushing to the graveyard gate and hoping to get a tie, but they have only just approached it and it's not a lot of progress. So now this gives an opening for Ares to rush that gate for potentially gaining more here, Veronica.
Nayad being able to make so much distance so quickly with that harpoon and her dashes, she will be able to make it to the gate, but luckily they got it open in time. They have to be very careful about this, hitting the first officer, which means they are able to obtain the draw in the end. Wow! What a wonderful game, John. Good job to both sides on this one. We're gonna hopping right into the statistics there. I'm muddling all my little words together, but you know how it be. And John, if you'd like, how are you feeling about these stats? I mean, geez.
Well, the first officer contained for 120 seconds with 2 rescues, and like the Seer is the one that at 240% just decoding a lot, but the Antiquarian and the Magician are both very high in containment seconds too, just because the fact that the Magician like kited for a very long amount of time with that very first kite, and then the Antiquarian coming in to support and taking the next kite. So like, if we're talking about the early game, the survivors played very well, considering the fact that the Magician like evaded 2 like near-death situations with the blink and also vaulting in front of the hunter. The thing though is that the end game was a bit like they had a bit of a questionable timing with the pop, because they only popped after the Antiquarian went down, and that resulted in her dying very fast at endgame, which resulted in a tie, which is, I think, an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, certainly very unfortunate, especially after they put up such a good fight against the Nayad so far, but that pop, it was made difficult, but as the hunter, what a wonderful job trying to push things out right up until the end, make it more of an even playing field. But I mean, Zhang, before we, cut a little bit, let's talk about that Magician for a second. I mean, 3 wants to use, and all of them were used perfectly. The mind games around the pallets, the looping around. How do you even manage that?
Yeah, I think the Magician like was very smart in the way he transitioned, because the moment he sees the hunter trying to form a moisture circle, he instantly runs out and transitions away from it. So to make sure that he never gets flooded, and also he uses the help of his wands to just ensures that he can evade any moisture circles and dodging the close range attacks. The Magician played that out very, very well. So as I said, I have to applaud the survivors from how well they kited. And as we can see, let's have a reminder of the score. It's a 4-4 due to both gates and a tie he has taken.
So this round will go to TNG for their wonderful survivor plays and the excellent job that their hunter did as well beforehand. I mean, Night Watch coming out, Magician coming out, already starting off with those strong, fun, unconventional picks. But with that, we are going to cut to a short break, and we will be back with you for the second round for this matchup in just a few minutes.
子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, and we're back once more for the third time. However, this time we're getting into round 2 of TNG versus ZT. So TNG, of course, pulling the first round there, just due to the little point deficit. And I am Veronica. I'm here with Invisible Jong. In case you don't know us already and you're just showing up now, hi, nice to see you. But just real quick, a nice shout out to everyone who has been here already just so far through the stream. Hello to Manny, hi Giselle, hello to Hanako, hello to Chu, hello to Chocho, and of course hello to Nello Mello hosting the tournament for us today. But Jong, oh my goodness, are you excited? We're gonna get in on the arms factory now.
Yeah, I'm excited. And before we start, so I just realized something that I had the wrong mic on, so I'm sorry for everyone who had to listen a lot of echo background noise. I'm pretty sure I got my mic right, so sorry about that. And we're now getting into the BO2, which is Arms Factory, as Veronica mentioned. And I'm actually very excited for this because like as we were talking about TNG's Gardener play in the elimination stage, that was indeed on Arms Factory. So I do wonder would we be seeing this here, because if it comes out, me, Veronica, and all the Emma Wood fans out there would be very excited seeing this coming into play.
Of course, coming in with the harassment with those chairs, with the bubble, able to kite a little bit longer, negate some hits. Gardener is capable of a lot if she's in the right hands, so we could see her coming out. On top of that as well, TNG's Death World, their famed wonderful hunter who played a beautiful Night Watch in the BO1, did actually play Bloody Queen on Arms Factory as well and managed to get a floor elimination. So this seems to be a map that they can be very, very strong on, and I am excited to see how that plays out in terms of what they've shown us so far in the elimination stage. So of course, again, if you didn't know, if you're just showing up now and you're only hearing the good Jong, I'll also let you know, as I let everyone know earlier, the elimination stage videos are all up on Nell's channel if you would like to watch them and just get a preview of what you're going to be seeing here in the IVA playoffs.
Yeah, you definitely have to watch it because it was actually very amazing with how TNG and also ZT as well. So as we can see, here's the scoreboard. As those of you who are new here, like this may be a 4-4, which is on screen, but ZT has a 2-point penalty due to the fact that they had a last member swap. So this actually means that Touch and Go have already won the BO1. So we are heading into the BO2, and this means that ZT cannot afford to lose. Because if they lose, then they are going to be eliminated will be sent down to the loser's bracket. So ZT will have to make sure that they cannot let that happen at whatever it takes.
Yeah. Whoever does happen to get eliminated today will be showing up in the bracket later on, actually. Kira will be coming in later. She'll be swapping up for Jong next time, one of our other lovely commentators, and her and Jong will be handling the BO3 today, which will be the loser of this bracket going up against everything so far. So we are in round 2, of course, as mentioned already, and we are very excited to get into this Arms Factory. They have shown us what they're capable of on it, and now we will be seeing what they are fully capable of in terms of their ban picks. So, John, based on what we've seen so far, what are you predicting for this first Survivor ban?
Well, actually, there are going to be 2 Survivors banned here, so I believe that the longer this goes, the Seer is definitely going to be one of them, because you do not want to deal with the Seer, and only certain hunters can afford to release the Seer first. And the other one, Arms Factory being a small map and All-In Priestess not being like that effective on this map, I believe that the Anti-Queer may be another very likely candidate, just due to the amount of fact that she can smack the hunter around with her bamboo flute like there's no tomorrow. So Seer and Antiquarian, I believe, will be the first 2 bans, but we'll have to see if that will be the case here though.
Yeah. As we know, the current meta does rely heavily on Survivor teamwork, how well they're able to hit the hunter back, per se. And they need to work together, and they need to have these strong harassers, these strong support characters, and excellent communication. And with an Antiquarian on your side, that will totally work out in your favor. But, of course, both of these teams known for their unconventional Survivor selections, so they could pull out anything on the field and make it work from what we've seen from them so far. But instead, our first bans are going to be that Seer and that Barmaid. Jung, the Barmaid is very unpopular with the hunters today. They have a sort of vendetta against her. They are not Dovlin fans.
Yeah, they're definitely not Dublin fans. And here we can see that Zero Two is going for the Bloody Queen ban. And for those of you who did not check the elimination stage, therefore did indeed pull out a Bloody Queen in the elimination stage, and he managed to achieve a 4th Survivor elimination. So it seems that Zero Two does not want to deal with any Bloody Queens, and the Barmaid ban also makes sense if it's a BQ, because single hit hunters does not like the Barmaid.
Yeah. Absolutely. The Barmaid coming in, she did manage to pull that 4 elimination on Arms in the elimination stage, and ZT really need this round to play in their favor if they want to advance to a BO3. So very vital that they get anyone especially scary out of the way on this map here. So even the tie could be a little bit difficult to move forward from, but we are going to see the Anti-Grand and the Mercenary, very common first 2 selections nowadays. They work well together, they're strong survivors. And the female dancer and the prospector will be taken out of the survivor pool as well.
Female dancer and prospector, I actually am wondering, will we be potentially seeing another Night Watch? Because the thing is, the Night Watch does not like the female dancer because of her setting up a slow moving zone, and he also does not like the prospector for sure, because as I mentioned in the earlier round, is that the magnet can actually cancel the wind midway. So this makes the Night Watch does not like the Prospector, and the postmen are going to be seen. We're going to be seeing Victor make his appearance, and like Victor has been very popular in the previous meta, but he isn't that popular in this meta anymore after he received various nerfs. So I'm excited in seeing Victor make his appearance, using his doggo and giving out some really amazing letters around, Veronica.
Yes, Postman capable of so much. I am a big Postman fan myself. His nerf has been a lot to deal with in terms of how it put him in the meta. He was a very strong decoding support character in particular. On top of that, the dungeon letter allowed everyone to open the gate a lot quicker. You know, they had that hope. They were able to get it open as quickly as possible. Now that it's timed and the percentage it increases your opening speed has been depleted as well. So the nerf has been very rough on him. Along with that, Wick the Post Dog has also seen his own versions of a little bit of, you know, maybe he's just a little puppy. He's getting a little bit more excited to play and wants to leave the hunter sooner, but we'll figure that out one day. Maybe they'll tell us why the post dog is less strong. But instead, we are going to be seeing our last ban as the mechanic, and we're going to see the psychologist come in as well. John, this is a setup just for me. I played those last two survivors, and I'm excited, but I want you to tell me how you feel about all of these survivors together as a team.
Well, I actually think that this is a pretty nice team comp because they have the postman. Even though he did receive a nerf, he's still like a very good support in terms of helping Cypher Rush and also like for the gate. And the psychologist, and I actually like the psychologist pick a lot just because the fact that the psychologist can use the long range heal up both the mercenary and the anti-Korean. And what on earth are we seeing here from the hunter side? I don't think we expected this to appear, but it's going to be the Disciple. Disciple being such a TIE hunter, I think it actually makes sense going on, seeing that TNG is the one in the lead over here. So it seems that Touch and Go's plan is to just create an endless TIE situations because Disciple being a TIE character and all, and also is not afraid of the anti-Korean with her stuns.
Yeah. I am excited to see how this Disciple plays out. As Zhang has just mentioned, not scared of the anti-Korean, unlike a lot of other hunters, as she is able to put her cat on and cancel that ability. So going to have to be very careful dealing with the Anne as the anti-Korean here. I mean, you're in a tough spot. She can come in, cancel your bamboo flute. Run is going to have to be very careful about how they proceed with moving forward in this match and trying to get the harassment done without, you know, having your whole ability taken away from you by this nice little nun here with her cats on the field and preaching her sermon to the people, I think, Jong. And we'll see where she'll be preaching that from in just a few moments. But the survivors are all lined up. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, actually the good thing with Disciple is the Disciple can actually chase anyone apart from maybe the mercenary himself. But his ideal target is the postman for sure with the decoding letters, and actually it's going to spawn next to it. So the postman is highly likely going to be taking the first kite, but don't forget the anti-Korean is right next to the postman. So the postman can actually potentially kite around the factory and then just vault out to transition its way to the anti-Korean. So the anti-Korean can just help like smack around with the stick. But I am excited to see if this will be a cats and dog fight here, Veronica.
Oh my goodness, it could be a cat and dog fight. The Disciple I've seen the Disciple have a little bit of trouble with the post dog before with that stun, but now that he's been nerfed down, it shouldn't be too much of an issue as it was when we last saw it. But I'm Veronica, this is Invisible Jung, we are getting with you. This is our first matchup of the day. We are in our round 2, first half, all of that stuff. You know all the facts, we're just reminding ya, and we are starting with our first chase. So a beautiful jump from the hunter here. Deathworld is going to transition into the factory, carrying confined space, of course, able to prevent the postman from vaulting over that window, so he'll be forced to run through the doorway, and now going to hopefully transition to the next one. However, the cats are on the chase. The cat and dog fight is starting as we speak, John.
Yep, so actually I'm liking that the postman has brought the broken windows because Fly Effect is not effective in front of Disciple, and it allows him to like use the like broken windows to transition from further away. And we can see that currently the postman is just doing a very great job in like looping around this factory, just not giving the Disciple a like line of sight to go for a jump, and actually does able to pull off the first hit. But this is relatively like late into the game. But one thing to note though is that this Disciple actually brought excitement, meaning that he has no blink to finish off this postman. So this makes his chasing is going to be relatively slow here.
Yes. going to be difficult for the ant to catch up here. Can use those cats to dash forward, luckily, but can't get through objects with them like you can with a blink, which is unfortunate. But we are going to see the postman continue to loop around, coming outside of the factory, transitioning into this pallet area. A beautiful charge hit is going to finally finish the postman off, but we are 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game here, and one cipher has already been popped. I mean, wow, what a good job from the postman so far.
Hold on, the anti-crane is coming in, but the excitement's gonna go into play and able to land a hit. I don't think the survivors were expecting to see an excitement disciple. But so this is definitely one game. One thing though is that they do have the psychologist to sort of correct that mistake. So the psychologist pick from CT survivor's side is definitely going to come into play here, as the mercenary will be the one coming to rescue.
Yes, the cats are at the chair. We did manage to negate that hit there initially, and the cats have gone away. Luckily for them, they were able to get the rescue off without it being stuffed. However, Postman is back on the field with the chase. We are going to see last effort popped on the Postman. Luckily, as you mentioned, of course, that psychologist did heal up the Antiquarian, so if she wants to come in for support, she hopefully can if she's in the area, but they do have 3 ciphers remaining. They do need to make sure that they can get those done, and it is a situation in which CT wants to be able to pull this win. They are coming off of losing the first round, so it is dire straits.
Yeah, so we can see the Antiquarian is in the vicinity trying to hide because the Disciple can counter the Antiquarian by silencing her, so we'll have to see if he will be able to get it. Oh, pulls off the stun though just to buy more time, and currently with the Antiquarian in the vicinity, the Disciple just cannot save the chair, and he has to get the cat off, does pull the cat off with no... Oh, but flywheel affects that, so now it's able to stun the hunter, allow the postman to get up.
What beautiful teamwork from them. The communication, the support. They're doing everything they can against this nun in her funny little Princess Ozma costume. And we are going to see the cats come towards the postman with the cross, try to make it there. Excitement still on cooldown, almost off. He is going to get stunned here and finally go down. Having used his self-heal already, the Antiquarian still in the vicinity to harass, but that excitement back online. Are we going to land the hit? We are. Unfortunately, missing that jump there, Jong, and going to take the hit anyway. So going to have to get out of the area as quickly as possible to make sure that there won't be another down as the postman is on chair, but it's looking like a close call.
Oh, and actually getting it down, because just now the Antichrist attempted a Wi-Fi heal but was way too close, but the mercenary reacted very fast and is going for a backdoor rescue, able to pull off the postman. So now this gives the survivor some breathing room, but we have to see, can this postman kite it out though? Having the cat on him, but is able to pull off the stun and talk about 2 for 1, stunning both the mercenary and the postman. So now the postman will be sent back to the manor.
Yes, Mercenary seemingly going over to top off Antiquarian's heal here, so she doesn't have to utilize her self-heal. Postman has been sent back to the manor. He managed to get one last dying letter out before he was sent back, so that psychologist has a little extra decoding, which will hopefully go a long way. They are on Cypher Prime now. She is making good progress, and she's making extra progress as well. So the Antiquarian, of course, managing to avoid that hit there. And are we going to see another pallet stun? No, we're not, but they're mind gaming around. Who's going to win? Fortunately, we are going to see the Disciple win, but the survivors have a trick up their sleeve. There comes the Saber Buff, Jung. 3 survivors on the field. What'll happen next?
Well, there is a cat, but with the cat on, the Antiquarian just cannot kite it out. And one thing to note though is that the psychologist still have a distance between her and the gate, so there is a possibility for Death World here to go for more, just because the psychologist might get cut off midway. So we'll have to see what will the disciple choose here. Will he choose to go for the gate, or will he choose to play it safe? He wants to seemingly cut off the psychologist, but the mercenary is actually going for the sneaky rescue though, Veronica.
Ooh, will we see what happens now? The psychologist getting down in the gate here, just narrowly avoiding being able to make it out, but the Antiquarian is off the chair. So playing some mind games around, Death World kind of trying to turn all of these tie hunters into win hunters just in the span of one quick genius play, but we are going to see them kind of scrambling around, spreading out, wanting to not get caught in the Disciple's Eye of Rage, but it seems that the mercenary is getting a little bit too close for comfort here, so we're guarding the chair. Gotta learn your lesson for the last time with that backdoor rescue and make sure it does not happen again, but I wonder how they'll proceed from here, John, because they're just kind of scattered, not yet pushing another gate.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been better if the Antiquarian chose to go for the other gate, because the fact that Disciple does not have the trump card, because right now the Antiquarian is just hiding nearby, but this would not last for long, because eventually the psychologist will be sent back to manor, and we can see the Antiquarian is sneakily trying to inch his way towards the gate, as clearly the Disciple does not seemingly know where the Antiquarian is. So it seems that the Antiquarian will be able to escape though.
Yes, they are pushing for the straw to the best of their ability. Detention does run out in a few seconds, but Mercenary is actually going to come in for this rescue, currently carrying a syringe, going to get it off. Psychologist going down, unfortunately, but they were going to get that draw either way. The distraction works out perfectly, and they are in the gate. They will soon be out, just waiting for the Mercenary to get his little tired claws out of there, and he has! He's clawed his way out of the gate. Congratulations, we've got a nice little tie here, Anne being the tie queen of all time. What a lovely disciple she is. And here we are with our statistics, and I will let John take it away and tell you about how good these kites went.
Yeah, so the postman we can see lasted for 100 seconds along with the Antiquarian, because one thing to talk of the Antiquarian is that she did an amazing job in containing the hunter when the postman went down. Because in theory, the disciple counters the Antiquarian with the silence, but we can see that she is able to fly will affect the silence and stun the hunter, making sure that the postman can self-heal up and just drag a lot amount of time. And they did everything they can for a free escape, but unfortunately, the one thing that went wrong for them is that after the postman got second chaired, like they had the idea to heal up the Antiquarian so that she can go for the support again, which is good. But when they heal, the Antiquarian was not that far away from the hunter. As a result, the disciple can send her cats and instantly down the Antiquarian, which is the opening that the disciple needed for a tie. Because if they played a bit more safe, had the Antiquarian inch a bit further, and in full health, then they could have gone for that free escape for certain.
Right, they would have been able to pull it off under those circumstances. I mean, you can see the way their brains work, which is always a really fun thing, I think, about watching high tiers and watching tourney and how well they play. They're so on the ball. They're thinking of every little detail in a way that, your average player doesn't even consider, and it's just... So it really puts the fun in it to watch the way that they mind game with one another and play along. But the support, I mean, how absolutely insane, John, the Antiquarian coming in and in and in. And the Anne preparing not only with her silence ability, but with the excitement as well. Beautiful job to that postman, I mean, managing to contain for that long, even with the fact that he's not particularly a kite type. He does have some abilities to make it work, but did his best.
Yeah, the postman did a very good job in containing, and the Antiquarian as well. Like, we can see that the survivor's support on that game is spot on, and as I mentioned, they were very close for that free escape, but unfortunately one misstep from them sort of ruined their chance for a free escape. But we have to applaud the disciple for managing to catch that opening, because at that point it looked like a highly free escape, but he managed to catch the Antiquarian trying to heal red-handed, and that was the opening he needed to get a tie. So because due to the fact that it's a tie, so now both teams does indeed have a chance yet, as we still have that BO2 second half that we're about to see soon.
Yes, we will need to see ZT's Hunter Ares pull the win in this round, but that'll be what we see in a few moments. As for now, we're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be back with you right after that.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。 その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Welcome back once more, everyone. We are here back from another one of our little baby breaks, so everyone can get some water, get a snack, prepare for the next action that is coming at them. Of course, we are remaining hydrated as our casters, as we have to talk to you the whole time. And oh, what a joy it is. What a blessing you all are. We're at about 160 viewers right now, rough estimate. So hello to everyone at the moment, everyone in chat saying hi, hello back. We appreciate you being here, especially because, you know, IVA is one of the biggest community tournaments in Southeast Asia. And community tournaments, Jong, are so very important, as you would know. Jong, of course, hosting some of his own on his own channel.
Yeah, I really like the community tournaments just because it's a way to get like more people involved, to see like more competitive people, and some of the players here actually, like co-op players, actually debuted in the IVA too. So it's actually, I like these community tournaments a lot. They are always amazing, and I'm honored to be casting one right now with the largest from Mello.
Always such a joy to be invited to come commentate for IVA. It is a huge tournament and it is a great honor and it is always so much fun. Of course, a huge shout out to the production team and everyone behind the scenes. They make it so easy for us to cast for you. They work with us so well, and all of the other casters as well. And the team players, I mean, they're going through the ringer out there. They're playing all of these matches. Yep. They're getting down. They're getting hit by trams. So much stuff going on. But we are here in the second half of this round, round 2. We're with TNG versus ZT to start you off this afternoon, and we are still on the Arms Factory.
Yep, and here we can see the scoreboard. Those of you who are new, just a quick reminder: 0-2 again, like 0-2 has a 2-point penalty due to their last-minute team swap. So as a result, TNG won the first round, and the second round, first half is a tie between both teams. So this actually means that right now, if TNG is able to get a free escape, then they're going to win right here and then. So that means that ZT's Hunter Ares must get a tie in order to just at least stay alive here.
Yeah, we're in dire straits. They did start off with a tie in that first round, so they're going to need to step up their game a little bit in order to continue on into a BO3, which would be great to see. I mean, the more rounds, the better. Yep. It takes a little while for our voices, but it's always worth it in the end because I can just have a cough drop. But the joy of casting, of course, the joy of gaming, and we are seeing everyone line up so far. So NG Commentator being a huge standout last round, I would say, Jong, with that Magician. So considering how well he was played, maybe we could see a ban on him this time, which would really be such a twist ending. Don't want to see him on the field, but so far that Magician is safe. We're going to be seeing the Seer and the Barmaid again today, who are extremely unpopular with the Hunters. Maybe they bullied them in the hall before and they don't want to see their faces as we continue on.
Yeah, and I think Veronica would not be too happy with the barmaid scene. That I know that you like the barmaid and your profile picture is a barmaid. But yeah. But from what we recall is that Barmaid, as I mentioned again, like in the first half, is that Barmaid is a counter against single hit Hunter. So I imagine that is what Ares is aiming to play. But we can see that the survivors will be removing Clerk out of the equation. So Kagan here will be sitting in the jail for this round. And Clerk having a potential to like 3 or 4k or more, it seems to me Ghost's plan is to make sure that they do not get point reversed, because while they can end the game in free escape, they can also just like play it high, play it slow, and just like hold on to that BO1 lead that they did have like in the first round.
Yeah, they're starting off strong already. They've shown us what they're capable of, and boy, are they capable of a lot. So, real quick, of course, TNG is here. Jong and I have mentioned earlier in the stream in the elimination stages, which, again, you can watch on Nell's channel. They're uploaded. You should do that. But in the elimination stages on the Arms Factory, they actually pulled out an amazing Gardener play that got them to achieve a 4 escape. So Aries has a lot of unconventional picks to watch out here and be careful for. But as a team player from ZT, I mean, very well acquainted with those off-color, random seeming picks until you see the way they work in the team comp and you go, oh my goodness, okay, they know secrets that I don't, which can be a little bit frightening, but we'll be hopping into our first Survivor pick soon. And I do think we could be seeing something more conventional, of course, like an Antiquarian or maybe a Mercenary, or what are your thoughts on that, John? Aha! I win!
Oh, talk about that.
I win both!
Yay, Veronica! Yay, Veronica is gains 100 points on her prediction, so huge round of applause to her if you're in the chat listening to this. But yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense to go off the more conventional pick first, because like if you have some unconventional picks in your arsenal, you definitely want to save them up later, because it's highly unlikely that the hunters would try and get rid of the unconventional characters first. So Mercenary and Anti-Current being the first to select it just to like be safe and stable, because Touch and Go can indeed play it more stable here, because like they only need a tie to gain the lead, even though a free escape would be nice if they can end this right after 2 rounds. So the real $1 million question here is that what would Aris's pick here, considering that he must need a tie? So I think he definitely wants to like get rid of some of the characters that can reverse the entire game. I think Prospector, like Norton Campbell, is a highly likely option, just because the Prospector, even though he got nerfed, he still can like give his teammates a strong like rebound kit potential.
Very fun about the full naming the Prospector like he committed a crime and we all need to hold him accountable. I mean, he did, but that's not relevant to Tourney. So, of course, as you mentioned, yeah, Aries needs to pull out a hunter who can possibly take up those ties, and luckily for Aries in the IDV meta, we do have a lot of hunters who are renowned for their ties. We did just see one being the Disciple, so if Aries is comfortable with her, we could see a match with her once more. We could potentially be seeing something like a Bloody Queen. I believe Aries did play one in the elimination stage as well, so comfortable with that character in on arms, it's great. We are actually going to see that Magician get banned hilariously as I'm going on and on about potential hunters, so there he goes, he's out. Those illusion ones that were used last time were extremely good from NG Commentator. I mean, just hats off to that. Maybe there'll be a rabbit inside when he takes his hat off. But regardless, Acrobat as well not being allowed on the field, so we're taking out those very strong kiters in this portion.
Yeah, it seems that Aris definitely have a very strong respect towards NG commentators of how well that the Magician kited last round. So Aris is like, nope, I'm not dealing with that. I don't care about conventional picks. I just don't want to deal with the Magician anymore. So the Acrobat ban as well. I am thinking that there is a potential with that Bloody Queen, because first of all, Bloody Queen is a tie hunter, so considering that Aris needs at least a tie. And the second thing is that the Bloody Queen doesn't really want to deal with the Acrobat that much, because the Acrobat can easily use a bomb to like instantly like jump out of the mirror hitbox range, and the Magician also, with the help of his wands, can also evade the mirrors too. So if we're looking at this pick alone, I think it may lean towards the Bloody Queen. So if it's a Bloody Queen, I wonder will we be seeing that Gardener pick from TNG's side, considering the Gardener counters Bloody Queen.
Yeah, we could possibly be seeing that. It would be very exciting to see her take the field, either of them. I love a good Bloody Queen play. She's a classical hunter to have around. I mean, there she is, the queen. She's got her mirror. She's got everything that she's capable of, and she's so fun to watch. While we wait for our last Survivor pick, John, I must confide something in you. I am a big Acrobat fan myself. I mean, I know he's on the sidelines right now, but I played Acrobat like before his big buff. Oh, Jong has just made such an expression. Please tell us about the Doctor. You were very intrigued by this.
Well, I don't think I was expecting this at all. Yeah, talk about unconventional. It seems that here TNG is going for another unconventional pick with the Doctor, because I'm not too certain. Like Doctor, like there are a couple of hunters that Doctors completely counter, and those are namely like those who doesn't do like half health damage, such as the Hermit, the Hermit or Joseph, right. Or maybe the Dream Witch too, because the Dream Witch like she can heal herself up. So I'm wondering if that what TNG is up to. Was TNG trying to like prevent against any like unconventional picks just because of this Doctor. But I am excited, and anyone who is a huge fan of the Doctor, well, you got your wish now because we get to see some unconventional Doctors in the play.
Yeah, I hope that she tells us every piece of medicine information that she knows so that we can become very strong and we can all grow up and be doctors. But our last man coming in is actually going to be the dancer here, so we will be learning about medicine today, but we will not be learning how to do the cha-cha slide. So the dancer not coming out on the arms factory. Of course, there are plenty of areas for her to set up her boxes, very strong ones. I mean, the factory, the center, there are pallets, there are vaulting windows, there are little corners you can hide it in. And we're actually going for the psychologist as well. John, this is very interesting. I mean, two characters that can sort of tank hits and heal themselves up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued with that because normally we only see one. Like we sometimes see Doctor or the psychologist alone, but we rarely see them together. Because like if we look about this team, sorry about that, is that definitely the one expression one word I would use to express them is tanky because they can tank hits. So I'm wondering what are they trying to prevent here? I think probably they are just preventing single hit hunters because if you're a single hit hunter and you have to deal with a survivor that can tank 3 to 4 hits, then it will take forever to down someone. So I think this is what they're leaning towards here. But then Ares can actually opt for some of the chip hunters because from what I do recall, he does have a play sculpture in rank, so this may be a potential if he pulls that out. Or he can just like you know what? I believe in my hunters and I'm going to pick a single hit hunter anyways.
Yeah, someone that you need to build presence with would also be really good against this comp, I find, considering the Doctor and the Psych. You can hit them a little bit more than other survivors. And speaking of hunters who need to build their presence really well, we're going to be seeing Naiad take the stage once more. So, hello to the Naiad. Hello, Miss Naiad. I'm very excited to see her. There are a lot of areas that she can block off with her Harpoon map control on Arms Factory, so I'm interested to see how that plays out. But John, I mean, Ares did play Naiad last round, and it was a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. The difference between this game and the last game is that the last game they're full of survivors that have kiting abilities. But in this game, while the Doctor and the Psychologist are both tanky, they do not have kiting abilities on their own. As a result, they're definitely going to be taking hits much faster than the last round. So this actually gives Ares a chance to build up presence more faster. And the more presence that the Knight has, she can actually gain more moisture, with a harpoons, like a moisture circle. So I think in this case, they're going to be highly dependent on how well does the anti-crane play. But don't forget, there is a potential for the anti-crane to contain the hunter while the Doctor self-heals herself up in the middle of a kite.
Yeah! With the Naiad, of course, in particular, able to counter that Doctor really well. You create that humidity circle, and then she cannot just stand there and heal. It's not going to work out in her favor, but we're going to see the survivors line up right from top down in the middle. So Doctor closer to the shack, Mercenary closer to the factory. We're going to see Commentator Psychologist also outside of that factory, so hopefully Ares will not make the mistake of chasing Commentator once again, who is a very strong kiter, as we were proved last time. But it seems that all of the team really showed off what they were capable of in that lineup last time. So I'm excited to see how they utilize these survivors in order to make this work. And as you mentioned, John, the antiquarian support is going to be very crucial.
Yep, because even though the commentator did a very good job in containing the hunter last round, but based on the characters here, I think he's still going to be taking the kite this round. And the difference this time is that the commentator does not have kiting abilities and will be relying on his raw kite, as we can see that he does not have flywheel effect to cancel the moisture damage as well. So Ares here will be approaching the Psychologist, who is trying to hide behind the front gate but got caught red-handed, allowing Ares to surround a relatively large moisture circle that stacks the Psychologist in very high up in moisture. It's 83 already.
Yes, this is going to be dire straits. The Psychologist is going to have to be very careful about how she proceeds with this kite. Have to avoid that harpoon being drawn back while the Psychologist is in that area. Narrowly doing so, and the Antiquarian coming in for her first bout of support. So knocking back, but not able to stun the Hunter out of being able to hit quite yet. However, the Naiad, using her harpoon, throw her little secondary ability there in order to catch up to Commentator, and landing the first hit here, John, with the main body instead of the humidity.
Yeah, that was actually a very good move from the anti-current because this actually allowed the Psychologist to run low, drop into the moisture circle. But there goes the blink and getting the second hit, So now he has first presence, and now the psychologist is in half health, but you have to watch out because I believe I just saw basement in the factory, and you do not want to go down in the basement against the Naiad at all.
Oh my gosh, it turns into the sea floor of the ocean, and boy is it scary down there with all the creatures. So we definitely don't want that to happen, you are very correct, and we're going to continue on with our loop here. The Antiquarian's still hanging out to offer some support, whether it be moral support or, of course, bamboo flute support in terms of hitting the hunter, but we're just going to see the harpoon get thrown again in order to catch up to the psychologist here and block off some of the kiting areas, using that dash to catch up. Gotta be very careful of the Antiquarian in the area. However, ciphers are being pushed by the other two survivors on the field, and we're going to see another knockback, but a lot of flute being utilized already in this early game, and the Antiquarian finally taking a hit.
Yeah, but this might be a potential case of over support, just because the thing is that there's two ciphers gone, and the Antiquarian actually only has one bamboo flute, like one hit remaining, so this means that there are no rebound kite potentials overall. So right now it will be relying on how long would this psychologist last, like this being like a more wall-concentrated area on at all. So there is potential for Commentator to still kite, as he's doing actually a very good job in dodging around and actually transitioning out, as Ares thought that the psychologist was still near the sphere for a second and is able, like, going to sneak walk trying to confuse Ares, but Ares has not fallen for that.
Yes, we're at 2.5 minutes, Jung. 2.5 minutes, Jung, and we have not yet seen the psychologist go on the chair, but a terror shot coming in beautifully in order to finally get the psychologist down and win this little mind game. But Antiquarian gonna have to be really careful. Only a little bit of flute left to utilize in this situation, and we are going to see that psychologist sit on the chair for the first time.
Yeah, so here's the thing though, with the psychologist sitting on the chair, this is going to be like an almost near free cyber kite. So actually, like I'll say that there is a potential for a tie, but there is also potential for a free escape if the survivors played it right and doing a good job in protecting the Antiquarian, or rather the psychologist.
Yes, they're gonna have to do their best and make sure that they're able to protect that psychologist to the best of their ability. You'll have to pardon me, the stream is lagging for me a little bit. Yep. But we are going to see, of course, them come in, try and achieve that support. We're going to see that rescue has finally been gotten off. The psychologist is free and off the chair again, but she is going to go down once more, and we are going to see these survivors trying to push their ciphers, trying to support the best they can, hanging out in the area, seeing what they can do in order to make this work. I mean, they do want to pull that win. They want to be able to make it in as quickly as possible to that last round without having to deal with the horrors of fighting again and again.
Yep, so here's the situation, is that currently the last two ciphers are at 40%, or at 40 to 50%, so there is a potential chance for the survivors to go for a free escape or tie, depending on how well does Ares, because Ares needs to tunnel right now, as he cannot afford to like get body blocked, or else this will be approaching like for the endgame. He definitely does not want that. The merchant is in the vicinity, and how well will he put off, as he must do whatever he takes to protect the psychologist.
Ooh. Able to land the hit, so the mercenary is going to go down with the humidity, but going to have to protect that psych to the best of his ability until the cipher is primed and popped. We are making it there relatively closely. The Antiquarian is working on it, almost done. The psychologist is going to have to kite to a better kiting area and also make it out of the way of this Naiad in order to negate going back to the manor before the cipher is popped, but throwing that harpoon, psychologist going down, cipher is popped, there's some distance with that pallet, and they are able to have 4 survivors up at the endgame, Jong. Wow!
Yeah, this is not looking good for Ares, considering that he needs the time. He actually lost the psychologist, so I believe that there's not much that Ares can do. Like, he can teleport to, like, for a gamble, but the thing is that he can likely only get one survivor, as everyone will be rushing towards the factory gate, and the mercenary is the one going to be taking the kite over here.
Yes, Mercenary is our next choice in terms of kiting, using an elbow pad to get out of the area. Ares is actually going to leave the Mercenary alone as well, trying to figure out where he went, losing him for a second after that arm pad being used strong. But trying to kite around this ruins area to the best of his ability. The Naiad is catching up, and the Mercenary has gone down. The survivors in the gate are ready to go. It does seem like they are going to be achieving a 3 escape here, as the Mercenary will be the one person that we see out of the game, as he's in balloons and heading to the chair.
Yep, so
he's sitting.
with the 3 survivors being like out of the game, so I believe that we are going to be having a clear winner over here, as TNG wins both BO1 and BO2, so this means that Touch and Go is going to be the winners for today here, Veronica.
And congratulations to them. They really showed us why they deserved this spot with how well they were able to kite and go up against Ares and Death World as well. I mean, what a crazy good job on the Night Watch, and then on the Disciple, just pulling out all 3 fun hunters too, John. Congratulations again to Touch and Go, but I am a big fan of unconventional selections, especially when it comes to hunters that you don't. I mean, you see them because they're still strong, but you don't see them as often as some other ones. Miss Dreamwitch.
Yeah, but actually, like if we think about that game, is that the Antiquarian actually did a very good job early game in containing the hunter. Like as I mentioned, might be the case of over support, but even after the Antiquarian used 5 swipes, the psychologist herself also was able to like do a very good job in just like containing the hunter in general. As a result, after the first down was 2.5 and not being able. And I think the thing is that at the end game, 9 not being able to like tunnel on the psychologist is probably the one play that costed him dearly, because this allows the psychologist to kite until the ciphers are fully primed here, Veronica.
Yeah, it is really not a good situation when the person that you chase the entire game is unfortunately able to make it out of the gate, even if you do get another survivor in the end. But we're taking a look at our statistics here. I made John go over them so much that it's my turn now, and we're going to be looking at some very, very impressive containment times. 168 seconds from commentator psychologist there. I mean, wow, what an excellent job. Able to contain for so long, distract that Naiad. And we always worry, we're like, are they over supporting? Is everything going to go wrong now? But it seems that they exactly know their limits in terms of how much they can sort of pile onto the hunter and help out their teammates, as the Antiquarian being there so often was actually a better thing than it was a bad thing. But I believe this means we will be seeing ZT again today in the BO3 that you will be casting with Kira, who will be on soon, actually, now that we've finished off our first little round of the day here. So Kira will be with us for the next little commentating round. So, Chong, I mean, how are you feeling about how this match played out? You got some time to think about it after you take a little break.
Yeah, well, as I said, TNG did a very good job, both their survivors and their hunters, like both stepping it up when needed. It was a close back to 4, but unfortunately in this game, TNG edged out. But for those of you who are huge fans of like CT, like no worries, like you don't have to be sad, because they still have a chance, as they're going to be going down to the losers bracket, and they will be playing against Jocks later in today, and I will be casting that game. I'll be seeing you guys. So if you guys miss me later, if you guys don't see me, don't miss me, because I'll be back at the 13th. But yeah, later on, as Veronica mentioned. Yeah. All right.
We will be chit-chatting a little bit, maybe taking a quick little break with you guys, but
yeah.
John and I are so happy to be here. I mean, happy IVA. We are on day 2 after all. What an excellent day to be on. Day 1 was so exciting as well. I mean, Posh and Giselle were on yesterday, and they did an excellent job too. But the teams today coming on so strong. TNG and ZT, what a way to start. Later, we'll be seeing Phoenix versus Aquarius. So that'll be our second round of the day, and they will be very exciting to see as well. I am very intrigued, and we're going to see our little score here. So a 9-5, which is the regular work schedule. You know, what an interesting thing to have.
Yeah. So. Yep, as we recap, here is the score. We're seeing a 4-2 TNG because of the point penalty, as I mentioned, and then a 5-3 score as we recall. So yeah, TNG ended up winning 2-0, but even though it's a 2-0, I actually don't think it is like a straightforward game. It was more of a just a barely edged out situation. So even though ZT loses, I'm still looking forward in their performance later in the round.
Me too. I'm very excited to see. They will be on, of course, again in the VO3, as we mentioned, which Kira and John will be handling for us. And I'm excited to see them together, of course. They're very delightful people. It's nice to have a bunch of little casters around.
Yep.
We are happy to be here with you for IVA. So IVA, of course, again, being one of the Southeast Asia's biggest IDV tournaments, the biggest community-led one, of course, which is by our beloved Nello, Mello, who is here with you guys in chat today. If you need someone to talk to, crack a joke to, then Nell is going to be there to laugh, I hope. But we're in for such a day today. I mean, this is such a strong start. I said it before, but I really do mean it. Both ZT and TNG were able to pull off such amazing plays. I mean, the Magician was just so excellent in the first round, setting just a good tone for the rest of the match, and it was. I mean, if I had to pick out an MVP myself, I would certainly go for commentator. Just the kites were crazy good. How were you even able to do that?
Yeah, if MVPs are given out here, I would also certainly give that to TNG's NG commentator, just because he played like a huge factor in both the tie in the first round and also the win in the second round too. So I feel like if whoever is playing against TNG next, they're definitely gonna set their eyes and watch out of NG commentator, because you don't want him to ruin your team's hunters' lives here, Veronica.
Yeah, definitely something to be scared of. And their support, so good as well. We've said it in a million other tourneys. We've said it in Koa. You'll hear it a million times, but we really do mean it. We are currently in a survivor sided meta, but that does not mean that it's easy for the survivors. Do not be fooled. I think most commonly people are shocked by that because they think that it means that it's easier for the survivors, or it's like easier for the hunters or something of the sort, but not really. It's still difficult. The amount of communication that they have to pull off to be able to complete these moves and things like the anti-Korean support is still absolutely totally not strong. And I'm sure you're very well acquainted with that in terms of your own playing and watching things, but they did manage to show up and show us what they're capable of in terms of working together. So I'm excited to see TNG as they proceed, as you know, but ZT later on maybe will be picking up a little bit more areas, possibly playing Naiad again and pulling a beautiful draw or a win in order to start off against Jocks. But just so much. Any highlights that you can think of that you'd love to discuss?
Well, actually, like I think the magician being one, and really because like the BO2 first half, like I just cannot stop talking about the anti-Quarian like flywheel effects, and also the magician like the second half. There's just so many highlights in this game that I think that it's just amazing the level of gameplay here. But this again being like the next biggest event, like the biggest like unofficial tournament, like I think this is not surprising that we're seeing such high level gameplay that I cannot wait to see more of this, Veronica. So yeah, because like we're currently only on day 2 and we still have like 4 days remaining, and this is only the start of day 2. So if we're already seeing some intense action right now, I cannot wait to see what the rest of IVA are looking for.
Yeah, I know that you are commentating for some of the later days as well, so you'll be right there for the action for us to tell us exactly how it's gone, how crazy it's getting. They're already starting, of course, with these 100% abilities, and they're just putting their all in already, and then they're going to do that and more, and that I think is going to be just absolutely wonderful to watch. But congratulations again to Touch and Go for winning this first round here today. We are on day 2 of the playoffs, as John has mentioned. We had a strong start yesterday as well, and today has been just as exciting. Pulling out the Night Watch for the first time. I mean, we talk about the survivors, but Death World doing such an insanely good job as well. Those little bunny hops around the pallets and the mind gaming and all of that. So I'm excited to see maybe that Night Watch coming in again. Or John, do you think Death World's Night Watch will just be target banned out of fear from this point forward?
I'm not too certain though. I mean, it might be a possibility, but then again, we can see that the survivors were indeed prepared for it, the NCT survivors. But actually, I can talk about the Night Watch. Don't forget that Night Watch being new to the competitive scene in IVA, don't forget there's another character. It's going to be the grown Alice. The journalist is also allowed in this tournament, for those of you who don't know. So yes, we actually can potentially see some journalist gameplay too, which I hope that we'll see, because her being a new character and all, I think like her biggest like shining strength is that she can almost always guarantee a rescue with the help of her camera images too.
Yes, oh my goodness. Journalist has been so strong so far. I personally have a friend who has gotten very into her already, so I've seen a lot of her power, a lot of her abilities, a lot of what she's capable of. So I'm excited to see if she comes in later on, whether or not she'll come up into the meta and be considered a stable rescue that's totally worth it to, sacrifice a first officer for if a mercenary gets banned or something of the sort. But she definitely can make things work. She can also, pallet stun the hunter if she's capable. I've seen a lot of really good balloon rescue plays with the journalist as well, so she'd be very exciting to see. We've got the Night Watch out already. The journalist could come in later, but we're already starting off with those interesting picks. I think, again, elimination stage, that was fun. I think there was a journalist there as well, so if you're interested in seeing her interaction, you could possibly see her there, but it's just been great so far, Jung. I mean, every time we try to think of highlights, we're like, oh, and this was good, and this was good, and this was good. So another huge congratulations to both CT and Touch and Go, because the amount of work that they put in, both with each other and as their hunters against the survivors, has just been incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and so we talked about both the Night Watch and the journalist being like new to the competitive gameplay. And actually, like, I'm going to talk something off topic that's not in play this IVA, but it will be in play soon, is that there's actually going to be like a new banning system implemented in the 2023 Summer IVL, and this is actually, we're going to be introducing the global bans, and the global bans I think will be a huge factor of competitive IDV moving on. And those of you who don't know, I can like sort of explain. In short, is that the first 2 survivors being selected from the survivor team comp will be ineligible the entire game, which means that let's say you locked in the mercenary and anti-Quarian in BO1 as we saw just now, then they're not ineligible to be chosen in BO2 and BO3. So I'm excited to see this play off in future competitive IDV as well, Veronica.
Yeah, the next time we hop into an IVA, and I think I was double checking, we're actually on, I think, the 5th IVA now, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, a total huge thank you to Nell for doing it for so long and doing it so wonderfully too. I shouted him out earlier, but I'll do it 2 times because I mean it. One for Nello and one for Mello, if you will. But maybe we'll see that implemented in a future IVA. It'll be very interesting to watch if we do. But and again, another huge congratulations to Touch and Go for continuing on. And if you guys are big 02 fans, don't worry, as John promised you, they will be in BO3 today against Jocks. And you are caught up with things, so what are your thoughts on what that matchup could possibly mean?
I'm actually thinking like the 02 versus Jocks. Like, one thing to remind you of 02 versus Jocks, which is later, is that this is a lower bracket match, which means that whoever loses will be eliminated. So the last matchup for today is a do or die situation for both teams. So which means that both teams will be giving it their all. I said you cannot afford to play safe, and you cannot afford to like keep secrets, because if you have something saved up and you don't use it now, then it maybe you don't have a chance to use it at all. So this is definitely one thing that we should be like taking note of. But then again, as I said, CT fan, if you're a CT fan, then you make sure to tune into the last match for today, and see if what will happen. This may be a potential chance that they'll be eliminated, and they'll be doing whatever they can to survive. Same also applies to Jocks fans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will talk a little bit more about 02 because they're our team from our day. So I am excited to see how they're able to pull that off. They will be in the lower bracket. And as Jung mentioned, that is a fight for your life. If you don't clog your way out of that, you're just out. But even if you are down in that bracket at the moment, that'll be your last hurrah. And everyone who is here did fight very hard to make it here, from the original elimination stages up here into the playoffs, and everyone has been doing a beautiful job so far. So with secret picks, we could be seeing one of those for ZT. They are very good at that, but we've been off to a strong start with a lot of surprise picks. I mean, we've got Disciple, Nightwatch, we saw a Doctor, we saw a Magician. They're just really pulling out all of the stops that they can think of to throw us off our game and make us have an excellent time, and hopefully Phoenix and Aquarius will be able to provide that for us as well.
Yeah, because Veronica, you'll be doing the Phoenix and Aquarius match later with Kira. So, you can talk about. So, what do you think about those two matchups? Like, what do you expect? Like, we expecting to be seeing like another like unconventional picks, or maybe some more exciting gameplay?
I think we'll be seeing exciting gameplay, but I will predict maybe something a little bit more conventional. You know, you want to play it safe, especially in these early rounds. We've got teams with a reputation right now for playing crazy picks, so either they'll follow in their footsteps or maybe calm it down a little bit. But when Kira gets here, I'm sure I can grill her about that as well, which will be quite soon. So again, for the millionth time, and I can't say this enough, congratulations, Touch and Go. I mean, beating out ZT is very impressive as well, considering they were just in KOA, Call of the Abyss, and they did manage to advance quite far, which was very impressive. And I've held off on that until now, but I like to refer to them as old little friends because I hung out with them in that tournament too. But an excellent job from them today. Ares, of course, pulling out that Naiad. Really good map control. Did manage to not pull, got that draw in the first round, and then unfortunately did lose on the Ars Factory, but really mobile with that Harpoon, which is very impressive. And it's been a very staple play of the Naiad, I think, Jong, when she gets taken out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep, I definitely agree with that. Like, Ares did very good, but TNG Survivor as well. So anyways, if you're at the chat, make sure to like hype things up and hyping up the stream, because like we're only still at the first matchup of today. We still have like two matchups later. One is going to be Aquarius and Phoenix, and the other one will be 02 playing once again. So if you're still at the chat here, just make sure to give support to the team, because I'm pretty sure all the players would love to see like everyone screaming off the stream, like just saying that, oh, I support you guys, come on, do your best, like stuff like that. So yeah, make sure to stay stay involved. As we will be also staying involved, right, Veronica?
Yeah, stay positive. Give shout outs to your favorite teams, your favorite members. Spam those hearts in chat, spam those celebration emojis, whatever you can think of. Do it, have fun. I'll cheer you on as well as one of the watchers. But I do believe we should be cutting to a short break around now. And next we will be hopping into Phoenix versus Aquarius. And I will still be with you. And we will be seeing the lovely Kiera make her little debut for this IVA.
Yeah, guys, I'm pretty sure we're all excited. So, yep. Okay.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの団体にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして？いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの団体にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー。 これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ。罪を受け止めろ。 私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Everyone, and welcome back to IVA. So we are here in the Identity V arena. I'm here with the beauty and brains, Kira. She will be my co-caster for this portion of today. And what we will be seeing today is going to be Phoenix versus Aquarius to start us off for our second matchup. So Kira will be on later as well. Of course, she'll be commentating for Jockstrox versus ZT, as we've just figured out will be the to be decided that was decided in the last round that Jong and I did. So if you're just tuning in now, hi, I'm Veronica. Very happy to be here with you. And we are on day 2 of the IBA playoffs. Kira, how are you feeling so far today?
Honestly speaking, I'm not too sure what to expect because Phoenix and Aquarius are teams that I'm not too familiar with because, I believe they're new teams here. And I believe one of the members of Phoenix is a very veteran tournament player. He goes by a different name now, but he's a very famed drum player back then called Zen Owo, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, we did see them take out, I believe we did see them have a Dream Wedge in their pool as we watched them in the elimination stage, which saw one from Phoenix, and then that's kind of where you get most of the information from these teams. So again, if you're new, the elimination stages are up, the VODs are here for you to watch and get more familiar with these new faces. And it's one of the beautiful things, I think, about Community Tourney the most, IBA being the biggest Southeast Asian IDB community tourney, officially sponsored by Ninnies and sponsored even further by one of their wonderful English casters, Nello Mello. So IBA is a wonderful thing, and what is wonderful, I think, about Grassroots Tourney, Kira, the most is the way that you get to see all of these new teams come up and these new players and surprise us and make their debuts and maybe even move on to bigger things later down the line, like Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a community tournament. I feel like it encourages the community to participate in tournaments. They might be a bit nervous or scared to take on something as big as COA, but if it's something smaller scale like IVA, they might be more comfortable because, you have your friends around and it's less intense. So, you'll be around familiar faces and just the region in general and not just exposed to whole world because, honestly speaking, that'd be quite scary.
It is frightening. The Koa main stage is so scary. I was not there as a player, but oh goodness, it was scary to cast that as well. I mean, there are so many people watching the stream and so many people watching your every move, and it is so high stakes, but we are going to be getting into our list now. So Phoenix, of course, coming in with their lineup here. So we will be seeing Tuame, we'll be seeing Riffernon on the Hunter side, familiar name, Rossarin, Phosphorus, we'll be seeing Raphael, we'll be seeing Yazen, and Boyman today. I'm very particularly fond of Boyman myself, and of course these graphics are gorgeous. Thank you so much to the Prod team and Entity for coming up with these wonderful little things. I have enjoyed every little moment watching them, but Phoenix, very excited to see what they're capable of. I mean, a Phoenix rises from the ashes, and I'll let Kira get into everyone's favorite, maybe least favorite zodiac sign, the Aquarius.
Alright, a little fun fact, I'm also Aquarius myself.
Oh!
Alright, but okay, that's a little irrelevant. So on the hunting side, we have Nanino and 6 OKs, I believe.
Yes!
Okay. Alright, survivors, we have Eplison, Ichigo, and okay too, but with extra K and Kurokawa. All very unfamiliar names, and that's also the beauty of having community tournaments. You get new players who are willing to step out their comfort zone to try new things. But there might also be very veteran players who just want a new identity for now, but we will see about that.
Oh my goodness, grassroots tourneys, community tourneys, it gets to show us the up and go, the rising stars of the Identity 5 competitive scene. So love seeing those new names come in. And of course, we did actually talk about the OKs while we were sort of hanging out, waiting for the stream to start. We were just here an hour or two beforehand, hanging around, talking with each other so we could get more comfortable. And I think we concluded we'll call them OK and the other one OKK, we got the extra one down, but hopping into our band pick soon, what are you kind of expecting? Something conventional, something totally offbeat like we saw in the last few rounds? I mean, the Priestess to start, we are here on the Sacred Heart Hospital, so a very good band to start us off with.
Yep, absolutely, because Priestess is an absolute menace in the hospital. Not only is she a good character in the hospital, she's also an extremely good support. If you were to place like normal portals just at the balcony area, you can actually assist our teammates a lot, especially when that small hut is actually a very popular first chase spot for hunters to go to. So if you were to take a hit and just transition through the portal, you can be potentially a very good kiting spot. And now going on to the first two picks of the day, we have Antiquarian and Prospector. Straight to the harassers.
Yeah, they are coming right in with those strong harasser characters. They are preparing for any hunter that does not have excitement to counter them. So, you know, they're gearing up, ready to support each other. We are in a meta where the survivors communicate so much and work together so much. They want to keep each other safe. They want to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, and they want to fight the hunter back. And, you know, as we all know, friendship is magic. So they will be able to hopefully make that work with that Prospector, with that Antiquarian. But, of course, Kira, they did get nerfed a little bit recently, so support has been a little bit harder, particularly for the Prospector. Do you think he can still hold his own as well as he has been doing so far?
I believe the Prospector may not be a very good first kite character because he has one magnet, but not to worry, he has his buddy, the Antiquarian with him, so you get to stand us together. Yeah, I feel like it'll be hell for the hunter. And going into our next two bands, we feels like Nanino is cutting off the rescuers. We have First Officer and Mercenary just off the bench directly.
Survivor pool into the little sidelines bench. Maybe they'll get water for their co-players and see if they can work that out. But for now, the Mercenary and the First Officer out. Don't want to deal with those beefy, fast guys who can not only kite you well, but also rescue from you pretty decently too. So a little bit of a nightmare. But we are going to be seeing one of my favorite characters. We're going to see the Dancer come in, Kira. So what are your thoughts on Dancer on Hospital? I mean, especially because she can use that main building so well with her music boxes.
Dancer has actually been on the rise on bans for tournaments. She may not be the best kiter out there because a lot of hunters counter her actually, but when it comes to teamwork, she is absolutely just a cockroach that you want to get rid of, because when you want to place her boxes strategically, sorry, that's a hard word. Strategically, it kind of forces the hunter to break their boxes, and when that happens, it actually buys a lot of time for the teammates to transition from one spot to another. So Dancer may not be the most in-your-face strong character, but when it comes to teamwork, you definitely want to have on your team, and for the hunter, you definitely want to have her off. But it looks like Nanino is just trying to cut off the rescuers absolutely, with forward being a next ban. So it just leaves Coordinator and I believe a new character, the Journalist, in for just the rescuers.
Could take out that Wildling, but probably don't want to. He is very slow and can be a little bit difficult to use unless you are a veteran Wildling player and you totally know what you're doing. I know I myself tried to play the Wildling, did not go well. I haven't tried to play the Wildling again, and I don't think I will. So maybe we'll be seeing him today, maybe we'll be seeing the Journalist. That would be very exciting, as you mentioned, Kira. Jong and I were talking about it last round before we were getting into things, waiting for the round to start, so they do have the opportunity and maybe they'll take it, but instead they could go for a safer character like the Coordinator. She is a good kiter. It would add, however, to their little harasser and stunner brigade, which could encourage the hunter to take excitement instead of something like Blink.
I agree with you, but when it comes to rescuers, Coordinator may not be the best pick because it just makes her very easy chase target. Looks like they're going with a no rescuer strategy instead, going with the Acrobat. Acrobat being a very good OB character, not only is he a very good kiter when it comes to rescuing, he can potentially do a lot of things to a hunter that may kind of like just throw the hunter off their rocks.
The Acrobat being one of the strongest kiters in the game, he's on the up and up since, I believe, Code 5 was when he started to get extremely popular. He did get a major buff before that point, which meant that, in case you guys are new to IDV, I played Acrobat for a very long time before he got his very, game-changing, life-altering buff, where he can throw his bombs as he moves. He used to not be able to do that. You just had to stand there and take the chance. So it was a lot of going over windows, trying to avoid terror shocks, but He is on the up and up. That acrobat is strong. He can throw those bombs. He starts off with 3 of them. They all do different things. We've got a lot of resources to use on the Survivor site, come to think of it, Kira. So I do wonder how they will make that work. What are your thoughts on this as a team comp? Oh, I lied. What are your thoughts on Bon Bon against this team comp?
I do think that Bon Bon is a pretty good pick because when it comes to what you want to do is to cut off the support from the anti-current if possible. But when it comes to chasing the anti-current, the Bon Bon is actually very good against anti-current because you can just use bombs to scare away because the anti-current is a very narrow range. I would say narrow range hunter. I mean, she's as terrifying as Hunter herself, but she's a very narrow range harasser. So yeah, with Bon Bon, the bombs around it just makes it very hard for her to get close to you to harass to potentially get that rescue of the balloon.
He can create a situation where he can sort of put a fence around himself with those bombs, get the Antiquarian out of the way, make sure that everything's going well, and put down a little red carpet of them of his own in order to down the Survivor once more if they do struggle free. So Bon Bon, of course, being a very good pick, as Kira has explained to us so kindly. So we're going to see that our final lineup is Raphael on that Dancer, we're going to see Yazen on that Prospector, Thosfarush on that Acrobat, and Boy Man is going to take up the Antiquarian here. So very exciting. Dancer, of course, spawning in the hospital, not surprising there, but Kira, I wonder where the Bon Bon will place himself.
I reckon it wouldn't be too far away from the middle because that's where you want to be at because yeah. Alright, Bon Bon just spawning right next to hospital. I believe that his best optimal chase target would be the Prospector. Because Acrobat with his bombs, he can potentially create a lot of distance and just pull away to like a pallet or wall area where it's harder for Bon Bon to get him down, especially at zero presence. So yeah, and Dancer will be out of question because she spawns at the hospital, which is a very good kiting spot. You want to just avoid that early game.
Yeah, hospital is perhaps the scariest thing for hunters. I think they probably see it in their nightmares at this rate. But let's get right into the action. I'm Veronica. This is Kira. We are here with Phoenix versus Aquarius for our second matchup of today in IVA. And it seems that actually the Bon Bon, considering being brave for a second, maybe going for that Dancer and then deciding, no, I don't want to have a scary dream tonight. So instead, we are going to be chasing in the ruins area. And as Kira said, like the genius she is, the Prospector is going to be our first chase target.
Right, Prospector having only one magnet for like the start of the game just makes him a very easy target because you just have to beat a magnet out and yeah, you're just down to regular hits. And Prospector, I believe, trying to just pull away into hospital, misses a swing right there, gets a magnet push and just creating more distance for him and the Hunter. And here we can see how terrifying Dancer is with like a slow box in support. It really gets a swing right there and insolence, I believe.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, every single Dancer box is on the floor right now in the hospital to make it as nightmarish as possible for this Bon Bon here. So Prospector going to be forced to transition a little bit away from the hospital here, carrying knee-jerk reflex, which means that he avoids that blink at Kira. How wonderfully timed, the Persona Web coming into play there, getting a little bit faster, avoiding that hit from the blink from the Bon Bon. So blink has been expended, Prospector still on the field, but that bomb is going to finally knock him down. He will be placed on the chair for the first time, but Cyphers are making very good progress. One has already been popped, and soon following will be at least one more.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prospector is a bit of a pity that he couldn't hide a little longer in the hospital. However, that was a bit of a good call because the basement is there, and you absolutely do not want to die in the basement when it comes to Bon Bon, because when it comes to rescue, it just means that you don't have much to avoid the bombs. And first you threw that chip damage there. Looks like they're trying to go in for a double rescue to make sure that the rescue succeeds because Bon Bon being a very strong camp hunter he's terrifying that way.
Very scary situation they're in. The Antiquarian coming in with her support, the Acrobat coming in with his support as well. Everyone on the field trying to protect this poor Prospector. He is going to knock back the Bon Bon. Dancer has seemingly picked up some of the boxes just a little bit, but Prospector is going to have the last effort popped on him, so he will be falling down sometime soon. But Bon Bon, of course, carrying Blink, as we learned earlier. The Antiquarian could potentially come in and try and harass and save, but gotta be careful. As Kira mentioned, there can be bombs on the floor, and you need to be wary of those. The the Antiquarian on half health, not worth it. Better play it safe, and instead we are going to continue on with just pushing our ciphers comfortably, working on them, healing up, Acrobat in the area, just making sure that everything is working out for the survivor side.
Yes, and it looks like they are playing safe by going for that cell. It looks like they're just not going to rescue Prospect at all, but however, you can see someone nearby just triggering a tinnitus, so Bomb wouldn't be going into hospital to find those two survivors that were healing up. It looks like they're both healed up and ready to go.
Yeah, they sacrificed the Prospector for a little bit of healing, and let's hope that it's worth it in the end, lest his sacrifice be in vain. But we're going to see another box placed down here strategically by the Dancer so well. She's making sure that she uses this hospital as much as she can. Bon actually just clearing out all of these boxes so far. Something that I find attorney a lot, sometimes we see the Hunter and they don't break the boxes, and we're all like, why aren't you breaking that? Why aren't you breaking that? But Nanino is going to put an end to the no break box rumors, but going to drop down here after throwing the bomb out and going to change targets, it seems, to the Acrobat instead.
Right, he does not want to spend any more time trying to chase someone in the hospital because it's just such a good kiting spot, and it just means that survivors have a lot more time to decode. It looks like he's chasing Acrobat off the last cipher, but misses a blink. But guess not cheap damage there. But back to it, it's not much of a problem for the survivors because both of them are decoding two other ciphers away from where the Acrobat is.
Charging up a bomb of his own, but unfortunately going down to Bonbons instead. We will be seeing our friend Mike Morton, the Acrobat, sit on the chair for the first time. Luckily, 2 ciphers remaining. They need to push it as much as they can. We are at about 44 minutes and 30 seconds in this game so far, working out to the best of their ability. They do have 2 ciphers remaining. They do have 3 survivors on the field, so they're going to have to be careful about how they push this here. I mean, is the Antiquarian going to come in for the rescue? Are they going to try and push the ciphers? What are they going to do now?
I feel like the best bet would be before half rescue or gate opening. However, this is a bonbon they're talking about, and ciphers are not prime. You do not want to risk that because this is just not the most. This is not single hunter you're talking about. He's terrifying with bombs and with like second presence. You just get a lot of bombs generated in a very short time. You just want to buy as much time as possible till the cipher is primed to get the person off the chair.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for it now, but unfortunately using the flywheel, getting downed, and the cipher is popped, so the Acrobat was actually able to be rescued after all. What an amazing job there. The communication totally on the line, managing to get that flywheel and still get to the chair to rescue the Acrobat. So 3 survivors on the field still doing their best. What an excellent job so far from these survivors. Acrobat will be forced to be the detention guide here, and we'll see if he can last long enough for them to get these gates open. Unfortunately, every time I say something, I jinx it. He will go down.
Right. However, Acrobat just dying at the big gate, and I believe Bonbon did have trump card, so it's yeah, I don't think he switch over to teleport right away, which means that he needs a lot more time to get over to their gate. I believe it's the female dancer on the gate. Thankfully not the Antiquarian for the survivor side, because Antiquarian actually has a gate opening debuff.
Yeah, they actually, half their team had a gate opening debuff, which is quite funny. They had a 50-50 chance of seeing who would be on the gate and if they'd be good at it or not. But we are going to see our statistics in the end. So all of the survivors kind of evenly divided out their contain time, except for the Dancer, who did a lot of the decoding all on her own. Thank you to Dancer for completing the sort of stay-at-home job while everyone else goes to war, holding down the fort and all of that nonsense. But, I mean, Kira, how do you feel about these stats? Just everyone sort of equally containing and taking their time with the bonbon.
Even though Dancer may not have the most containment time, we can really see that she spent a lot of time trying to support her teammate in the hospital by setting up those boxes, which really helped in a lot of sense, because having those boxes around the hospital just makes it very hard for the hunter to just chase a survivor and just rotate around. They're forced to break the boxes, which means that the teammate lives for another day.
Yeah, you either take that priestess or you take that dancer in the hospital, and both of which are kind of a nightmare for the poor hunter. I mean, those slow boxes set up so they were able to rotate around even better than they already can in hospital, which again is really a hunter nightmare. We will be seeing another match on Hospital after this one too for our second half, so I'm interested in how that plays out. But considering we are starting on a draw, it means that we're still in anyone's game territory, which is always very exciting to get into. When things are even, the stakes are not higher, but they're sort of, you want to see what everyone's going to pull out, if they're going to try and keep the pace even, or if they're going to try and push for that win in the end. So I wonder how Phoenix and Aquarius will proceed into the next round.
Right, it was such a balanced game too, because when they chose Bonbon, it was a very strong idea that they really want to just go for the most stable outcome ever, which is the tie. Because Bonbon, he's not a weak hunter, but when it comes to him, his bombs are just so terrifying. You wanna like just settle for a tie if possible, because when the first person gets on chair, one of the safer options, depending on how many ciphers have been decoded, is to just not rescue at all.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and poor Bonbon having to hang out in that hospital, and then unfortunately, missing that blink on the acrobat. Was still able to get the down with the bomb, luckily. Very well placed bombs as well. Super fun gameplay to watch. Thank you, everyone. And by that I mean the players, for being brave enough to come and play on the stage for us. But as for now, we're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be back with you for a round 2 second half.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。 俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone. I hope you are not sick of hearing me greet you as we come back into each round, as I've done it a million times now. But I'm Veronica. I am here today with Kira. We are here with the Identity 5 Arena for today, for June. Really exciting. I forgot what month it was, but that's okay. Instead, we will be talking about the matchups that we're looking at. So last match, we just saw a draw with Bon Bon. You know, we watched Aquarius hunt first. Phoenix did their surviving. We were on the Sacred Heart Hospital. So we'll be heading back to the hospital. Let's hope that nobody is sick, because it's not a very good hospital for treating people, but we will be seeing that come into play again, and this time around we will be seeing Aquarius on the survivor side and Phoenix on the hunter side. So Kira, what are your thoughts? Are you excited to see that play out? I mean, we just watched that excellent Bon Bon match too, so
absolutely, because both teams are at a tie right now. I'm kind of interested to see which team will take the lead, because honestly speaking, they went by I've been playing in high tier rank a few seasons back, and I think those players probably changed their names. So I didn't recognize any of them. I didn't recognize their character pool. Everything is like a surprise, you know, you just don't know what to expect. So they might just bring out an unconventional hunter that we are all hyping for, just manifesting it.
Hope and let's pray. I'd love to see a meta hunter as well. They're always so fun to watch just because of what they're capable of. I do think that Phoenix did bring out a Dream Witch when they were in the elimination stage, but not quite sure if that would be the strongest move here on the hospital of all maps. But Kira, in a general sense, what are your favorite hunters to see on hospital? Like, it's such a survivor-sided map some of the time because of that main building. Are there any characters you think really shine in terms of hunting under those conditions?
Okay, from my memories, I'm terrified of Geisha in hospital.
Ah.
Because, you know, she can just fly through the walls. Like, the walls don't mean anything to her. She just throw a butterfly over, especially at second presence. She just flies so fast. And, right, yeah, that's my scariest hunter to face in hospital. How about you?
Oh my goodness. I'm scared of Clerk on any map ever. She can perform pretty okay on there, but definitely Geisha is a very strong contender for someone who is able to handle the hospital pretty well. Breaking that line of sight with the butterflies is crucial, but she can catch up to you a lot quicker, so that is definitely a very good pick. If Junmei is looking for suggestions, maybe you'd like to bring out that Geisha if you're confident in her. But speaking of characters being brought out, being brought in, whatever, the Antiquarian will be our first ban for today, Kira, which is not at all surprising. I mean, she's so meta, she's so strong, but who do you think they might bring in instead? Just a general, you know, show? We could have that priestess or that dancer.
Yeah, like, banning the Antiquarian first just means you're allowing the priestess out. And priestess in the hospital is just so annoying. It looks like they're trying to go for a teamwork strategy instead by having the Seer and, of course, the most stable rescuer in the entire character pool of survivors, the mercenary. However, like, just to mention, if I'm not wrong, Tuamei is also a very good Geisha main himself.
Ooh. We could be on the nose with your Geisha suspicion. That's not how that word works. But we could be seeing that Geisha come in as suspected That's what we meant to say. However, Antiquarian off the field, we'll be getting into our next band soon. Choosing not to select that priestess is definitely a very interesting pick with the hospital in play. She's so strong with it. She can set up such good support portals that I really do wonder, they're going for this classic seer and mercenary instead. So they must be very, very confident in these very classic meta characters, bring them out when you can. And we will be seeing the priestess get banned, of course, and the prospector as well.
It looks like the hunter is just trying to cut out the top two harasser characters of the selection. Not wanting to get Cypher Rush and also having two other menace on the field. Yeah, I feel like that's what the hunter is going for, trying to cut off harassers, and even if a harasser like Forward or Walling gets released, at least like you have that decoding debuff to work around with.
Ooh, speaking of harassers and decoding debuffs and things, we're actually going to see the Batter taking the stage. Batter, of course, a very interesting character to have out onto the field. He is very hard to control, as I think that the Batter aim is a nightmare, but anyone who's good with him is very good with him. He can sort of fill in for that Antiquarian to the best of his ability. I mean, he can use that bat, he can swing at the hunter, he can try and get those balloon rescues, he can stun, knock back, buy some time for his teammates with support, but don't want too much support on the field, so the barmaid is actually going to be taken out next. So I do wonder, could we be seeing a Dream Witch after all?
I think you're right. I really do think it's a Dream Witch because, barmaid can be quite annoying to deal with as a support and also as a character if you don't get her down fast enough. But I believe that one of the hunters the hunter that's most scared of Dream Witch that I could think of right now is a Dream Witch. So I believe it might be a Dream Witch that we can be seeing.
Yeah, especially considering it was in the elimination stage, so I'm not going crazy, and I do recall things, but in terms of barmaid being banned, having the psychologist on the field against a Dream Witch does always work out in your favor, so if she does end up coming in as the hunter for today, she'll have a decent time, but still gonna have to be careful of that hospital, still gonna have to be careful with that batter, gonna have to be careful with that seer and the support and the mercenary as well for the rescues. Here, this is a very solid team comp.
Yeah,
There she is.
We are having a Dream Witch after all. It looks like survivors might be a little slower when it comes to decoding, but I do believe that they are quite well balanced with Psychologist and Seer having been able to take 3 hits. If timed well, I believe that 3 hits, having a 1 extra hit could buy you a lot of time. And it looks like, we do have a Seer on hand also, so he could give a potential 1 extra hit to Psychologist, let's say she's going for the first kite, which makes a very, very annoying first chase to deal with.
Yeah, literally doubling the amount of hits that you would need to use on this character in order to get her down, which would certainly not be something that the Dream Witch is in the market for today. But I'm very excited to see how this plays out. Here on the hospital, gonna have to be very careful, gonna have to avoid that main building, but we'll be getting into our spawn selections now. So, okay with the 2Ks is on the Seer. We'll be seeing okay with the 1K on the Mercenary, Kuryokawa on the Psychologist, and Ishigo on the Batter here. So they're all set up. Batter in the hospital. He is safe in there.
Right, it looks like they want to keep that battle especially safe because when you have a battle against a Dream Witch, she's not really the best character against a Dream Witch, so you just want to give him the best cutting spot. Unlike a CN Psychologist who can take 1 extra hit. And it looks like Dream Witch is taking the same spot as the Bonbon in the previous match, if you remember.
Yeah, I love seeing when everyone sets up the same way as they did in the prior match. I don't know why, but there's just something silly about it. It's like a mirror match in its own way. We're like, oh, will they chase the same person first? Where will they go? What are their routes? Are they going to do the same rotations? But we'll see when that happens. However, as we're getting our little loading screen on now, hello, Miss Tomie. We are getting into the match. I'm Veronica, this is Kira. We are your casters for this portion of today, and it seems that the Dream Witch will be transitioning herself into the hospital. She is carrying detention, and I believe that would be insolence. So she is carrying that. Thank you for the zoom up. And we are going to be starting with our first chase on the Batter here. Ooh!
Gets the hit right there. Dream Witch, knowing that he wants to vault the window, just blocked it for him, which kind of made sure that the battle is contained inside the hospital. He has to make this kite last. That was a very fast first hit. Dream was just doing cipher control, trying to chase Seal off his cipher. But has to be extra careful because the basement is there.
Yeah, always gotta watch out for that basement. You don't want to be cheered there by any hunter, but especially one that can patrol the field outwards and inwards. So coming in with the charged up bat here. Let's hope he can get the hit, and he does, so we gain some distance, but going to destroy that ball. So he's only got 2 left to work with now. He's got to make it count. Batter continuing on, running backwards, landing another hit, but as you mentioned, Kira, Batter is not the best character against a Dream Witch. Another follower can just continue on despite the hit on the other.
Right, and looking at the statistics, the Dream Witch blink is already up, and I believe that even though Beta might have balls to use, Dream Witch blink can probably get him down fast enough if she doesn't miss the blink, because this is actually not too bad. Oh, uses a blink and gets Beta down.
Yeah, Batter is going to go down. We are going to see him on the ground. Luckily, he did die in a corner away from the ciphers, but the Dream Witch's main body moving away from the Batter in order to have even more control here on the field. Batter going to be picked up by the follower. Dream Witch, of course, going to come back to us, and she's actually going to be chasing another target currently working on a cipher while also guarding the Batter. So a lot of impressive moves from this Dream Witch today. I mean, the vault to get the first hit on the Batter, the comfortability with changing targets and guarding around the field. But we're going to be heading back to the Batter now, Kira, and it does seem that one of our little teammates, the mercenary, will be coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, and I would say this is not so good on the hunter side because considering that's the terror shot. That was a surprise.
Yeah, don't expect that. And the blink coming in. So we've created a double down immediately. I am extremely impressed with Tuame. I'm not gonna lie to you. Gonna land a leech on the mercenary as well. Batter will be falling down. Mercenary will be falling down as well. They will both. The Batter will be seeing the chair again. Hopefully soon the mercenary could be cheered as well. Just currently standing over, waiting for her little daughter to appear and come help her out with this little arts and crafts, placing someone on a chair, putting them in balloons. You know how it is. So the Batter will be seeing the chair for the second time, and the mercenary, I mean, wow, Kira, that terror shock is such a game changer.
Right, I'm so speechless. I was about to say Dreamwitch got her first hit very early, however, when Beta was on the chair, 3 ciphers has already popped despite the very early first hit. And getting a little traffic jam situation there. However, gets a pellet stun, that's about how to use, tries to go for the block, but Dreamwitch knowing what's up, just switching targets to Sia, believe him quite defenseless once the hour is gone. Yeah, looks like she'll be changing targets and just getting a Sia instead.
Oh my goodness, gonna come back to the mercenary and get rid of that last Batter ball. He now has nothing to work with, and if he gets turned again, it's back to the manor for him. But we're going to be seeing a heal on the Batter, luckily, from the psychologist, some support from across the field with her remote heal. Mercenary sitting on the chair, now over half. The Batter will probably have to come in and rescue him or the Seer, as the psychologist would be the most optimal survivor to continue decoding. But it seems that she's going to just come in the area as well, come in for this rescue. They'll, divide and conquer, each get one teammate, and then it's fair and square. Ooh!
Goes for the blink and gets the psychologist down immediately, not letting her to have any chance to have that extra health to use up, but it just means that if you get the psychologist rescued, she's back to having 2 hits. But however, this is not a very bad turnout for the Dream Witch. She has potentially put on, I think, 3 different survivors on the chair already, I believe. So things are looking actually pretty good for her.
Yeah, we're playing a little bit of a game of musical chairs. I mean, get 2 of them down, they'll be sent right back to the manor. It's a question of seeing if they can heal up, seeing if they can support each other, seeing if they can make it away from this Dream Witch. But the map control is absolutely insane. Coming in with the blink there for distance, missing out on the mind game, but still able to create a good sandwich situation. With this Batter going to break that pallet, continuing on to sandwich him up. The other survivors, it seems, are working on the ciphers. They're supporting one another. The psychologist is coming in to help out the Batter as well, Kira.
It looks like they're putting all their trust in the Batter to make the kite last. Because with one survivor each ciphers are actually enough. They just have to protect this Batter, make sure that he does not go down. It looks like we're almost down to our last cipher with the final cipher like 60%, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, it will be primed hopefully soon. They are working on it to the best of their ability. Dreamwitch is speeding across the map, making it to this final cipher in order to put some pressure on. The Seer here gotta be careful. No owls left to utilize and on half health, so one hit and he will be downed, and he doesn't want to sit on that chair again. No, sir. So we will be seeing them heal up in the meantime, just trying to divide and conquer strength in numbers. Don't want to make sure that they're down, and hopefully they'll be able to get another cipher primed soon.
Dreamwitch going for the block again. Goes blue fire art there. She doesn't have a blink to utilize, I believe, but Sia is trapped in this, what we call in Chinese is death corner, literally translated. It looks like, yeah, I don't think I transition away, and Ghost was, oh, he has an owl. I was not expecting that at all.
Yes, he charged that up at the last second. He didn't have one, and then he got hit, and he did, and it was just amazing job getting that resource. But unfortunately, we are going to see the Seer go down, so he will be sitting on the chair soon. Dreamwitch moving the main body back to the cipher with so much progress on it, but Batter has actually started a new cipher, which he is working on right now, as we can see it from the handy dandy corner. Seer, however, not going over half on the chair, luckily, which means that they can come in and rescue him. So they're dividing and conquering. Of course, I've said it a lot this game, but that seems to be their excellent strategy, where the Dreamwitch is dividing and conquering with all those followers, and the Survivors are doing the same. So Psychologist coming in for the support, body blocking for the Seer, Mercenary trying to work on this cipher, Batter working on his own. Let's see how this plays out. I mean, wow.
Right, Mercenary just baiting Dreamwitch to get a hit on him so the follower on him gets removed. That was a very good call because ciphers are enough betters on new cipher. That I believe will be 4 men on gate opening. Things are not looking too good for the Goes on pop instead.
Yes!
I feel like Mercenary just wants to remain that full health on gate opening.
Yeah, they definitely want to be very careful with that, but we're going to see this is not a good situation for the Dreamwitch. Doing really well in the middle of the game, working to the best of her ability, but now, Kira, there are no leeches on the field. Speak of the devil, we're going to see 1 on the Seer, but having no leeches when the cipher is popped is really not an optimal situation. Her position's not great. The dungeon is in the area, and the Seer is here ready to kite for it. So I wonder how she'll be able to recover and proceed from here.
Right, with only 1 leech on the field, I feel that it's not too much map pressure. I'm just trying to get a 1 kill, just trying to get a 1 kill on the Seer. He might have an hour charge up. No, goes off flying instead. Oh, gets that hit on the Seer when he make it to a dungeon. He's crying so hard towards it. No. Oh!
Last second! Oh my goodness! Using the blink in order to make it there and pick up the Seer right before he made it to the dungeon, having to swap, go with the main body, hitting with the leech follower, the flywheel getting him even closer. That was very close to a 4-man escape. I mean, what a way to start the match. They've pulled themselves into the lead with such grace and such good teamwork and strategy, and I'm flabbergasted by all of that.
Like what you mentioned previously, friendship is magic.
It is!
Teamwork makes the dream work. It was such a big turnover though. Like Dreamwitch got the first hit pretty fast, and at the point there were like two survivors on a chair, and I believe the Seer made the kite last for them to get healed up and ready to decode again, which what really turned the game around.
Yes. They have shown us really what they're capable of here. I mean, congratulations to Aquarius for that one. Their containment times are so high, and especially against a Dreamwitch, that's not really what you get because she tends to be in the main body a lot of the time. So you don't get the containment that you get with other hunters with Dreamwitch, but they still managed to pull that off so eloquently. And a huge congratulations to Aquarius for winning this first round here. Some representation for Kira in terms of her zodiac sign, but for that, we will get back to you later and discuss that matchup a little bit more. But for now, we're going to cut to a short break.
子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の信徒だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Again for the 100th time, everyone. Very excited to see you once more. We are coming off of a very exciting round one, Kira. I mean, that Dream Witch match that was followed up with on Sacred in terms of Aquarius' survivors and how well they worked together, and the absolute rush of the sort of musical chairs that was played, so much target swapping. I mean, wow. What are your thoughts on how that played out in terms of like all the strategies and who did what and where?
It was so unfortunate for Dreamwitch, I feel, because like he really didn't get the first hit very fast, and he tried to continue better in the hospital, which wasn't too bad of a move because like the basement is dead. And the scary thing about Dreamwitch is even if you were to get a rescue against a Dreamwitch in basement, you might not be able to make it out because yeah, that's just how scary Dreamwitch can be. But yeah, like Dreamwitch, even with that Terror Shock Mercenary and down, like how did that become a win? I'm just so speechless.
Yeah, there were quite a few things that went on there. I have to applaud the survivors for their teamwork so much. I mean, they managed to pull the round with that. They almost got a whole 5-0, but unfortunately, as we saw, the seer was unable to make it to the dungeon. He couldn't crawl quite quick enough, but that was very impressive in terms of what they were able to pull off, what they could do. They managed to just stick it out until the end. They were all injured, all placed on the chair, but they swapped back and forth. They communicated well. They supported one another. They healed up. They made sure that nobody was sent back to the manor right up until the end there, and it was a very close call. I mean, I was really rooting for that seer to get out of the dungeon just because it would have been such a good highlight moment.
Right, like Sia used his flywheel to try to get to the dungeon, and Dreamwitch used his blink, so I guess it's like a fair trade-off in a sense. And yeah, it's a bit of pity that they couldn't get 4 survivors out, but a prop to the Dreamwitch effort for doing so much map control and just trying to get as many survivors down as possible. Like, just letting keep one, you know.
Yeah, even with the unfortunate loss in mind, we do certainly have to applaud and shout out the map control and the comfort with the Dream Witch to swap back and forth with the followers so much and chase a bunch of targets all at once, get so many people on the chair, get so many people down and injured all at once, but fortunately it didn't work out in the end. They divided and conquered as they needed to do, and their support was just enough to make it so that they won that round. But speaking of rounds, we're getting into our second one now. So this is BO2, of course, as you can see from the scoreboard. We are 5-3 at the moment, so Aquarius is winning. Phoenix is in their little close second there. So it's 1 win on the side of Phoenix, who will be playing Survivor to start. Oh, and of course, we're on the Lakeside Village, and on top of that, we have had a Survivor swap out. So we are going to see Rosa Rin in place of Phosphor Rush Kira to start us off.
Alright, very interested to see what Rosalind can bring on the table, because I have no idea what character pool does this player have, so it might be something very unexpected. I mean, it's like a community tournament after all. We have lesser rules. Like, is Novelist allowed? Because I'm pretty sure Novelist is not allowed in official tournaments, because you could just send your strongest player to kite. So like, yeah, I feel like this is like the beauty of having community tournaments. So
yeah, there's sorry. There's such a huge pool of characters to select from. Antiquarian and Mercenary coming in as the first bands. Very good picks. They can be quite a bit of a pest to deal with. And on the note of Novelist, yeah, not only that you can really send out your strongest player and then kite for one another, on top of that, he is hilariously buggy. Novelist is certainly an interesting character to play. I know when Novelist first released in his sort of like surprise play, I don't know how much you were involved with that event, but I was very excited about the lore, so I played a lot. And in terms of Dream Witch, I swapped with the Dream Witch when Novelist first released, you know, no bug testing or anything, and I then played a third-person perspective of the game where I just watched myself be downed and shared, which was, it was certainly something.
So yeah, what an experience. I remember when Novelist first came out, there was a bug that when you switch over to a hunter's body, you could actually press surrender for the hunter, which was...
I had a poor Hell Emperor I played with as well, who I swapped with him, and then he automatically lost all of his presence, so he just saluted and surrendered. Oh, the poor thing. But we are going to see Bon Bon be banned, of course, our little Novelist talk. I hope everyone enjoyed. It is fun to talk about meta and characters and funny little stories of what they can and can't do, but we hopping in with more meta survivors off the bat. We're going back to classical times with that forward and that Priestess. So, Priestess, what are your thoughts on Priestess on Lakeside? She has some strengths, but some weaknesses too.
She is definitely not the hunter's favorite character on this map, I must say, because with the big boat and like Lakeside Village being such a big map, it's, yeah, she can get quite pesky if you to set up a long distance portal from the big boat to anywhere in the map. Like, it doesn't have to be extremely far, but if you have to get on a boat, it just gets extremely troublesome for the hunter, because you have to like travel extra just to get up the boat to get to the long distance portal.
She is a bit of a pest in terms of that. Luckily, the map is very open, so you don't have to deal with as many portals as you would on like Ever Sleeping in terms of her usual ability, but that long portal is a real nightmare on Lakeside. That boat is such a strong kiting area that it's the same reason you don't want the toy immersion around. You do not want extra kiting strength on that boat. But we will be seeing the Prospector and the female Dancer be banned, so we won't be seeing them come out. Dancer, of course, an interesting ban, just I think more of a target than a Lakeside particular.
Although in see like the most stable rescuer being banned, not surprised. Antiquarian right now, I feel like the top 3 supposed default bans are Antiquarian, Seer, and Priestess. It used to be just Seer and Priestess, but now we have one more in the gang. Okay, cutting off Harasser support, which is the Prospector, but not too much of an issue because the Survivor does have a forward on hand.
Yeah, they have that harasser that they need. They have that forward. They're going to be able to work that out. The Priestess as well, really good support from the Psychologist. And our last ban will actually be the Toy Merchant, who is, as I mentioned offhand recently, she is extremely strong on Lakeside. There are a lot of really good places you can place those catapults, especially around the big boat, which is not an easy or fun place to kite around. But we'll be seeing the Patient and the Psychologist here today, Kira. I am so excited. They never get played together, and maybe we'll get to see some of their little secret abilities come out.
Oh, PDA. Anyway, it's a little unusual. I wouldn't say unusual, but like a little rare to see both Patient and Psychologist on the scene. So like, I don't think I've seen a lot of those couple teamworks.
Yeah, when they first released, I think we saw them in tourney together a little bit more, but that quickly fizzled, and they realized you can separate them, but I don't think you should. I think you should have to buy them together. But we'll be seeing a Sculptor come in, which is very interesting. I do hope maybe we'll see the Patient's fast rescue on the Psychologist or their cute little dash ability, but we've got a Sculptor here, and that's going to make for a very interesting play. Kira, what are your thoughts on Sculptor against this team comp here?
I honestly felt that if she were to even chase a forward for first kite, she wouldn't lose that too much, because like, even though like forward wouldn't be the most optimal chase for most hunters when it comes to Sculptor, if you can predict where the forward is dashing towards the troop, you can actually like place all statues there and potentially get chip hits, and also in that sense you get to waste his football, which just means that when it comes to rescuing later on, it's just harder for the rest of the survivors to make it happen.
Yeah, the Sculptor going to come in with that chip damage and save the day. We are seeing our finalized lineup here. So Raphael is on the Psychologist, Yazen on the Patient. We're going to see Rosarin, our latest new swap-in player, on the Priestess, and we're going to see Boyman on the forward. I'm sorry, forward, forgot your name for just a second. So they're going to start lining up pretty normal spawns, of course. We're going to see Priestess on the big boat. We're going to see Psychologist in the shack. We're going to see forward trying to figure out where we want to go. So those two are going to sort of line up in the middle, and the Patient's going to situate himself near the little boat, but not quite there.
Right. We can see like Gatia just spawning near the Psychologist. It looks like she would potentially be going for a Psychologist instead. It's honestly it's not a bad first find for the Hunter, I must say. However, with her extra health, it can be quite annoying, and with her little fiancé nearby, yeah, it could be potentially a very good kite for both of them to, because you know, like Patient can potentially help her transition to a better kiting spot.
You start off, you're ready, you're raring to go, you think this is perfect, and then some guy comes in and she gets to run away from you at max speed out of nowhere. But instead of that, we'll be getting right into the action and see if that happens anytime soon. Veronica, this is Kira, we are your casters for today, and we will be seeing this chase begin on the Psychologist. There are already some support portals set up by the Priestess on that big boat. Other survivors, of course, have begun their decoding, and we're going to see the Psychologist transition into the big boat as expected, as it is such a strong kiting area.
Here you can see like Priestess placing up portals. Oh, did she get sucked back inside? You can see like Priestess being a menace, absolute menace on the big boat as mentioned. Just setting up portals, helping and assisting the kite. Psychologist just making it last by just rotating around the big boat. I believe, is there a basement here? I hope not, because when Blink gets up, it can get quite risky for you to... Yeah, it looks like there's no basement, and the Psychologist is very, very safe.
Yes, so safe in fact that we are going to transition and kite a different survivor instead. So the priestess will now be our target of choice, utilizing one of those very good occasional long objects here on Lakeside in order to get more of a transition with that portal there. Going to have to be very careful about vaulting and moving around, now getting one statue hit away from a down. So that psychologist being a nightmare, but being able to get this priestess down so quickly, Kira, and we noticed where the basement was not, but that means we now know where it is. And it is far away, so we are good. And the forward coming in immediately for that rescue.
Yeah, he just does not want to give the hunter any chance, any potential of getting that second presence. And Priestess just trying to make this kite last, but it looks like, oh, I think the reason was in big shit instead. Forward just going for the rescue, just going for that stun and buying more time for Priestess to transition away. However, she's only 1 damage away from falling down.
The forward is really bullying this Galatea and doing it so well. Coming in with these long stuns on the sculptor, no hesitation, no problem. But these statues are so well placed. The priest is struggling to get a portal down, needing to move a little bit to the left. There's a statue there, don't want to get down, don't want to get hit, and going down anyway. So despite the beautiful support from the forward, the priestess will be sitting on the chair once more. Luckily, however, under half, so she won't be sent back to the manor quite yet, but on her second chair, 3 ciphers remaining. The psychologist currently outside of the boat, transitioning possibly into a different area, wanting to decode something else, get it back to work. And it seems that they are going to take their chances here with the priestess on chair.
Yeah, I think they're just going for the cell instead because forward when he went into harass and buy more time for the psychologist, he's not decoding, so like ciphers were not enough even though it did buy a lot of time. And not to mention, forward is down to his last bit of ball.
Not too many stuns left in that guy. He's a little bit tired and his ball is a little bit worn out. It will fall apart soon. But luckily we will be able to see Yazan take up our next kite, who is the patient. He is going to have to make sure he uses those hooks really well. He's got 3 of them still, and on top of that he has a flywheel. So of course we're going to see a first statue hit, going to have to be careful to avoid any others. The dungeon is in the area, which means now that everyone's sort of aware of where it is, but we're going to see a teleport Kira onto the psychologist instead here at the boat.
Right, she has to really make. Oh, this is a flywheel. She has to really make this kite last because like ciphers are really not enough, and forward being a slow decoder just does not help with the situation at all. The psychologist just down with the last chip damage, really has to make the kite last, but this is the second present sculptor we're talking about, so it's really hard for her to even last with that little chip left.
More the sculptor has, the scarier she is, and she already starts off a little bit scary, so they're certainly in a situation that is a situation. It's going to be hard to come out of this. She's using that chisel graveyard in order to try and, you know, land more hits with the statues, have some map control as she prevents them from decoding in peace, but 1 cipher remaining, so she is going to have to be very careful about how she proceeds about that. She's going to want to make sure they can't get that prime done. Boyman coming in on that forward, coming in for his second rescue of today. Gonna have to be really careful with these statues. So as you mentioned, Kira, ooh! Wow! Able to get the down on the forward and stuff the rescue.
A magnificent display of how scary a second present sculptor can be. It's just so hard to dodge her sculptors, and when you just don't have much of a leeway to dodge the statues of yours. Once it touches you, you get that chip damage on you. Unlike the first presence one, where you still have like a little reaction time. Oh, goes in for that.
Ooh. Beautiful flywheel from the patient in order to get the rescue off, but psychologist now on half health, the only person on the field. The forward is now going to see the chair, don't want him to self-heal or anything. He's still got a little bit of ball left to make that work, but patient taking the body block, going down in place of the psychologist. What a good and dutiful husband he is. He is now going to be seeing the chair himself, if she can make it there, seemingly considering the basement for a moment, but going to have to drop the patient, otherwise it seems that he may struggle. Luckily making it to a chair just in the nick of time as Raphael heads over to the forward's chair to try and get this rescue off, but oh my goodness, Kira, we are going to see the flywheel, we're going to see the teleport, and we're going to see a terror shock!
It's a full elimination for the hunter right there, and it was a little unfortunate because things are just not looking too good for the survivors like halfway through, because I feel like the forward used up way too much resources trying to make sure the priestess leaves, because a priestess with her portal on her hand can mean a very good second kite. However, that second kite didn't really last for too long, because when priestess went down, they just decide to sell her immediately. So which just means that Cypher's left were just not enough, with only 2 people decoding throughout the first half of the match.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation, of course. We did see a lot of power from Nanino here, able to do a very good job in terms of trying to make this work. And, you know, seeing the Survivor side last time not able to make that 5.0 with that 4 escape, and then saying, okay, I'll do it myself and I'll get the 4K elimination for you guys. So this is an extremely strong start for them. Of course, we're looking here at our stats. They did get a lot of decoding done, but not quite enough to make it to the time that they needed, doing the decoding that they could, doing the containing that they could. But as soon as we hit that extra presence, things became significantly harder.
Right, this is why Sculptor was in the meta like many seasons ago, if you remember. She was the top 10. But as more hunters get introduced, they become the top 10 instead. But I think this just shows you, like, back in the days where Sculptor was just your most terrifying menace and you just wanted them on the bench if possible.
Yeah, I very much so remember watching Call of the Abyss 4 as my first call and just going, oh, Sculptor! Oh, Sculptor again! Oh, Sculptor again! Oh, Sculptor time! She really was so popular as a meta pick, and you're right, this is why. As soon as she's able to build her presence up, she is then able to make it onto the field, do what she needs to do, manage to land those hits with those statues. And Kira, what are your thoughts on how that transition worked? I mean, when we start with the Psychologist, it's a really rough chase, but the Priest just went down so quickly.
I felt that the Sculptor knows that, okay, the big boat is not a good place to chase because it's like the strongest kiting spot in the map. And knowing that Priestess has only 2 portals at the start of the game and already used up like the portals to support portals in the big boat, it just makes the Priestess vulnerable, which allows the hunter to just switch over target to the Priestess easily, which I feel like it's a very good call. That was like pretty good game sense. So it's like usually hunters, they don't want to chase Priestess at the start. There's like chase the portals, it get annoying with the stuns, but like yeah, this hunter knows like the resources of the survival well.
Yeah, just an excellent job there. And now the stakes are extremely high for Phoenix's team as we approach the second half of this round. So we could be just ending it right here, clean. We'll start off the day, you know, with quick 2 out of 3s, but the stakes are extremely high. I mean, they already lost the first round, so they need to tie this up or they will be moving down to the lower bracket. They did perform very well. They've been very exciting to watch so far today. Their teamwork has been excellent. Their hunting has been very intriguing. I mean, the power of that Dream Witch, it didn't work out in the end, but it was very fun to watch. So they need to get that. They need to clean up that score, and they need to make sure that they can make it a 5-5. Otherwise, they're going to be out, and that's going to be the last we see of them for today. So here's to hoping that they're able to make it up. I mean, stakes are so high, Kira.
I feel like Phoenix really has to buckle up and go for that 4 elimination on the hunter side and 4 escape on survivor side if possible. But things are very, very hard because no matter how good a game is, it's very tough for you to get a 4 escape on the survivor side especially. It's a little easier on the hunter side because you get full control of the map. Like, it's really skill based on how you control the map and how you deal with survivors. But when it comes to survivor, not only you have to deal with the hunter, but you also have to have many other considerations like are ciphers enough, and you have to support a teammate to make sure that they live for another few minutes so like cipher gets primed.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation. We did luckily see, you know, as I mentioned, the power of the Dream Witch that we saw earlier. So maybe we will be able to see the Hunter hopefully pull things together, get everything ready, and make sure to get the 4 elimination to match up. But stakes are high, as stated. It's not going to be an easy task. It is a tall glass of water to drink. But even so, if they don't manage to pull it off, we will be seeing them in the lower bracket. So they can hopefully claw their way back up, learn from their mistakes, and just figure out where to go from here. But Kira, on Lakeside Village, just in a general sense, if you did need to play a hunter to get a 4K with, what do you think you would pick?
If Dream Witch isn't banned, I would say Dream Witch is a good choice. The Hunter of Team Phoenix wasn't a bad Dream Witch. He just had a few missteps here and there. We all saw how fast he downed in Survivor, how he got that double down, but it kind of turned things around because he wasn't focused on trying to get the Survivor sent back to Mello. He was focused on trying to use up the resources of Survivor, just trying to get a hit on everyone, which was where the tables turned. And I believe that, I think we might have a Dream Witch ban actually, looking at the stats. Alright, so yeah, like with the Dream Witch ban, I think we might be seeing a geisha, because I believe that Tuamei is a pretty famed geisha back in his tournament days.
Yeah, I am excited to see a geisha. I haven't seen a geisha in a little bit, and she is always so much fun to watch. But for now, we will let you guys sit with that and think about who you'd like to see. Personally, I'd love to see Clerk, but regardless of that, we'll talk about that later, because for now, we're going to be launching into a short break, and we will be back with you for the second half of round 2 in just a few minutes.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。 2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello and hello to everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is. I mean, however you're doing, I hope it's well. I hope you're hydrated. I hope you found your snacks. And I hope you're ready for more IVA action, which is the most important part of anything. I'm Veronica, this is Kira. She is my co-caster for today. Beauty and Brains. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's talking about. And we are here in the second half of round 2. So we just started off, Kira. We're on the Lakeside Village, and we just saw a sculptor get a 4 elimination here on this map. So currently, Aquarius in the lead 5-0, which means that Phoenix is going to need to get their own 4 elimination to proceed into a round 3. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty nervous for Team Phoenix because a 4 elimination is really not easy. Like, you have to really push yourself and consider a lot of other factors. And sometimes when you do that, things don't just work against as you want. And sometimes you work very hard, but you just don't get the results you achieve. Which I feel that I really respect Hunter players because you only have yourself to rely on. Whereas if you're a survivor player, you have your teammates to be there for you.
Yeah, it's such a different playing field, I think, and it's a fun discussion to have. The differences between playing Hunter, playing Survivor, getting a 4 escape and getting a 4 elimination are both such easy tasks, but you're right. At least when you're playing Survivor, you have other people to rely on and talk to and talk about, so there's a lot of stress on the Hunter players in terms of being the only person here, the only person who can make a mistake or make things right, so let us hope that Phoenix is able to pull this off. It is Lakeside after all. You did mention we could potentially be seeing a Geisha if the Dream Witch is banned out, so I hope that she's able to come up to that 4 elimination potential. I believe actually in the last IVA that we casted in, I think it was November, I think we did actually see a Geisha get a 4 elimination on Lakeside. It was either that or it was a crazy tie, but we did see a crazy Geisha manage to pull a lot of stuff, so hopefully, if that is the case, it'll pan out in her favor.
She may be just a single hit hunter, but however, under the right hands, I believe that she is insanely strong. If you follow Dongxuan on DX from 205, his Geisha is just so insane. He really brought up a non-meta character to meta, because I believe that before Geisha being a BO1 even hunter was a thing, Geisha was more of a BO3 onwards hunter, a hunter for you to consider when you need maybe a tie, but you don't really think of her first when you think of a win condition hunter.
Yeah, she's not really the first character to come to mind. I mean, when you need that 4 elimination, a lot of the characters that people think of, they think, oh, Breaking Wheel, they think maybe we'll see a Dream Witch, maybe we'll see a Clerk. There's a lot of those all or nothing characters as opposed to a lot of the very good tie hunters as well in the meta right now, so We could be seeing one of those three. We did see the Dream Witch last round. There was a lot of map control and power that was shown by the Hunter. They did very well in that regard, but unfortunately just weren't able to pull that win in the end. But maybe if the Dream Witch isn't banned, we can see that comeback and see that for elimination instead.
Yeah, it's been a while, so maybe like Phoenix Hunter might have something new up his sleeve. So it could be something that we can potentially get excited for. It may be just another non-meta hunter that we haven't seen up till now. Like we mentioned before, there was a Night Watch. Like seeing a new hunter on the scene just gets things really exciting, because like it's a new character. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what strategies there are, or like what kind of like other gameplays to expect from this hunter.
There are a lot of characters that would do well on this map, and a lot of new faces that we could see entirely. Somewhat on topic, kind of tangential. Lizard recently received a huge buff, so Lucino now capable of having an AoE damage with his crash, which has been a major change. Still not an extremely strong hunter. There are definitely still flaws in his kit, and he's very hard to make work, but his jumps are very good mobility-wise for Lakeside. I know a lot of people who do play Lizard do enjoy putting him on Lakeside, so that can be a fun little twist if we are looking for new characters. But beyond that, we've got our old reliables. We have that Geisha. We could see Dream Witch again. We could be seeing something like the Clerk, something like the Breaking Wheel. Though probably not Breaking Wheel. Probably not on this map, especially because he is not easy. But I am excited to see what happens. But unfortunately, Kara, as we know, there was a lot of struggle against the survivors last time. So they are not going to go down without a fight, and they're definitely going to be really pushing for at least that one escape.
Yeah, absolutely, because, when you didn't do too well, you just want to, like, prove yourself, like, have your little redeeming arc. So, right, they might fight a little harder. Sometimes mistakes happen, and you learn from them. So we might be seeing, like, something even more intense this time, which I really hope to. And speaking of the previous match, it was such a shame. Because I felt like the psychologist was doing well at first, at the start, and afterwards, the prestige just went on a little too fast. Cyphers weren't enough, even though Forward did his best to do like a stun rescue to not give the hunter presence, because we all know that a second presence sculptor can be hard to like just rescue games. Like ultimately, it didn't work out, and they're just like replenish of their like their resources.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the thing too is that Psychologist is such a doll to have around. I mean, she's very good at what she does. She can tank those 3 hits. She can remote heal her teammates, but she's not too great against hunters who need a lot of presence. So you don't want to play, I mean, you can, but it's difficult to play against, like that wax artist and against that sculptor. Because you're feeding into what they need. So the Psychologist, unfortunately, doing so well, making sure that wasn't happening. But the Priestess, of course, that very quick down. The boat was the safe spot, and as soon as they were out of it, everything was no longer safe, and the downs were happening. But here we are. We're getting into our band picks. And Kira, are you excited to watch that Anti-Brand and that Seer be removed from the roster?
Honestly, it was very expected. Anti-Current being top band now, she's a very good harasser. She's just like the hunter's hunter, if you get what I mean. She's just an absolute nightmare for the hunter, so you might just want to remove like that number one thing just get off, which is relatable. Here we can see a Breaking Wheel ban on the survivor's side.
Oh no, don't worry, that's too much.
We're blind, they look the same. Alright, Dream Witch then. Tommy was pretty good. Dream Witch in the previous match, he got that first fast hit, and he got that Terror Shock and Double Down. His Dream Witch map control was insanely strong. It was just a few missteps that led to that loss. And still on the bench as usual, because you just cut off that teamwork.
Want to deal with that Seer, especially considering what happened last time. I mean, probably going to see that thing in your nightmares, hallucinated in the hallways when you're feeling particularly frightened. So no Seer on the field. Dream Witch, of course, being taken out, as we mentioned, was played last time and did show so much promise. I mean, without some of those missteps, it could have been an easy 3 elimination, 4 elimination if things had just gone the right way. But unfortunately, they didn't. So now we will be seeing, of course, here in our round 2 second half, the psychologist and the mercenary coming out instead. So characters that we did see from Aquarius' survivor side last round, they were quite good with everyone that they played. I'm excited to see more of the psychologist. I mean, so good at tanking those hits, the remote heals, the timing, the support and teamwork that they can do with each other is just absolutely optimal, and that is going to make it even harder to get this for elimination.
Yeah, I think like the survivors of Aquarius are trying to go for they're just trying to play safe and go for the tie, I believe. I mean, they are already on the winning side. Mercenary being the most stable rescuer, which is a very good choice if you're trying to go for like a safe game, and psychologist having be able to tank 3 hits to make kite last, and yeah, and just with that Wi-Fi heal and Gardener, that's interesting.
Wow! Banning out the Prospector and the Priestess, and instead we'll be seeing the Gardener come in. So certainly a very interesting strategy. I mean, usually in these situations you expect them to take in characters like an Embalmer or a Mechanic. You know, they just want to have those survivors to try and get themselves to the end game and score a draw or see what they can do. But Gardener coming in is one of our beautiful unconventional picks for today. Jong and I were asking for one last round, but she's come to us just a little bit late. But I'm excited nevertheless to see her regardless of when she comes to us. So Kira, what are your thoughts on Gardener in terms of just what she does in general?
She can be quite a nuisance because you have to spend time to expect a chest, and like if your teammates were to coordinate by bringing fast crawl and 3 stacks of struggle, yeah, I think that might potentially turn the game around and could be quite annoying to a hunter. Like I think like the most important thing about playing hunter is like keeping your calm and cool. So you get like annoyed by little things like that, it kind of like throws you off, you know. And final ban on the hunter side. We see a batter being selected. That was a little unexpected.
Yeah, the batter will be our final ban. They had a little bit of struggle with him last time, but not too much. I mean, got rid of those balls really quickly. The batter used them up, but we'll be seeing a different harasser take the field instead in form of the Enchantress. Kira, what are your thoughts on Enchantress?
She's very bad against Dream Witch. However, against other hunters, she have easier time, unless it's like the Undead or something where your stance don't work against him. However, against a Dream Witch, Enchantress can be pretty weak because her stacks are, how do I say, exclusive to each follower.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're totally correct there. I mean, it becomes difficult to stun against a Dream Witch in general when she can just swap to another kid on the field and then come at you again. So then you've wasted your resources and you're struggling and dying and you can't handle it anymore. Oh boy. But you know who can handle it? The Naiad. So Naiad coming out to Lakeside Village, we are sending her home. I hope nobody throws her in the lake this time. The poor deer. So hopefully she stays out of the water and makes some of her own with the humidity. So of course, I gotta ask you the golden question. How do you think Naiad will shape up against this team composition?
Well, I feel like Enchantress could be a possible pick, even though she does better against Naiad than Dream Witch because you have water to work with. And the thing about Enchantress is her stacks come faster when you land a hit on her or land a hit on a teammate that she healed. However, when it comes to chasing, she takes a while to charge up, and yeah, you could just use that to your advantage.
There are definitely pros and cons to the Enchantress, but she will be spawning herself on the big boat, which is very, very safe as we saw last round. I mean, as soon as we moved off of the big boat, then the down happened. So I wonder if there will be notes taken from the hunter this time, if 2MA will think, okay, gotta stay away from the boat. If I chase that side of the boat, they're gonna go down. That's what happened last time. But we'll see how that shapes up. The Mercenary right there, right for the picking. The Psychologist as well. The Gardener, however, safely positioned in the shack. So I do doubt that the Naya will go all the way over there to chase her, but anything's possible. I mean, we'll never know until it happens.
Looking at spawn spot, I think that is most optimal for the Naya to go after the Psychologist, because even though she can tank 3 hits, it's not very... You're not really at a disadvantage to get the Psychologist down first, because it just means that when the Mercenary comes in for a first rescue, there's no one there to Wi-Fi heal him. So they kind of waste more time on the survivor side, so I would say it's like trading resource for resource.
Yeah, and it's exchange. The Naiad gets her presence. The psychologist gets to use her 3 hits. It would be a very optimal first chase. So we're getting right into the action. We are in the second half of the second round of the second matchup of today. We are watching Phoenix versus Aquarius. Phoenix is currently on the Hunter side, and Aquarius currently on the Survivor side. So they need to get this for elimination in order to proceed into a round 3. But we are starting on the chase. We are here on the big boat, big frightening place. This beautiful big humidity circle has almost already hit the Enchantress, but just going to have to push a little bit more with a little bit more water in order to get that hit. And will she be able to do it? Not quite, but landing the full body hit instead, Kira.
Now just running and chase the Enchantress away from the big boat. It's a very good move because you just don't want survivors to out-kite you on that boat. However, Naya with her water pool just makes things very hard for the Enchantress to keep kiting in the boat because there's a 3 stacks and managed to pull away even further from the hunter. However, she's transitioning to the middle where the mercenary cypher is at, so it could be a possible. Flies are trying to predict a blink, but it wasn't then I just not using a blink instead.
Yeah, trying to deal with that blink, predict it, a beautiful flywheel if it had happened, but it hadn't. So we're going to continue chase on this Enchantress here, waiting to use the stuns using the Struthak, and the blink will come in now, so the Enchantress will be down. But one Cypher has already been popped, and 2MA is not in a great situation here, going to have to push as much as possible for as many survivors as possible. Now 2 are popped, and they just need to get 1 survivor out of the gate. So this for them is looking really optimal so far, Kira.
Yeah, absolutely, they could just go for the cell and pretty much be the draw that they want because they just have to get 1 server out of the gate, so I feel like they're in a very good spot. Not just trying to sorry, I'm really lost.
Landing the hit on the Enchantress after she is rescued. So the poor deer is on last effort. She's going to go down. She's going to be sent back to the manor. And a beautiful humidity throwback with the harpoon in order to get the down on the mercenary, along with 1 more hit. Just trying to get that full presence, not taking any risks. But 2 Cyphers still remaining. They are in a position where they can just sell and move on and try and get that 1 survivor out the gate by pushing the Cyphers as much as possible. But Psychologist capable of remote healing, and that is what she's gonna do. Utilizing her whistle in order to negate the mercenary's damage, take it onto her own self, and Naiad coming in the area to put some pressure on her Cypher.
However, I feel like this game is leaning more towards the survivors. With only 2 Cyphers left, and they just have to go in for the safe rescue. Feels like Cyphers are early enough. Mercenary heading over, just dodging that humidity, and Knight really has to circle this Enchantress road to not get her. Do not let her get a staff. It seems like she's going to get the Cypher instead.
Yes, swapping to the Cypher, this one's got pretty okay progress on it. It's almost halfway. The Psychologist is on half health, and the Terror Shock coming in to get her down. So actually swapping away from that Enchantress, despite the fact that she's almost eliminated, because this is high stakes. We need all of the survivors to be sent back to the manor. None of them can make it out of the gate. So swapping at that moment is a decent idea, but unfortunately, you know what that means. They're going to be able to heal up, and that is what they are currently doing. But, however, luckily for the Naiad, the 2 Cyphers being worked on the most are actually in the same vicinity, and finally the Gardener coming into play.
Yeah, I feel like Naiad is in a very big pinch right now because at this rate, it doesn't look like full elimination is very possible unless the survivors were to make a very, very big mistake. And the Daniel last Cypher, Naiad still on the chase of Psychologist, who had only been on the first chair. And yeah, last Cyphers are just being worked on really fast with accelerated puddings.
Yeah. Stun and everything during this rebound kite, very strong. The Gardener just popped a bubble for the humidity, which is very impressively timed, and oh my goodness. But the Psychologist is going to see the chair again. She's going to be sitting. The Gardener is going to continue to work on her Cypher. We've got the other Cypher being pushed as well, with 2 Cyphers being decoded. One of them has to be primed eventually. The Naiad cannot watch both and watch the chair at the same time, so Ishigo transitioning away, distracting for a moment, possibly rebinding around to that chair in order to make the rescue happen. But instead, it's going to be backdoor. We are going to see someone else coming to the chair, playing around for a moment. The mercenary is going to wait, and we are going to see that the Cypher is almost primed. They really need to make this work. They need to protect the psychologist as much as they can.
Yeah, Enchantress sneakily just working on the final cipher at the shed, safe away from everything, safe away from the water. And it was another pop, however, that was a very late pop, and Naya just trying to get that balloon hit. Will she be able to turn this around?
Oh my goodness. They popped right as the psychologist was picked up, unfortunately. But now that they're split up, things are still looking pretty okay for them. We are going to see, of course, the Naiad trying to push at this gate, trying to make it here to this mercenary, to this gardener. But the Enchantress is decoding a gate on the opposite side of the map. So things are not looking too peachy keen coming into the mercenary here. And another pallet stun here right as the harpoon is pulled back. The blink coming in, landing a hit on that mercenary. But it is a mercenary. He has to lay damage. He's not going to go down quite yet.
Not to mention the mercenary actually like running the same direction as the gardener. It's a little risky on the survivor side. Gets that hit on the. I mean, sorry, I'm so speechless right now. Naya went from a very bad game to, I think, a very potential 3 elimination, but falling just one survivor shot.
Transitioning into something so strong, such a good game so far. We're going to see the Enchantress moving towards this gate, which has been opened. She does know that this is all they need, so she stays there. She's safe. Naiad guarding the dungeon just in case, transitioning around. Gardener still sitting on the chair. The mercenary is down, currently healing up, just sitting on the floor, waiting for someone to come get him, or if he'll get himself. And oh my goodness, this match is just... Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's going to pan out in the end. I mean, it's anyone's game still. We're still in the match, so things could change, but that Enchantress in the gate does seem like it's going to be the game changer and the sort of nail in the coffin here. But what an excellent performance by this Naiad. I mean, the harpoons are so well placed, and the humidity circles are just so large.
Yeah, Mercenary using up his self-heal. I think he'll just go for the back gate instead. Knight still guarding the dungeon. I feel like, yeah, Enchantress has gotten close, and Knight just catching wind that the Enchantress is at the other gate. I think she might just want to risk going after Enchantress knowing that she's dead on chair. However, detention is no longer in the air, so I don't think that would happen.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing them push for this tie, of course, bringing the mercenary safely to the gate, sort of escorting him like a bodyguard, using the 3-stack in order to make it happen, and they're going to make it out of the gate here. What a beautiful play that they managed to pull off. They fought hard, they worked together. Friendship is magic, as is our slogan for today. They did their best, and they communicated well, and they did what they could, and because of that, you know, we had about an 8-minute match, and during that match, they were able to obtain the draw that they needed in order to close this out cleanly and pull the win for this matchup.
Yeah, I thought that Nayat had a very good turnover, like towards late game. However, the winning condition for Nayat was to get a 4 elimination, which by halfway through the match, it was like pretty clear that it's not gonna happen. However, like I can't really admire the player for not giving up and just going in for the end game, and yeah, just having a little redemption up for himself.
See the tiny little stats here, so I'm going to read them off. We've got a 49 contain time for the psychologist, 93 for the gardener, 123 for the mercenary, and 86 for the enchantress. And of course, they all did their job with decoding, but the mercenary rescued 4 whole times. 4 whole times! That's what he's there for. Most stable rescue in the game. Not a shock to me at all, and I don't think a shock to anyone at home watching from their bedroom or maybe in public. Maybe some of you are watching at the office or on the train or during a walk. That would be wonderful. But oh my goodness, Kira, what a match. I mean, they all took their turns, and they are shaping up to be a very good contender for the finals of IBA at this rate.
Mercenary being a busy bee throughout the entire match, just running back and forth, using up his elbow pads, trying to make sure that all his teammates leave, and how succeeding. Right. I would say like I was very interested to see like Gardener just breaking chairs and the hunter just trying to work against it by fixing the chairs. But I don't think we didn't see much of that happening in the match. It was mainly focused on the chase on the psychologist and enchantress.
The psychologist and the enchantress doing a beautiful job with containing the Naiad for so long. I mean, I myself am thoroughly impressed with their abilities to do so. Just absolutely wonderful on that. And now I believe we're going to see the data on the big screen, as I told you earlier. And I'd never lie. The mercenary did do his 4 rescues. You can fact check, look at it, it's on the screen. But also, as well, the pallet strikes. I mean, they really know what they're doing when it comes to this kiting. Certainly a team to watch out for in the continuation of IBA as we move into later matchups and rounds. Just look at these numbers, they're so great. Going over a minute, going a little over 2 minutes, and they still got a draw when they only needed a 1 escape.
Right, they were really pushing it, like, you know, Ohana means family and family is one that's left behind. Like, they know that they got the game in their hands, but, you know, teammates, you're not gonna abandon them, right? So, like, yeah, it was, like, pretty fun seeing them know, oh, I really won, but they just did their best anyway, trying to make sure that as many members get out of the gate as possible, and resulting in that draw. And congratulations to Team Aquarius for winning this round.
Congratulations, Aquarius. This is an easy emoji combination. If you would like to show your love for your Aquarius, you are totally more than welcome to, and in fact encouraged by me to send the little Aquarius symbol in chat. But for those of you who were big fans of their team or their little matchup Phoenix, I almost called them teammates, which is not what they are. So their little matchup Phoenix, if you are a big fan, don't worry. They will be moving down, of course, to the lower bracket as everyone gets the chance to do. And more importantly, Phoenixes rise from the ashes after they're defeated for the first time. So maybe we'll see them make just an excellent comeback with what they're able to do in those circumstances now that they've sort of been out on the playoffs field, they've been through the elimination stage, and all they need is maybe some more time to practice and refine and figure things out.
That was such a very cute way of putting things. Phoenix rising from the ashes. And in the losers bracket, we can see 2 teams just fighting out with one another because, like, it doesn't feel good to lose. So you might see, like, a pretty desperate attempt to float to the surface. Pretty interested to see what other tactics that they might come up with, because, you know, sometimes conventional doesn't work with conventional. You might want to bring something unconventional instead to throw the opponent off tracks.
Yeah, it's been a major part, I think, of IDV tournament lately in general with the scene. Like during KOA, during IVA, during every other little tournament that's happened in between and will happen after and all of that nonsense. There's been a lot of rise in meta becoming more of a wide thing, where a lot more characters are appreciated for what they are capable of doing, how survivors fit into lineups, how hunters that we don't see as often are able to come out and get these amazing kills and do these really cool matches in the right hands. So I do hope to see more of that as IBA goes on. We did see a lot of it today, so hopefully in the 3rd round of today, we'll be seeing that as well. So Kira, as mentioned with Zhang, you are going to be commentating for that 3rd match of today. Are you excited? It'll be Jox versus ZT as decided just as of earlier today.
Yeah, like, hopefully we'll see something unconventional other than having a gardener. Pretty interested in seeing the original 4 characters, which is, you know, doctor, lawyer, gardener, and thief. I feel that recently, because of the previous UA matches, there has been a rise of those non-meta characters, which means even more interesting gameplays to look forward to.
They're the veterans, so they really know what they're doing when it comes to being in the war of IDV tournaments and matches on these maps. And I am excited to see if they come out. I mean, we did see that doctor, we saw that gardener, so maybe later today we will see the lawyer and the thief, and we will sort of close off, and then we'll know all of them will have their chance to come out today, and we will get to see each and every one. But there's still quite a few days of IVA left, which means that it is possible we could see them at any time. I mean, we've got a lot of time to see them. Kira and I, of course, will be with you on other days of IVA as well, so we hope that you are able to catch up and watch along as time goes on. Of course, thank you to everyone who is watching live right now. It is a bit of a time commitment and is a lot of time in order to be here for the tournaments, especially in real time, but it is exciting overall. And there are, of course, the VODs as well if you want to catch up later on.
Please do look forward to future matches and cheer for both teams. They are both trying very hard to do their best for these tournaments, and I do hope to see them last for future matches as well, because those are new names that I'm facing with, so it's kind of like a way of knowing them better, because you don't know them personally. So when you see like the characters they bring up on head, it kind of like it's a little insight of their interests. I feel like that's kind of like the beauty of tournaments, where you don't know this person, but based on what they play or what they like, the character they like and train very hard for, you can tell that, oh, this person probably likes this character like me. So like in that sense, you kind of feel like a little connection in that sense. Like if you like, because of little things like that, you start to support a certain player too.
That is truly the best part, I think. It's just whoever you play, sometimes you just really love their design, you really love their kit. It does say a lot about a person. I mean, what they're willing to put up with in terms of needing to train. I mean, it's like, if you see someone who plays forward, you're like, wow, you're very committed to what you do. But you see someone who plays barmaid, and you're like, wow, you're an excellent friend. You love to support your teammates. You love to work out with people, and you love a nice little speed drinky. So it is very accurate. You're right. It's nice to see who plays who and what that kind of tells you about them as a person. And then you can learn to love them like their teammates do and their friends do and the people who know them. And it tells you a little bit, so you get a little insight. And as of course today, we did see some very strong personality picks for the teams. So hopefully that is a trend that continues on for the rest of the Identity 5 arena. It is a fun thing to talk about and watch. It makes commentating so much even more gleeful, because you get to be like, oh, this character doesn't compete a lot. I'm going to explain their entire kit to you. But another huge congratulations to Aquarius for this, because personality picks tells you a little bit about them. But what I've learned about Aquarius today is that on the up and up, they are a force to be reckoned with, and a team that we should certainly watch out for in the Southeast Asia region.
Absolutely. From what I gathered, from what my friends said, they're like veteran players on Team Phoenix, and I'm not too sure about Aquarius, but saying Aquarius actually do a very good job against Team Phoenix just means that Team Aquarius has a lot of future potential, which could be one of, like, Aquarius could just be like our winner for this IVA. Who knows?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of strong contenders so far. I mean, on the first day playoffs, I know FT did crazy good in terms of how they approached things and how they ran, and they did so well. And of course today we saw TNG do pretty well as well, but Aquarius I think definitely a standout so far. And of course, again, we'll be moving into our lower bracket for the last match of today, which will be with lovely Kira and Jong as well as your co-casters for that. So I'll be dipping out, so thank you guys for having me. I should say that as I ramble on and monologue like I'm doing a Shakespeare soliloquy. But of course, I'm excited to see how that plays out. We've got a lot of strong contenders, a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of excitement to be had. But with that, it seems that now we will be cutting to a short break, and we'll be back for that third round for you guys to enjoy. Goodbye, everyone.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。 その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone and welcome back to more IVA action, and I am your caster Invisible Joan, who is not invisible right now, and I am back once again with my co-caster Kiera, and the both of us are going to be commentating the losers bracket match between Joss and 02. So one thing to note that this is a losers bracket, meaning that whoever loses this match will be out for good, Kiera.
Here we can see two teams just desperately trying to stay afloat, and I really do wish the best for both of them. ZT being a former, if I'm not wrong, a former COA championship winner, so I feel like there's a lot of potential. Maybe like this time their condition is just not too good. However, they might make a good comeback this time. I don't know, we might see. And here we see Jocks. Once again, quick run through to all those new players, new watchers here. Hunter's side we have Lan Lan and Lee Sang-soo, and Silver's side we have Farla, Pumpkin, Fuku-wan, and Kim Miso. I wonder what they'll bring to the table this time.
Yeah, we did see Lee Sang-soo hunt yesterday, and I'm also wondering that will we be seeing Lan Lan, because Lan Lan is known to be a very strong Dream Witch and Geisha player. And from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, is that she actually used to play in NAEU and also was a top geisha and a top hunter over there. So yeah, so it's pretty exciting to see her play in Southeast Asia. And meanwhile, it seems that we're going to be moving on to the 02 team comp, which, as you mentioned, their former COA, there are some new names but some familiar names. The hunter is Aris. Survivors, we have Senya, Zed, Run, Meow Potato, and Mini Yuki. Some of those names I'm pretty sure you all would remember.
Ares being a hunter in Zero Two since Koa, but he he didn't make it to the physical stage, if I'm not wrong. Like the one who took over was Malpai, and some familiar names here are Zed, Ran, and Potento. So if you have been watching Koa, I think you'll be familiar with them. And new names are Zenya and Miniyuki. So having 2 new names on the list, like there are new things to expect, which I feel like will spice things up for Team 02.
Yeah, you just have to do some mix and matching to like have some old faces but new faces to like make the best results. And we are going to be into the band pick selections here, so it's going to be an arms factory, and we can see that 02's hunter and Ares will be making the first kite. So Kiera, tell me, what do you think we are going to be expecting from both teams, seeing that I believe you're familiar with 02?
Right, for the first band, I'm very much expecting an anti-Korean band. Being a hunter yourself, you don't want to like another hunter, your own hunter on the scene. Right, so given this map, I'm kind of like half expecting a Seer band because you just want to cut off the teamwork and extra support. But then again, there's like Priestess to consider too.
Well, Priestess in Arms Factory, I am not too certain about that because like Priestess is not that good in Arms Factory due to there's not a lot of long portal spots. So for me, I'm more expecting to see more of a Seer band, because as we noted like in the game like in the previous game that happened earlier today, is that Ares normally bans the Seer first because he seems to have a tendency towards single hit hunters. So I wonder, will we be expecting the Seer pick or rather the Seer ban, because seeing that Ares plays mostly single hit hunters from what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, you're right about the Priestess one. You're right about Seer too, it seems. I'm also like kind of anticipating a Dancer then, because Dancer in the 3 pallets area, I believe it's down to 2 pallets now, is just very, very annoying and like incredible support for his teammates, because the 3 pallets area being located in the middle just means that it's easy for you to transition to. And here you can see the survivors going with double harasser, better and anti-Korean.
Wow, that is such an interesting pick from Jock Survivor's side. That I believe we did caught a glimpse of the Batcher from the gameplay yesterday, but it is not every day that we see 2 harassers, just because that even though the harassers can harass and stall for time, normally it means that they'll have a slow decoding speed on their own. And the other thing is that they also, like, while harassing, you're not decoding too. So very interesting. I think Jock here is going for a more of a risky move, but it's a matter of fact that would pay off, because I recall Ares does have a Bloody Queen, and Bloody Queen are not afraid of these 2 picks at all, Kira, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, we just wait for Mirror cooldown to be over to guarantee that 1 hit on the survivor. So you don't have to deal with being harassed, being hit, or whatever. You can just use a mirror, just wait patiently. Patience is virtue, and yeah, like just getting it 1 hit. I don't think it's too much of a menace when it comes to Bloody Queen, unless the survivor is coming in to, like support like a teammate who's on balloon or on chair. I think they can get quite annoying for you as a hunter, because you're just being get up by.
Yep. So while we're here, we are seeing the next 2, and seem to like fake out with a double Seer ban. It seems that Ares doesn't like the Seer ban a lot, that he wanted to ban it twice. But like if we think about what Ares picked earlier, because he chose to Naiad in both rounds, and going to be the mercenary and barmaid once again. And I actually, like, with this mercenary, I think it's more leaning towards Naiad once again, because for those of you who did not watch the first game, Ares did indeed pick Naiad for both rounds in the match earlier against TNG. And also he does not like the barmaid too, because he also banned it every single time. So Kira, like, do you think that this is leaning towards a barmaid, or rather a Naiad pick from Ares, or do you think it's more of, it's like there's some potential for something else?
I believe that Ares have a very big character pool. However, like, we've been seeing Knight from him this while, so like we might be seeing something different instead. And Survivor's going with the psychologist pick. Not a surprise, because she's like a better version of Doctor, and also a substitute for the barmaid.
Yeah, especially the fact that the psychologist like the psychologist has a very huge effect today, able to like long-range Wi-Fi heal to ensure that whoever it rescued the first time can go for it again, so they don't need to send an extra survivor to go in, and also to heal up like the harassers, which there's the battery and the anti-querying here. So we are going to be seeing the acrobat ban, and I think this is a pretty interesting choice. Like acrobat is being a stable kiter and all, but we don't really see it being prioritized that often. So I think it's a pretty interesting scene that Aris doesn't want to deal with the acrobat as the first officer will be the last pick.
The first officer being another stable rescuer right next to the mercenary, of course not as good as the mercenary himself, but he, with his watches, is a guaranteed rescue, but it might potentially lead to double down if it comes to risky hunters. But even towards those risky hunters, you still get a rescue even though it's a double down, so if Cypher's like enough, why not? And Acrobat, I'm very surprised here because what hunter could be scared of Acrobat? I mean we could just watch and find out. I wonder what Ares will go for this time.
Yeah, I wonder would it be the Knight once again, or would it be something else? But one thing to note that if we look at the Survivor team comp is that their decoding is very slow, because from what I recall, that both the Batcher and the First Officer have a 20% decoding debuff, so the decoding speed is not exactly the best from Jock's Survivor side, so they'll be relying a lot on the harassers, as we are going to be seeing indeed a Naiad pick from Aris. Seems that Aris is having full confidence with his Naiad. So Kiera, what do you think about this Naiad against this specific team comp from Jock's side?
I do feel that the best chase would be Psychologist, because with characters like the Antiquarian and Beta, even if you get humidity on them, when you retrieve your harpoon and go for the hit, they kind of like baits them to use the skill against you, which leads them to be able to kite away. So like it's just like enough patience.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. The Psychologist in theory is the best chase, and actually one thing that I would like to talk about is that the Knight is not that afraid of harassers comparing to other hunters, because she still has her moisture circle potential, so she can easily like form a massive moisture circle on the field, so that the harassers will have to be careful in how they position themselves, or else they'll get drowned over by moisture.
That's true. However, with Ares' tendency of bringing Naiad for the past few matches, I have a feeling that the survivors might go for the flywheel strategy to try to escape the humidity. But yeah, what it says is very true. Like the humidity can kind of scare the harassers away, because you just don't want to take a risk to get a double down while trying to protect a teammate. And going into the spawn location, you can see first officer just taking the middle, the most dangerous area, of course, for a rescuer, and Naiad just spawning right in front of him. Like what you mentioned earlier, I think the best case would be just the Psychologist.
Yeah, the Psychologist is the one that probably will need to rotate to the factory, but there is the mercenary, or rather the anti-query nearby to like help harass. So I wonder what the strategy or the strategy play here is to kite for the Psycho to kite towards the factory, loop a bit, and then go for the anti-query at the center, because I believe, considering that is likely that the Psycho is taking the first kite, this might be the optimal play.
Going into the match, we see Naiad spawning at, I believe this is near the back door, just going in, I believe, to the middle area where it's easy for them to access. And looking at personal, Naiad brings detention, and I believe this is insolence.
Yep, exactly. This is an insolent Naiad, which pretty much is one of the more optimal plays, because considering that both the Batman and Anti-Quarian has knocked out, but never mind, we're in the Psycho chase right now. We can see that the Psychologist is looping around the factory with the help of like the factory and so, and currently the Psychologist is just going to be kiting around the center, and I apologize as the screen is lagging a bit, and actually it's just going to be looping around this area, going to play merry-go-round, just to force the hunter to take a normal attack, seeing that she's very tanky and the screen hits Kira.
Oh, almost getting that terror shock. That was a very risky flip of the window. And Psychologist, knowing that Naya is trying to wrap the water around the factory, she has to rotate around, and actually flies her through the 99% humidity.
Yeah, the flywheel effect is definitely the hunter's biggest nightmare because currently the psychologist is still alive, clean and healthy, and will be looping around these couple pallet areas, but it's going to be forced out in the open. So if this is going to be the second hit on the game currently, and we are 1 minute and a half, but the anti-current is here. The anti-current is like, I'm not going to let you touch my teammate, and it's ready to like go here and harass.
Yeah, and Anti-Current just being in the area trying to support a teammate. However, it's not doing much. Ares getting his first hit down on the psychologist. It looks like Anti-Current is about to spend more time. Oh my! Flips in going for the pallet stun. What a move there.
That was such a sneaky move from the anti-Current, just catching the hunter and I believe everyone in the audience off guard. So now the hunter once again goes after the cycle with high moisture, and the pallet strike there unfortunately did not work out in the survivor's favor, so the psychologist will be down, but now this time it's the batter's turn to be assessed. It seems that everyone, they're sending the entire family, like, it seems that the survivors really like their teammates a lot to make sure that no one gets chaired. Yep, so right now, after forcing the batter away, let's see, going for the balloon, and opts for the blink balloon to just ensure that I had enough of harassing, I'm going to chair right now.
Though with two harassers trying to protect the psychologist, it just means that Cypher decoding progress has most likely been disturbed. It looks like, and it's just secondly around. It looks like no one's going for the rescue yet, but we'll see about it. First officer in like the vicinity, will he be able to make that 50 is a little risky.
Yeah, pulls the rescue off, and it's going to get down, but the first officer also took some moisture damage, so, but like fortunately for the survivors, this is not double down situation, but we can see that Eris here is actually going for the first officer. I wonder that he like mistakenly like located the psychologist though, because now the first officer uses his watch. Knight cannot chase after the first officer, and the psychologist is now like 75 kilometers away from the hunter.
Yeah, it looks like Ares has lost sight of the psychologist and is forced to change target to the anti-current, which I believe is not the best chase, because once you throw that happen again. Yeah, like the thing about anti-current is, you know, when you retrieve your harpoon, she could just use a skill U, which makes the hunter very vulnerable to even to get a hit on her. It looks like Ares is down with having none of the anti-current and just switching target, trying to find the psychologist once again. However, psychologist has been killed to full health, and things are just not looking very good for Ares right here.
Yeah, we can see that both of the survivors here are alive and healthy. The batter did try to go for the ball, but unfortunately did not work. But Ares still managing to hit the hit on the psychologist, but because she's been fully healed up, she still needs one more hit. So the psychologist definitely can still last for a significant amount of time. But nope, will be going down through moisture damage. But the batter is here already prepared to give the hunter another nightmare.
Right, Becca just trying to buy so much time for his team while they are down to their last cipher soon, I believe. First officer about to finish his cipher, and I believe when he's done his cipher, going to potentially body block for the psychologist if Becca were to be able to make that rescue. It looks like Nayat is trying to get a better down first. Oh, they're boosting for the balloon speed.
Yeah, and actually at this point, the last cipher is the one at the center, and this is going to force the survivor out of the vicinity, as Nine is like, this cipher is mine, no one is touching this. And currently, both the batter and the anti-current are in the vicinity, so this double harasser situation is looking to give a hard time, and the batter goes for the backdoor rescue, able to pull it off, allowing the psychologist to like kite away, as the batter is trying to go for another ball right now.
Yeah, they just want to go in for that safe rescue so the last cipher can be worked with without being disturbed, and it's alright if psychologists fall a little because flies to beautiful flywheel and beautiful pallet stun as well, and now forcing to use the blink, so which means that she may not have a very good end game hit open.
Oh, there goes the very good baseball, shoving the knight backwards, and Nayat is forced to let go of the anti-current, so the survivors are definitely doing a good job in playing teamwork, and the psychologist will be down as the batter again goes for the ball and again knocks back. This is like playing ping pong right now, Kiera.
Right. And the ball is a psychologist. Betty just doing such a good job trying to force down to the humidity instead. However, he did a very good job trying to protect the psychologist, and Cypher has been popped tensions in the air. It looks like Nayat is going for the better to make sure to get she's
looks like she has other plans instead. We have the first officer who has one watch to use, which means a longer kiting time. But Naya just trying to bait the watch of the first officer. I think she's going back to get gate from being open.
Yeah, so Knight right now has his eyes set on this batter, and fortunately for him, the basement is not at the center though. So the batter currently does one more ball. Like he had to make this very last ball count. As you can see that Knight again, or batter again, manages to knock the Knight backwards, just doing everything he can to delay and make sure that both of his teammates are safe and sound as Knight goes for the dash. Unfortunately, it did not work, and this batter's currently doing a very great job in containing the Knight here as he finally goes down, but he definitely completed his job because we can see both the Anti-Crane and First Officer are making it out of the gate.
Yeah, Beta just buying so much time for both gates to open. I would say like this entire match, the Beta most definitely deserved the MVP reward.
Yeah, the batter actually dragged out like a lot of time, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough, but we have to applaud how well did that batter play. So with that, actually congratulations to both teams as this is a 2-2 score right off the bat. And actually, Kiera, with how like intense this game was with the supporting and stuff, this is setting up to be like what we're expecting for the rest of the match, right?
Right, like to see like this top tier harassing from the beta. This is why you kind of like try to cut off as many harassers as you can if possible. I'm kind of surprised that Ares let the Anti-Current out because Anti-Current being a new meta window with her nerf can be quite scary, and that is what we saw first. Like she can just buy so much time just for being present in the scene. Yeah, I think that's what happened to Ares that made him kind of like lose out in a sense, because he had to do like harassers on scene and just like taking turns trying to protect the psychologist, which bought so much time for the team.
Yeah, and let's have a quick look at statistics, and oh my gosh, there's a lot of rescues. First Officer got 1, Anti-Crane 1, and Batter 3 because he was able to pull off the balloon rescue, I believe, 2 times, and also an insane amount of containment time from the Batter just because of the fact that he lasted for like 3 minutes and just dragged out the game for so long. And yeah, the psychologist also near 3 minutes and the Anti-Crane near 2 minutes is just a pretty long game. Like we can see that Jock Survivor here are aiming for the double harassing to work, and I believe it did work in their favor of how long they dragged out. But then again, don't forget, I believe the one moment that changed everything was when Aerith unfortunately mislocated where the psychologist went due to the First Officer's trait, I believe.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate, because if he were to get the psychologist down fast again, I believe that the game would have turned out like a lot differently. But there was such a big misstep on his side, and like he lost the psychologist enough for her to get healed out, which means extra trouble trying to get her down again.
Yeah, so anyways, here's a quick look at the scoreboard. As we said, it's a 2-2 score right now, which means that both sides have an equal chance moving forward. And for those of you who are chat, like I'll remind you once again, this is like the losers bracket. So whoever loses this game will be gone for good. So they definitely did not want that to happen, right, Kira?
Right, I can see like both teams just trying to settle for ties to just prolong the match a little longer. Even if it's a little longer, it just means that you have more chances to fight back. So I think like both teams are just desperately trying to prove themselves, have their little redeeming arc, because they probably didn't like perform too well for like the first match, so they want to like do a lot better this time and just have a shot again in the future.
Yeah, so with that, this game is going on so good. Currently things are intense. I believe we're going to be going into a quick break, and we'll see you after the break with more IV action between Jocks and 02. See you in a bit.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IVA action. I am your caster, Invisible Joe, who is not invisible, and joined by me is my co-caster Kiera, and we're now back with more IVA action between the team with Jox and 02, where one of those teams will be unfortunately eliminated today, so they're going to stay alive. And before we start, just have a quick shout out interaction with the chat. Hello Lonka Blanca, Vanilla, Cat, Death World, Hanako, these people have been with us throughout the entire game, and also our wonderful and amazing organizer, Nello Mello. So hello everyone, and hope you guys are enjoying this. And I'm enjoying this a lot. Are you, Kira?
I guess so, somewhat. It's a very good experience to be able to commentate for IGNAV, to be able to commentate for a game that you've been playing for a long while. So yeah, I'm very grateful to Nello Mello for this opportunity. However, main thing when it comes to commentating is to really have fun, try to know the players who are competing, so you know what you're talking about, you know what they play, so there's more things for you to cover when it comes to interacting with the audience.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. So first of all, thanks to Nello Mello for giving me this chance. I enjoyed every single moment of being on screen. But I agree with you. One thing with commentating is just you get to talk about a game that you love a lot, project whatever is going on in the competitive scene of the game onto words for all the audience, and just share the excitement. I enjoy sharing my excitement throughout the game, especially when some crazy amounts of good plays happens. That we have seen a lot of crazy amounts of good plays throughout today, didn't we?
It's just a place for you to be openly obsessed to the one thing you love, and no one's gonna judge you for it. Alright, going into the den picks, I believe. Here we have Fox being on the hunter's side. Lan. I'm very curious to see what they will bring on to the scene, because as you mentioned before, she's a very good geisha player from the NEU side. Here we see our first banner already, which is anti-Korean.
Yeah, this is interesting though, because Lana actually, from what I recall, apart from the geisha, she's also known for a dream witch. So I wonder, will we be seeing that here? Because here's the thing with this map: is the arms factory being a lot of high wall areas and stuff, so geisha is not exactly the best choice. So and dream witch might be more optimal, because yes, let's look at the 02 survivor pick. Barmaid psychologist. This is holding a huge neon sign saying that I am countering your dream witch.
Right, absolutely. Barmaid just do so well against the Dream Witch, because you can't the extra time to position the followers and response and with Dovlin in effect, it just kind of like buys enough time for Barmaid to heal up in time, or like the teammate that Barmaid is supporting to heal up in time. And we have Psychologist, who is another healer, and not only being a healer herself, she can tank 3 hits. Like, she doesn't have to rely on the cooldown of the Dovlin. She can tank 3 hits wherever she is.
Yeah, so with that, I think that if Lan wanted to play the Dream Witch, she'll probably have to like take a quick step, sit down, calm down, think if she really wants to, seeing that the two of arguably the like worst counters against, or the best counters against Dream Witch will be making the appearance. So we are going to be seeing the next 2 character selections, just the Seer and the Mercenary. Seer, like, you do not want that out on top of the already tanky team comp that we're seeing from the Survivor side here. And the Mercenary, just like the #1 rescuer. So Kiera, based on currently how things are shaping up, what do you think we will be expecting from both of the 0-2 Survivor or the Hunter side?
Right, I believe that they might want to like go for a more stable team comp by going with the rescue in the end, but looks like Ran is going with the Acrobat, who is a very good kiter. Like, against a Drone Witch, I believe that he can last, because with his bombs, not only can he like go in for the rescue and potentially buy more time for a teammate, he's also very good kiter with his bombs, buying that enough distance between him and the Hunter. And Potato, I believe, is the rescuer of the team. With Mercenary, but I wonder who will he go for.
Well, if it's in terms of the Mercenary on his own, then I think the First Officer has a highly likely chance to make an appearance, just because the First Officer is the #2 rescuer, being a good substitution with his pocket watches and stuff. But Lana here seems to have know exactly what we're thinking, and I believe that she hacked into our VT and heard that, so he banned the First Officer. Nah, I'm just kidding. But the First Officer being banned, so Lana does not want 2 of the strongest rescuers here. So I think if we're looking at this, I think Lana is wanting to play a camping type of Hunter, seeing that she removed 2 of the strongest rescuers in the entire game.
Yeah, it looks like the countdown is going on. I wonder who will put at a pick. Like, time is kind of running out. And in this spot, I feel like he's kind of in a pinch of characters to pick. So like, I don't know, we might not even see a rescuer in the team at all.
Yeah, actually that might be possible. Like, we did indeed see some like non-rescuing team comps. So I wonder would that be the case here because never mind. Tricked us for a split second. If they indeed want the rescuer, I think the Gravekeeper might be a possibility, but no, opting for a forward. So forward actually is also a rescuer on his own, but he's more of a harasser rather than rescuer. Having both the Psychologist and the Barmaid here, it actually makes the forward harassing more effective because there's so many healers.
And forward being a harasser, because like this team comp currently has I believe characters that would like do well with the harasser on scene by more time. Like, let's say like the Psychologist, if she were to get down fast and her like extra health has not been so-called like the cooldown is not over yet, by getting a balloon rescue, you're potentially buying 1 on life for the Psychologist, and also Barmaid with the Dovlin. If harassed well, she can get enough time for her to get healed up. And here we see like a Dream Witch pick, which is a very interesting pick against 2 tanky healers.
Yeah, like Dream Witch is definitely viable in BO1, but I feel like she'll be having a very hard game here, seeing that they have both the Barmaid and Psychologist as the healers. Like, Barmaid, I believe, would be spawning center, make sure whoever is taking the kite in the center will receive her wine. So I wonder here that would Lana be going for a Patroller Dream Witch standard play, or maybe some of the Insolence playing Dream Witch gameplay that we're seeing that has been popular as function from Dovab and Koa actually started using it.
Like, maybe the meta for Dream Witch has changed, like, who knows. Alright.
So yeah, it's hard to tell though, because I mean, for the Dream Witch, maybe chase the Acrobat first, or the Barmaid if it's indeed a Blink Dream Witch. But then again, as I said, probably the Acrobat is the least like hardest survivor to chase, or maybe the forward on its own seems that the forward doesn't have 369 anymore in this meta.
Here, going into the spawn spots, we see forward just taking the middle, the most dangerous spot, and you can see like Barmit just going for the safest spot in the corner house, and psychologist just spawning at the front. I believe it's not a like shack area. I believe it's not a bad spawn spot, but also at the same time, it's kind of like risky because most likely like Hunter, when you spawn in the shack, like most half the time Hunter tend to spawn at the big rock, so you kind of have to take note of how to transition away.
Yeah, but based on how we did catch a glimpse of where the Dreamer spawned, I think that the Psychologist does have a potential of taking the first kite, which is something to look out, because the Psychologist can tank 3 hits. But we are heading into the game right now as Lana's main body, who has a very fast movement speed, I remind you, is going to be going after Zed Psychologist, who is just hovering around in the shack looking to like make sure that she doesn't get found first. But Lana is just going to be marching closer and closer, hoping to like surprise her with the surprise of each follow autopilot.
It looks like the Psychologist might be sandwiched. Oh! Not noticing that Lich follower just like being like placed in in front of her, like Psychologist just having tanked one hit and having to pull away from that spot. Like as mentioned, when it comes to being found in this spot, it's kind of like it's not a very good spot for you to kite. So you wanna like just take one hit and transition away, and in which Psychologist has chose to transition to a sandbag ruins area. And Dreamwitch just hot on the heels, trying to sandwich Psychologist in this area so she can't move away.
Yeah, right now Dreamwitch, with the help of Insolence, already has a second leech, and it's going to be leeching the Acrobat. So right now there are already 3 leeches on the field. You know the Dreamwitch mother definitely like her daughters. As now she wants to get after the Psychologist and manages to grab the spawn leech in another position that's very close to the Psychologist. So the flywheel effect attempt from the Psychologist unfortunately wasn't too effective. So now this will be the second hit onto the Psychologist over now, Kiera.
Not to mention that Blink is in the air. I feel like Dreamwitch will be able to down this Psychologist down pretty fast. And Psychologist just being like in a pinch and forward just in the area, like trying to buy more time for her. However, like she's being sandwiched in this one pallet.
Yeah, and we can see that the Dreamwitch is not hitting with the Psychologist leech. Seems that she really doesn't want the Psychologist leeches to be gone. But the result, the Psychologist is trying to do everything he can to stay alive, and finally going to be using the Psycho Leech to like get rid of her, and now just will be dropping a second leech right now, but the fourth is in the vicinity, so the Dreamwitch definitely will have to look out.
Look at the Cypher John, like one Cypher has already been completed and the Psychologist is still not on the chair. Forward just buying so much time for a team. However, that also means that Forward is not decoding, and Cyphers are a little on the slower side because they are just one member short.
Yeah, so right now we can see that the Dreamwitch will be dropping the Psychologist while having the Psychologist leech, I believe, never mind, that's the spawn leech, to stay guard on the forward. So Run here is actually going to be going to the vicinity, ready to rescue as another leech will be dropped down right now. We're back to having 3 daughters as the Acrobat's also in the vicinity, so there's actually quite a traffic jam situation as the forward goes for that stun.
Gets a one hit and safe rescue right there. However, Psychologist still, both Psychologist and Forward misses that blink. Forward going for a stun and gets a hit and down instead. You see like Barmit just going for the assist, trying to get Psychologist all heal up. And knowing that Dreamwitch has already used a blink, I feel like this is a very safe spot for Psychologist to be at.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Like, there's definitely like some pallets and windows for the Psychologist to play around, and Dreamwitch knows that it'll be very hard as the Psychologist is already 65 kilometers away. So we'll be sending his leech back. I believe it's going to pick up the fort. Yep, the fort is picked up now, and we can see that the barmaid actually used up both of her wines just to make sure the Psycho and barmaid back to full health. So this is kind of like a soft reset situation, because right now we can see that we have 3 survivors that are in full health, all very healthy.
And they're down to a last cipher too, but this being Dream Witch, she has very good map control. So what you want to do is to decode an extra cipher, so you can potentially prime the last cipher before the next teammate goes down. But however, Acrobat just going for the risk and taking a hit instead. Oh, deleting Psychologist managed to delete, and Forward just trying to get his own leech hit, and Psychologist actually tanks that for him.
Yeah, but okay, with that leech, the 4 able to fly will affect. That's a very good move. It goes for the 180 rotation and gets that stun. The 4 here is like, nope, I'm being aggressive and no one is stopping me right now. This is a very good situation because right now they only have the 4th leech in this vicinity that's after both the Psycho and the 4.
That was such a cool move from the Forward. Like, not only did Dream Witch miss the blink, the Forward also managed to use his bot to get away and do like a 180 turn to get a stun hit. Wow, what a move! Just shows how good of a Forward that Potato is. So usually I've seen playing Mercenary and stuff, so I almost forgot that he has a very good Forward on hand too. And you can see like Dream Witch going after Psychologist. Flies through that, and actually, John, the last cipher is about to be primed at about 80% now, I believe. Yeah, like Barmaid's on last cipher, however they started a new cipher just to be safe.
Yeah, actually that was a very impressive flywheel effect as the cycle is dead on chair situation. So right now, Lana will be continue to pressuring this cycle, just hoping to like get her down before the last cipher is primed, as she got stuck there, I presume. And currently we can see that there's only like 2 followers, so that's something to note of. But Psychologist making that vault, and with the broken windows, it's just going to be dashing far away. So now we can see that Lana doesn't have anyone near him as the gate has been popped.
Oh, goes for the pop instead. There's 4 people on gate opening. It looks like Dream Witch is going to have a very hard time because it's hard for her to control the gates while going after the Psychologist, even though the Psychologist has a leech on her. And Dream Witch just choosing to go for that map the gate control instead. I believe it's Run being just cornered around this. No, it's Xenia, sorry. Xenia being cornered around this area, like trying to pull away from the gate, so his teammates could go in for the decode.
Oh, there's actually an entire party around at the gate, but okay, forcing on the bomb, it goes for the blink, and this time we'll be able to pull up, so the Acrobat is going to be going down here. And let's see, what would the Dream Witch be doing? But we can see the Psychologist, who is dead on chair, exited the gate with her leech. So right now, there's just not a lot of leeches right now. We'll be cheering the Acrobat, but the Barmaid is also in the vicinity, so we have to see what happens, because right now there's still a chance for the Dream Witch to go for the tie if he's able to pressure that Barmaid correctly, I believe.
Barmaid just making a beeline for the gate. I don't think she can make it because she's still quite some distance away from the gate. And flies through that. Misses a swing too. Oh my gosh, Team 02. What a
yeah.
I'm just so speechless. Like that was such a good reflex on the Barmaid side.
Yeah, that was a very nice move, just like forcing it out. And right now we can see that the blink is actually ready though. So let me see, will they be able to down the Barmaid here? Yep, does indeed go for the down. And actually, wait a second, is that 4 in the vicinity of that Acrobat that I'm seeing? It seems that the survivors also have other ideas, but Lannan seems to know it because there is Tinnitus in this range.
It looks like they might want to push for the 3 escape because knowing Team 02, they didn't just settle for draws, they kind of take a risk and actually goes in for that rescue. Forward having just a little bit of ball, like, will he be able to make it away from the Dream Witch?
Well, it's hard to tell because right now everyone is back safe and healthy, so Dream Witch has his eyes set on this 4 who doesn't have a lot of football, so the 4 will be down, and now Dream Witch is also like not going to be like settled with this tie, as he seems to mainly wanted to go for the Acrobat, but nope, going to be going back on this 4 looking to drop another daughter, as we can see that the Acrobat and is also in the other side of the gate, I presume, and yep, there we go.
Wow, what an intense gate opening ending. What an intense end game.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just so speechless at how things turned out. Like, what the Barmaid did was so Just all my mind. That beautiful flywheel, they're just missing that hit, that detention hit. He managed to get the flip of the window and prolonging kite a little longer, but still ultimately going down to that one tension hit.
Yeah, actually, I think it's not even just the barmaid on her own, but the psychologist as well too. Is that actually one thing that I noticed throughout this game is that the flywheel effects from the survivor side were all very good in canceling the hit and managing to fought through. So we are able to see some statistics here, and the psychologist contained for like 2.5 minutes, for 2 minutes, and the barmaid also like 1.5 minutes, like a very long containment time from everyone we're seeing here.
It looks like they all like decide to do a little teamwork together, so to ensure that their teammates live for a little longer, just to ensure like a safer gate opening. Because this is a Dream Witch that you're talking about. The map control is insanely strong. You just want to have as many people as you can, if possible. Because sometimes even when you have like 4 men on a team. 4 men for gate opening, it might just result in a draw because of how strong she is with her map control with the leeches around as well.
Yeah, I feel like that move for coming back to rescue was very good because like the barmaid is gonna go down. So if the fort hadn't do anything, the Dream Witch would just drop a leech on the barmaid and chair her, and it will be a tie. But for the fort going back to rescue, it actually puts pressure because even the barmaid got down, the Dream Witch could never leech her just because the fort already pulled off the rescue already. So that was an amazing play. And I mean, early game, the Dream Witch also did a very good chase, but then again, this team comp is just Dream Witch is rough to go against.
Right. I was also quite surprised that Lanang went with Dream Witch, knowing that there's a psychologist and barmaid on hand. Even though like Mercenary got cut off, Mercenary being, I believe, is the best rescuer against a Dream Witch, because it just makes sure that you get a very stable rescue. Because when it comes to Dream Witch, when she has a spawn follower out, she might be able to sniff you out early and get that down if she were to get the first hit on you first, like fast enough. So like with the forward on hand, I wasn't even sure what to expect, because like this is a Dream Witch that I'm talking about. Like let's say if you're like you try to like balloon rescue your teammate and there's a spawn follower just in front, the Dream Witch can just switch over to follower and just get the second hit on the rescue teammate immediately.
Yeah, so for those of you who are new or who haven't been keeping up, here's the current score. We can actually be seeing that 02 survivor actually achieving a free escape. So 02 is currently in the lead up by a 5-3 due to 02 free escaped, and then like Jox was a tie. So actually this means that things are not looking too good for Jox right now, because Jox lost BO1, so they must step their game up if they want to like stay alive, because they cannot afford to lose BO2 as well.
It just means that with like more bans that comes in hand, we might see something different from Jox that might throw CT off guard. And yeah, kind of like anticipating a moment to see what they have in hand as their trump card.
Yeah, so with that, like this IV action is amazing so far. So we're going to cut into a break, and after the break, we're going to be seeing you more with more IV action. So see you in a bit.
I'm so sleepy.
No.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。私がこのフロアの残罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして？いい子だから怖くないよ。
俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IVA Caster. I am your caster Invisible Joan, joined by Kiera, and the two of us will be bringing you guys with more live casting for IVA. So earlier, if you were there earlier, we saw Veronica who was casting, and right now thanks to her, and she already went to bed, so wish her rest well. But yeah, wish her rest well. And right now, the two of us will be continuing to doing this very last match for today between Jox and 02. And 02 is currently in the league with a 5-3 score. So right now, if Jox wants to stay alive, they have to step this one up because they cannot afford to lose this BO2, or else it would be over as they will be eliminated for good.
Right, and also to see a Dream Witch against a Barmaid and Psychologist from Lan. I thought that was very interesting and unexpected. Like honestly, John, when we were going through band picks, all like expecting something other than Dream Witch, because we all know that Barmaid and Psychologist counter Dream Witch a lot. So yeah, to see that she actually went with the Dream Witch just shows that she has a lot of confidence and a lot of expertise in that character.
Yeah, actually, we can see that she didn't know what she was doing, because like early in the game when she was using the autopilot to get the Psychologist, like the psychologist thought that the spawn follower would be going through the shack, so she slammed the pallet. But before that, the Dream Witch actually made a slight turn around the corner to make sure that the follower would go behind the shack, and the cycle did not expect that and landed a hit very fast. So I feel like the Dream Witch definitely know what she was doing, but unfortunately the team comp is just way too hard.
Yeah, surprise coming from Team 02, a very veteran and familiar name when it comes to Southeast Asia tournament. They have been performing quite well in recent tournaments, so I feel that to see this kind of performance from them, I'm very excited to see them, but neither am I surprised.
Yeah, because like one thing that is that as all you guys who watch Koa, I think you know, is that 02 has like participated in Koa, qualified for SCA, and we're top 12 as they were able to beat a Japanese professional team being Axis. So that actually makes them like well known and everyone knows them. So currently 02 are showing us, even though they lost against TNG, they're showing us why they did indeed qualify for Koa with a very strong performance against Lannan's Dream Witch just now.
It's a very good team spirit considering that they lost the match with Team Touch and Go. Previously, it looks like they are trying to make a good comeback this time. However, I must also mention that Jox is also putting up a very good fight.
Yeah, especially with that double harassing team comp. So right now, if you guys are in the chat, make sure to just show your love and support to your team, to the fans, because like the thing is that this might be a potential chance that this is their last game. So just show your support and make sure that they perform their best and hope for manifest for the best results. As we are hopping into the ban pick screen here with Jox's Hunter Lana, and we are going to be seeing the barmaid and anti-current being removed here, Kira.
Yeah, it looks like Lala does not want to deal with that barmaid anymore, and also Andy Korean being one of the best harassers in team. He just wanna cut off that support, and Team 02 not wanting to deal with Lala's Dream Witch either went for the ban.
Yeah, it seems that both sides had enough of each other. Lana is like, no, I don't want to deal with your barmaid, and then 02 is like, no, I don't want to deal with your Dream Witch. So they are going for a double respect situation. So we are currently waiting on the first two survivor pick. One thing to note though is that we are not seeing the Seer and Eli on the ban pick jail. So actually there is a potential to get Joseph, but no, I am completely wrong. I jinxed it, my bad. As the mercenary and the psychologist are the first two survivors being selected. So Kira, what do you think about this bans going on so far?
Honestly, it's a little too early for me to say much. I'm not too sure what to expect, but like you mentioned, Team 02 just had to play it safe, which explains the mercenary and psychologist pick. Because when it comes to mercenary, he's the best rescuer, right? And if you were to get a rescue, you can always count on psychologist to give you that Wi-Fi to make that second rescue. So you don't have to spend too much time running around the map. And here we see a Seal and Toy Merchant ban.
Yeah, so one thing to note is that Lana also did indeed play Geisha, but I don't think Geisha is what Lana wanted to play, seeing that the Toy Merchant is being banned, as Toy Merchant doesn't like the Geisha. So this, like, one thing to note is the Toy Merchant is very strong in this map, having the ability to fly around the boat with her glider and then catapult back on it. Like, it can potentially give the Hunter a very hard time. So Toy Merchant being banned, I wonder, does it lean towards like some walking hunters who doesn't have a high mobility, because those characters does not like the Toy Merchant.
Right, I'm kind of surprised that Toy Merchant got banned first instead of Priestess, because Priestess is also very strong in this map, and usually the Priestess ban comes first, and Toy Merchant is like a substitute for Priestess. However, the skills are also like vastly different, so it's kind of like understandable why Toy Merchant will like get own ban, because Toy Merchant on the big boat is just very, very hard to deal with.
So we're seeing the first selection from the 02 survivor side being the Priestess. So Priestess is actually like very strong, like ability to support with the long portals. She isn't that popular in this map because there are not a lot of long range portals, but there's still like the long portal that can allow the teammates to like travel around the entire map. So this is probably what is 02 aiming for, and the Acrobat is the last survivor being banned from Landman's side. So I do wonder, what does this mean and what is Landman aiming for here?
Yeah, I wonder what she's thinking of. So it could be that Geisha that we are all anticipating, who knows, but Geisha didn't like Geisha can do well against the toy merchant because if you were to use a skill and glide, you can always like throw a dash and going for the hit. And okay, last character on Team 02 looks like they're going with like a Harissa like Prospector. I'm kind of surprised that it's not Zed taking a Prospector, but Potato instead. Looks like maybe he has a switch of career.
Yeah, but I think there will be a swap in a second, so we'll see who is the prospector. I think I just noticed that there is also a new like survivor in the play, but nope, we've been talking about the Geisha, and the Geisha is indeed going to be coming into play here. Though Geisha banning the toy merchant is a relatively interesting choice, I think. Like Lennon is just trying to do maybe doing a fake out or something. As right now the Geisha here against this team comp, so who do you think is going to be likely the first target, or like who is going to be more beneficial in this game?
Well, I feel like Geisha isn't too scared of Priestess because even if you go through a portal and get the stun, she can always catch up with like dashes. And not to mention that Priestess at the start of the game is not a very scary character to go after. She can be a good choice, considerable choice for first kite, but also at the same time you have to note that if you were to let Priestess out, her portals can be quite annoying to deal with later, especially as support. I feel the worst choice for Geisha to go for is most likely the Prospector if not for first kite, because like the Geisha's hitbox is quite small, and when it comes to Prospector stun, you can just play around the corners of the walls or whatever obstacles, and it's just harder for Geisha to get the hit with a short hitbox.
Yeah, Geisha does have a short hitbox, so maybe can go with the Psychologist and the Priestess, I presume. But the Prospector, I think, will be one key factor, because the Prospector is a character that can like ensures a rebound kite on the survivor's end. So I think this might be a potential. So we'll be heading into the spawn selections, and we are waiting for the survivors. I wonder, will we be seeing the Great Wall of China as we always normally see in Lakeside Village, or will they surprise us with something else? But we're seeing the selections here, and just dancing around, going for a fake out, and settle with a L, like a short L here, Kira.
Geisha choosing to spawn right next to the Prospector. Looks like she might be potentially going changing the spawn spot to somewhere in the middle of the L shape instead. Speaking of what you mentioned earlier, she might be going for the Psychologist too, because Psychologist, she does not have much to help with her kiting except for the extra health and Flywheel if she brings it, or like the speed boost pellet if she brings it. But other than that, Psychologist just doesn't have much on hand to help with the kite.
Yeah, so the Psychologist is likely going to be taking the first chase, but don't forget the Priestess actually spawned near the small boat area, so the Psychologist can kite for a round before heading over to the small portal to just help and extend your kite. But never mind about that, as we're going to be into the game right now. I'm a caster Invisible Jump with my lovely partner Kiera, as we're going to be bringing you with more live casting, and Lana here just going to be marching towards Senia, who is just like hovering around the shack, making sure that she doesn't get red light tricked or something, as Lana here is just going to be looping around this shack, hoping to catch a line of sight of the Psychologist, as the Psychologist is making sure to not give any line of sight.
He uses a dash to close up the distance between her and the Psychologist, dropping the pellet, forcing Geisha to break it so she has time to transition further away, and also to take note that the basement is here, so you do not want to fall. However, the Psychologist, she has 1 extra health. She can afford to kind of rotate around. She was like, it seems like she wants to transition to the beach area instead.
Yeah, but she didn't transition far enough from that stun though. One butterfly from the Geisha looking to try and get the hit, and is able to get the hit, even though the Psycho did indeed get the stun, but that stun was traded by hit, so that's a not good situation. And right now, Lana here is just pressuring the Psychologist, just hovering left and right, threatening to him, but looking to maybe wait out for the stress level, and goes for the swing, doesn't hit, and right now forcing Lana to break that pallet.
Right, goes in on a swing and gets the hit on the Psychologist. Cyphers are looking pretty okay, but I would say it was a pretty fast down because Psychologist, being a character that can tank 3 hits, went down before all 3 Cyphers are popped. However, goes in for a teleport to cancel that big portal support that they don't want to deal with. And I feel like, Lan just going back to chair, trying to potentially get a hit on the rescuer, so rescue wouldn't be in full health when it comes to second rescue.
Yeah, Mercenary in the vicinity here wanting to buy a bit more time, but is forced to go for the rescue. So now that the Psychologist has been rescued, the Geisha just wants to down the Psycho, doesn't want any rebound kite potential, and is able to get what he do. We did see the Prospector in the vicinity. He probably wanted to harass, but it ended up not working. As the patient, or rather the Psychologist here, is going to be going down at the corner of the big boat, which is arguably one of the longest, like one of the like strongest place to go down, as seeing that the Prospector is still in the vicinity.
It looks like Prospector is trying to buy more time for his team by harassing the Hunter, and Psychologist choosing to die in the beach was a very smart move because you actually get a bit of a movement debuff when you enter the waters. And like, Lanlan just doing what? Stop dropping Psychologist so she doesn't get the stun. Actually, like, the Mega actually missed, but yeah. There's Psychologist on a chair, and that'll be her second chair.
Yeah, so right now the survivors will have to consider on who is going to be the one pulling off the rescue, as Lana is just patrolling this area, like threatening survivors left and right. Prospector will be in the vicinity and goes for the hit, but the magnet's going to come into play here, and there goes the first hit, as right now the Psychologist is able to rescue safe and sound, but there's still one more chance to go for a target tank and is able to pull that one off. So with that, the Psychologist is on the last chair. We have to remember that.
Prospector just going for one last harass, but however, knowing that he can't rescue that Psychologist, just running away, trying to buy distance and time so he doesn't go down fast. So I was like, he's in half health, so it's kind of risky for him. Gets that stun and managed to pull away, but how long can he last? This is Geisha, she's fast.
Yeah, one fly will affect, but that wasn't not an effective fly will affect, so the Prospector is actually down right now. Cypher progress looking pretty healthy, as the last two ciphers have some decent amount of progress, but then again, the survivors will have to consider who they want to rescue right now. Would it be the Priestess or the Mercenary? But no, the Hunter goes for the teleport. It's going to be like, I am not done here, and it's going to looking to gain more presence throughout the field with some more map pressure.
Yeah, I feel like this kind of forced Potato to going for the rescue, but Potato in half health, like this might mean a double down situation. The best bet is to get the misses a swing, and he actually managed to get that rescue off, but this might be a double down situation, as Prospector only has, I believe, one magnet on her and gets the hit on Prospector, which means that Prospector might be flying off to Mello soon, as there's just not enough cypher progress.
Well, this is Prospector's second chair though, so there is still one more potential chance as the Mercenary went down at the last cipher. But right now we can see the Priestess is actually going to sneak around and go for the instant rescue. Nope, never mind. The Priestess wants to buy more time, just to wait the Mercenary to still heal up. No rash decisions allowed here, as Lana wants to force a rescue off, but Priestess actually goes to Portal just to buy more time. The Priestess here definitely does not want to go for the early rescue to allow the Merc to get back up.
Yeah, they have to really make this last. Gets a hit on the Priestess, allowing Prospector to leave. The Cypher actually pregnant and goes in for a pop instead, which means that there's 3 person on the late game, and Priestess having a support portal ready, just trying to buy more time, kiting around the big boat, which is a very good kiting area.
Yeah, but Landline with the help of a fly through it, but Priestess also uses the flyable effect to negate that, so this is a very good play from both ends. The Priestess right now just wants to drag enough time to make sure that his teammates can get out no matter what. So yes, the Priestess will be going down right now, and Landline goes for a teleport for the front gate, but no one is actually there. The Prospector is waiting by the center, and now the Prospector is making a beeline towards the back gate, as the Priestess is going to be chaired right now.
I felt that teleport was just to make sure that there's no one at the gate, and because if she were to teleport to the back gate, it'll take a lot of time to get back to a Priestess, and Priestess has a faster self-healing speed, so that could be a risky move. So I think what Geisha wanted to do is to make sure there's no one at the gate, and if there's someone at the gate, then it's kind of like an advantage for her. But if not, I think she's happy settling down with the draw.
Yeah, and Geisha being a TIE Hunter, and also I think Lana here definitely manages to pull off what she intended to do. And actually we can see that late game wise, it did got a bit danger after the Mercenary was forced to rescue in half health, but in the end, the Priestess managed to last long enough to make sure that the mercenary managed to self-heal up, and it was a pretty nice like judgment and handling from the survivors end, as we're going to be seeing some statistics here. Or never mind.
Alright, looking into the stats, here we see the main character being the Prospector with the highest containment time, and the first Chase main psychologist, like she has a 70 plus second containment time, which wasn't too bad considering that she was found really fast and she got the first hit really fast. Right, and you see like Prospector having one rescue, which means that he really did his best trying to protect the priestess.
Yeah, actually, like early game, the psychologist went down like relatively early, like took the hits a bit fast. But we can see that because like Geisha being a TIE hunter and Geisha never fully able to build up map presence. So even though the Geisha did do a couple things right, in the end it was still a TIE. And actually, like there was a potential chance for the Geisha to chair the priestess and then teleport, and then try to get for a win with a teleport. But then, as you mentioned, Geisha just wants to go for a safe option and go for the TIE, as he definitely does not want to get free escape, or else it's putting a lot of pressure on Jox's survivors.
That's true. It's like I feel that what hunters like to do to play as a safe option if their Geisha is to dash over to the nearest gate, and then to make sure like there's no one nearby, then you teleport to the other gate. But as you mentioned prior, like she really wants to just play it safe to put less pressure on the survivors. However, Jox is already on the losing end. They have to work extra hard to get back on their feet.
Yeah, because like, as we can see the scoreboard right now, 0-2 got the first round 5-3, and it's a tie right now. So ties are acceptable for Jox's ends, but there is a potential for 0-2 to end things right here and there if the hunter gets a free survivor elimination or more later. So this will be a huge question of whether that will be the case here.
Right, I guess we shall stay and find out. Kind of excited to see what both teams will bring to the table as a method of ensuring that they get this win and then get them back.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to be hopping into a quick break as the match is so intense so far. We need to calm down for a bit. But after the break, we'll see you all with more IV action. See you in a bit, guys. Bye-bye.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, welcome back to the IV with more IV action. I'm your caster, the not invisible Joan with Kiera. So currently we are still at the match between Jox and 02, and currently things are tied, or rather 02 is in the lead with a slight advantage. But there's a chance that they can end things here and there. And before we start, let's have a quick shout out to everyone in the chat. So we have let's see, Vanilla Kanda, Hanako, Atlan, and obviously our wonderful organizer Nello, and Giselle who commentated yesterday, and Ducky, and also Demi Honker that I saw just now. Hello everyone. So for those of you in the chat, remember to show support to the team that you are rooting for, because this might be the last match, and both teams definitely do not want to go home right now, so they'll definitely need some cheering going on in the live chat, definitely.
Right, it's definitely a go big or go home situation, and you definitely want to go big and not go home, like I mentioned. Yeah. Right, so going into the analysis of the player pool of both teams. From what we know, Lan is famed for her Geisha and Dream Witch. As for Ares, he actually has a whole variety of hunters on hand, but we've only seen Knight so far, maybe because he's most confident in Knight. But I'm pretty sure he has other characters on hand too, not just the older ones, but also newer meta characters such as Hermit. I believe he's a Hermit player.
Ooh.
So I might be seeing that on the scene. Who knows, man?
Yeah, and I mean, Hermit might be possible, because right now, if 02 Ares gets a free survivor elimination or more, then this game is over here and there. Or he can just choose to play it safe and capitalize on that 2-point lead that they had in BO1 and hopes to dragging things out. But Jox here, Jox actually can ideally they will want to aim for a free escape just to correct the 5-3 defect. But if no, they at least need a tie, as they cannot afford to get free survivor elimination or more. So both teams are definitely going to give it their all right now, and Jox will definitely have to step their game up for certain.
Yes, they're definitely fighting nose to nose, and I kinda excited to see what jokes could bring in hand because right now going to round 3, which means you have more hunters and more survivors to ban. So ZT might be banning Lanlan's Geisha and Dreamwitch. So like with two survivors that she's most known for ban, like I kinda like wonder who will she pick.
Yeah, but we'll have to like answer that question later though, considering that we're still at the BO2 second half. So Aris here, so right now I think it's more of how does Aris want to play if he wants to like end this game here, and how would Jox play if they want to secure the tie. And maybe Jox will have to consider some of the more tie characters like Embalmer Mechanic maybe, or they can just play standard gameplay in hopes of pulling off that free escape if they need to.
Right, and Embalmer being a very, like, how do I say, he's not a bad choice for first chase, but when it comes to support, he can be insanely annoying, especially on big maps. You can just sell a coffee like very far away, and yeah, like it just buys so much time, and potentially also like wasting a teleport on the hunter side if they brought teleport, or if the hunter has used up teleport already, which just means that it's extra troublesome for the hunter to get back on chase again.
Well, yeah, but we're now actually going to be heading into the ban pick list, and right now, as we remind you, Lakeside Village is going to be the selection, which is a hunter-sided map, and Aris here will be making his first two selection being the Seer and the Antiquarian. Like, we did see Aris with the Knight for, I believe, almost the entire day. Will we be seeing that more here, or will it be banned? I am curious on what is Jox's Survivor plan right now, as both the Seer and Antiquarian get thrown out of the equation.
Right, imagine when Jox would ban Naya, like who do you think Aris would bring up?
Well, it's kind of hard because like we see him with lots of hunters like Bloody Queen and as you mentioned Hermits, and I also like seen his rank, and he also plays Sculptor, Clerk, and Wax Artist, and the Naiad is indeed going to be in jail this time. But because like one thing to note is that Naiad is very strong in Lakeside Village, this being her hometown and all because like she swims around. So right now Aris will have to consider to go for different hunters, but first of all, we have to wait for the first two survivor picks, and I do wonder what would it be.
Right, with Antiquarian and Seer on the bench already, very stable bans, I must say, but this also lets out two very annoying survivors on this map that you do not want to deal with. Priestess and Toy Merchant. Both of them are, I don't know which one is worse to deal with, Jong, as a hunter.
Well, I'm a hunter main, so I think I can say this. In normal situations, Priestess is more annoying with her portals, long portals, and like long ranges portal stuns. But in this certain map, Priestess is not that annoying due to the fact that there's not that many long portal spots. On the other hand, though, Toy Merchant, like being able to fly around the big boat, as you mentioned earlier in the last round, is going to be more of a hassle, as the Mercenary and the Barmaid are the next two being banned. So, Kiara, what do you think that this ban pick is suggesting? Like, what do you think is suggesting right now based on this current bans?
Usually when it comes to having a barmaid ban means that you're about to bring a Dreamwitch on the table, but knowing Ares, I don't think he plays Dreamwitch, so I think we're like most definitely seeing another character on hand. But barmaid, even though she's good against Dreamwitch, she's also a very, very good support character when it comes to teamwork. So banning barmaid, I really understand that. As a hunter, you really see potential in that her Dolphin can potentially turn tables around.
Yeah, because he definitely did again in BO1 second half against Landman. And as I've been talking like a couple of times throughout this game throughout today, is that Barmaid is a strong counter to single hit hunter. So I believe this might be what it's suggesting, as Aris wants single hit hunters. As talk about girl power, because we actually see another girl, like another soft support here, the female dancer being in the selection. So this is actually looking to be a very support heavy team called Support Heaven. We have the Priestess, we have the Toy Merchant Annie, and we have the female dancer. This is like a very support heavy team comp going on from Jox's Survivor end.
Right, we just need one more girl to make the ultimate girl K-pop group. Okay, then.
Yep.
I didn't know if they plan to bring a rescue on hand, but I'm not too sure about that. What do you think Miso will bring?
Well, I'm not certain though. We'll have to wait for the last one. But as you made a good point that so far there's no rescuer, so maybe they'll have to bring out the first officer, or maybe they will just end up bringing another female character just to complete the K-pop group. Who knows? But we'll have to see if Aris will be banning that first officer, seeing that it not been selected. But if Aris wants to play a camping hunter, then the first officer ban is like a favorable choice, just because this makes the rescue team come from Jock's survivor and relatively weak. Or she can also choose to ban some of the more like stronger characters. It really depends on what Aris wants to play. Because if it's a single hit hunter, then I believe it's not a camping hunter. So never mind. I'm completely wrong as I jinxed it once again, because the first officer is banned right now. So what do you think would Jock be picking here, Kira?
Alright, when it comes down to rescuers, I think we can kind of like half expect the rolling or coordinator, but they might go for a non-rescuer strategy instead, because that kind of promotes Cypher Rush. Oh, going in for the Beta being a very good harasser, something like a sub forward, but not quite really because the skills work too differently. However, they can both rescue teammates, and they're just very good rescuers to have on the scene.
Yeah, but the thing is that Banter's not exactly strong against camping hunters such as Bon or like Galatea if they get selected though, because Merkin first officer can guarantee a rescue, the Banter not exactly. And actually, like, I've been talking about Aris Bloody Queen a couple of times today, and actually if we are looking at this team comp, I am seeing a potential of it being pulled out, just because Bloody Queen counters Banter, counters Dancer, and Priestess may be depending on the area, but I feel like BQ is kind of strong against this team comp. But never mind, I am once again completely wrong. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Aris is like, nope, I'm going to like do a fake out, and goes for the Disciple instead. So, Kiera, what do you think about this Disciple pick?
Right, Disciple is a very strong TIE hunter. She may not be the strongest, but she's also very stable if you're very good at her, because when it comes to having harassers on a team, you can potentially put a cat on the harasser to silence them, unless the harasser can brought flywheel to flywheel through the cat, as we've seen earlier from previous teams. But that actually takes very good reflex, so like the teammate must be extremely trained and predict the hunter's movement to actually pull off such a move.
Yeah, actually, as you mentioned, a good point, Disciple being a TIE hunter and all, and also Lakeside being a large map and hunter-sided in general makes the Disciple relatively easier to go for a tie. And if we look at this team comp, actually the female Dancer can be chased, and I believe the Banter himself has the potential to be chased as well. It seems that here like Priestess, female Dancer, and Banter both have a potential to be chased, but don't forget about the big boat area where the Priestess and the Toy Merchant are a nightmare over there.
Yeah, absolutely. However, if you were to catch the Toy Merchant off guard when she's away from the big boat, I believe that it could potentially be a fast down for the Disciple, unless she has a catapult nearby that helps her to prolong her kite. However, I don't think that's too much of an issue for Anne, because if the Toy Merchant has a cat on her, she can most likely just hop over.
Yeah. So we'll have to see though. But it depends on if the Toy Merchant is able to like go for the jump before the Disciple launches a cat onto her. So first of all, I think the one thing that I'm curious and it's going to be important is that who exactly is the one spawning at the boat, because both the Priestess and the Toy Merchant have potential there. So who is the one being there is going to be very crucial, I believe.
Right, I believe that they should give Toy Merchant the boat, because that's where she strives at. However, Priestess may be the shack. I believe Dancer, if possible, around the 11 or small boat area, I think should do quite good there.
I actually think that that's a possible case. So, the Banter, but we'll have to see what ends up happening right now, as there's seems to be. Let me think a bit more. Disciple definitely I can see like a lot. Actually, like if we think about it in the end, I believe Disciple can chase everyone in this team comp. So this is definitely one thing we should look out for.
Right, it looks like we may have had a tanker issue. So okay,
Yeah.
right. Let's talk a little more about. Thai hunters. Okay, first of all, we have Disciple as mentioned, and what other Thai hunters do you think we have in the game?
Well, actually, Thai hunters, there's quite a number, like Bloody Queen, Geisha, Nayat, or maybe Wax Artist. Like, these are some pretty good Thai hunters, but I think among them all, Disciple is like one thing I want to talk about this Disciple is that it's probably one of the stable Thai hunters, and also maybe she is the queen of eliminating one. I'm going to say this, she is the queen of eliminating one, because the cats, and she's just a go-to, like, if you ask me, she may be better than Geisha or Bloody Queen in securing that one, just because the cat stuns, no one can prevent that.
Right, absolutely, especially with like a full presence Disciple. It can be quite tricky to rescue sometimes. You have to really calculate the cats, like when the cats come back and such, and consider stuff like getting bitten by a cat first before going for a rescue to make it like a safer rescue. But all of these things are very situational, and it takes like an experienced player to read those scenarios to make a good call.
Yeah, but actually you mentioned a very good potential point, Kiera, just now is the rescues. Because Disciple actually have a very strong camping game, and if we look at this team comp, there are no particular strong rescuers. Like, maybe the Badger itself, but the Badger does have a possibility on getting stuffed too. So this is one thing that we definitely should look out, because Badger's not like the Merc and the First Officer. Merc and First Officer can ensure a rescue with their various abilities, but Badger, if he wants a guaranteed rescue, he has to go for the instant knockback, because if he doesn't use that immediately, then there is also a possibility on him getting stuffed as well.
Yeah, and better not having any resources to help him close in distance, like the mercenary, just makes it a very risky rescue against the Disciple, I believe, because if the Beta were to get sniffed out early and were to get a regular hit first, it's actually very risky for him to just go in for a rescue if there are cats on the scene, because the Disciple could just always hop back and potentially leading out to a failed rescue or double down.
Yeah, but one thing though is that the Badger actually does also have an eco potential of like countering the Disciple as well, because like if the Disciple can't jump straight, then the Badger can easily use his balls to knock the Disciple backwards and negating that jump. So if the Badger if the Disciple wants to counter that, then we're going to be like relying on the Disciple of making curved jumps, because we can see with Dongshan and Koa, he actually makes a lot of curved jump with Disciples, as we're going to be seeing the spawn location here.
Alright, as mentioned previously, Toy Merchant being an absolute annoyance on the big boat, hence letting her have the big boat, and seeing Priestess spawn just in the middle, I believe. I believe that's very near, like, there's not much area to work with kiting. But I believe that, like the previous team, they work with an L shape. Maybe they felt like it's like the most viable strategy. And Disciple just spawning around the 11 area. I believe that the first target would be would be the Dancer, as the Dancer is actually not a bad chase against the Disciple.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before the game, I believe everyone has a chase potential. But I will agree with you that the Priestess spawning location was relatively interesting, considering that there's not a lot of good portal areas. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But just to recall for everyone who is new here, or like new to the stream, is that right now, if the Disciple gets a free elimination or more, then it'll be game over, meaning that Jox's Survivor must get a tie. And I'm your caster, Invisible Joan, with my partner Kiera, and we're going to be hopping into more IVA action, as right now, Aris will be marching his way towards, I believe it's going to be the female dancer, as we predicted.
Yeah, and getting a first cat on the female dancer already. Even though she used a slow box wheel that dancing away and trying to buy more distance, I was thinking like she might be able to get a stun on Dancer with the cats, but it looks like Dancer has rotated away using her slow box.
Yeah, so currently the female dancer, like a pretty nice dance to, like, you know, evade of getting the first hit. And there's a cat on it. I apologize if my phone rings, but back to the chase here. The Cyber marching closer, wanting to get the female dancer, and nice flywheel effect on preventing that hit, forcing the Cyber to go for the silence, and there goes that early hit. But there is the Toll Merchant's catapult set up as we called earlier in the game.
Yeah, like this is just It's so hard for Ares here to get the dancer down. Dancer just hiding around it like the window and actually like waiting and dancer to come down. However, there's like support porters around and it's not too detrimental for the dancer as she can kite longer on the big boat.
Yeah, but actually we can see that the female dancer earlier chose not to go into the long portal but the short portal, and Rita goes for drop down, but the disciple caught red-handed and will be going for the jump. Like there is a music box at it, but never mind about that. There's another catapult there, the second catapult, ensuring the female dancer to go back in the big boat. This is like a jumping zone right now for the survivors completely.
What an insane use of the catapult! And once again, support portals is around the vicinity. Ares still. Oh, do you see that? There was a reverse. She just reversed the portal. Very smart move from the dancer there.
Yeah, that was a pretty good double back situation. So we can see the female dancer is relatively far away, and the batcher is already here, wanting to play baseball with the hunter, but Disciple marching closer, hoping to just get like the female dancer down. But no, another wonderful pirouette from the female dancer, dancing away, and now right. The Disciple wanted to go for the Batcher, but the Batcher's Spaceballs again are into play, forcing the Disciple to go back onto the female dancer, who already traversed his way into double 11.
Yeah, what a beautiful use of the music box. Who would have thought to use the music box to rotate away so the cat misses? And Batera area trying to make sure the dancer lives another day, misses the ball, however that's not too much of an issue. Misses a stun and dancer actually manages to vault over the window. Look at the ciphers, John. Not a single survivor on the chat, and we are down to our last 2 ciphers already.
Yeah, the survivors are doing a very good job right now, and another pirouette from the female dancer just to like slide to the left and slide to the right, just slide away, making sure that the Disciple can never get a safe jumping zone. The Disciple here is going to inch closer though, but there is 2 more pallet areas to play around with, instantly slamming it, just not going to give any chances to the hunter on getting any downs. Back to the catapult again! Oh my goodness, Kira!
That was the 3rd time wrong, I believe, if I'm not wrong. What an annoyance! This is why you ban Toy Merchant in this map. Like, this just shows how much of a potential that Toy Merchant has on this match, especially that this is high. These are how the players are talking about. They are all good in their area of field. Like, they got all good in the character pools that they choose. Ares just having no choice but change target to someone easier around 11 area. Going in for the priestess instead. However, female dancer has been healed.
Yeah, the priestess actually wanted to go for a double back, unfortunately it did not work, so we'll be taking the normal hit, but then again, we can see that the batter is actually also in the vicinity right now. Like, there's a whole party because the survivors can just play this slow, and Disciple is just going to be wandering around the entire map, going to be thinking carefully on what exactly he wants to do.
Right, things are really not looking too good for Ares right here. He has to get a survivor down as soon as possible. However, if he were to use the boom to get the fast down, it just means that his gate opening wouldn't have too much of a chance. Goes in for the better, gets a swing on better, but that's only his first hit.
Yeah, so this is definitely not looking too good right now, but the Disciple will be actually going to be marching left and right just to like try to control field over here and control field over there, go a bit back and forth. So Wolf the Cat is able to pull the head off the Toy Merchant, but will it pay off? Or will it work though? Because we can see that the survivors are just going to be divide and conquering, as there is a cipher, like there is a person on every single cipher in the field.
Right, I feel like in this situation, they have to prioritize keeping the female dancer in full health, but never mind, looks like they're healing up already. I was thinking that if someone who's in half health gets down fast, we have to ensure that there's someone in full health to be around to make that rescue happen, given that they have a very amazing early game to mid game, so they can't really, it's like a waste to waste that on late game if like the rescue doesn't happen.
Yeah, so right now gets the terror shock on the Toy Merchant and finally being able to chair the first time, but we can see that Cyberpunk is not looking too good. The Batter is once again here looking to give the Hunter a hard time, so this forces the Disciple to go after the Batter, who misses the baseline, able to pull off that stun though. The Batter is like, nope, I'm not gonna give you any free hits, and I'm here to making sure you won't get any chairs, and goes for the hit, and no, doesn't hit though. So now Disciple will be forced to break that ball.
This is a hit, however, the batter has one last ball to utilize, so he going for that hit. No, it looks like the Disciple is going for the basement chair instead. However, I feel like ciphers are enough. The Priestess is already on the last cipher, which I believe is about 60% right now.
Yeah, so, but the basement though does give the Hunter a chance. So the batter here is going to go for the rescue in the basement and like here to save the day, but actually this is a double survivor rescue situation as they really want to pull off the rescue. So is able to pull the head off the female dancer, and the cat was actually ate by the batter. So now this is going to have an entire party rushing out of the basement, hoping to like get everyone back out.
Right.
Oh.
Actually, Sakura is very prime, Jong. It looks like it might be a 4-man. It will be a 4-man on a gate opening. Disciple going for the jump, however, it's not too much of a good move because it just means that after getting a hit, she won't have a skill to use for gate opening. Misses a swing! And yeah, just going in for the big gate, hoping to get someone down.
Yeah, so he'll be marching towards the gate. There's actually 2 survivors over there. A bit of a traffic jam situation, but Fuki here is going to get spotted, but oh, the Fuku actually has a watch, which I believe the toy merchant was the one gave that, but never mind, is able to get that stun off. No! Able to survive for long. That's a very clutch move from the female dancer, and with that she finally goes down, but she definitely did bought a bit of a time there, just clawing to stay alive and making sure that she doesn't go down fast.
Right, Disciple spending so much time trying to get the dancer. I feel that he really deserves it. The dancer just being like such a good character against his Disciple, together along with the assist of Toy Merchant. There was utter hell for Disciple. Ares just scouting around area for any potential survivors that might be hiding around, trying to go in for a sneak rescue, but it looks like all 3 of them are going for the back gate instead. It looks like Disciple does not have trump card to go in for the teleport.
Yeah, because we can see that he had deterioration at the personal screen on top, so that means he likely brought the up, down, and has no trump card. So this means that the other 3 survivors are going to make their grand escape. So with that, congratulations to Jox for pulling off a free escape. And this actually means that this is going to be a 5-3 from Jox survivor side, I presume.
What a match, Jong! Wow! I remember talking about unconventional characters. Never mind that. Unconventional teamwork. That was amazing. I eat my words. I thought that usually a dancer is not too good against a Disciple, but this dancer is an amazing dancer.
Yeah.
Just like make sure that cat misses.
Yeah, and also the batter also gave the Hunter a hard time, but look at this containment. Look at the female dancer, almost a 4-minute containment time. It's actually a pretty lengthy game though, but the batter and the female dancer both did very well in like making sure that the first down doesn't happen at all. So even though the Disciple being like a strong camper hunter, never had the chance to achieve any camps.
I agree. With the toy merchant around just assisting the dancer, like the Disciple could not land the final hit on the dancer to even chat them. And also like when we mentioned the Priestess spawn spot, it was a bit interesting because it wasn't like in the shack or like near 11 where there was for her to work with. It was in fact like in some empty area in front of both. It kind of makes sense now to have double assist support. If you notice that after like the toy merchant, it was the Priestess turn to put in the portals, and she like the dancer delays for like another, I don't know, 10 minutes. Okay, that's an extra.
Yeah, like the support are very good. Like if they all keep taking turns, batter, toy merchant, Priestess, they were all one after another, and toy merchant's catapult came in clutch 3 times. Priestess portals, batter's baseball. It was just so good. It was an amazing showcase from Jox's side. And with that amazing performance, they actually gave the BO2 win with a 5-3. So this actually means that we are deadlocked right now heading into that BO3 here.
And Jox definitely redeemed himself with the survivor side. There was some amazing teamwork I see right there. At times, it just like shows that sometimes having a stable rescuer is not everything when it comes to knowing that you get to ban hunters that you're scared of.
Yeah, it worked out for them this game because like who needs a strong rescuer when you cannot even get a first down. Like, it worked out for Joxus this time. As a result, I think everyone in the chat, let's just hype up in how close this game is, because we are heading into BO3 and with a deadlocked score between both Jox and 0-2, so anything can happen in BO3, I believe.
Right. With BO3 there are more bands, so I feel that seeing how Jox is very good with their battle, as seen in previous rounds, we might be seeing a better band this time. I feel like if our Aries, I'll definitely going for the better band, but yeah, Toy Merchant, Dancer, and Priestess are scary too, but it really depends on the band.
Yeah. Yeah, so everyone in the chat, make sure to show love and support us with how close things are for both teams, and we still have one more round to go where things are completely like equal right now. So we're going to be hop in a short break for everyone to take a rest and like hydrate, because we'll be hydrating off camera. So we'll see you in a bit, guys. Bye bye.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして？いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。 忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone and welcome back to more IVA live action. Once again, I'm Jong and Kira, and we're Kira. Or rather, sorry, I'm Jong and this is Kira, and we are going to be bringing you with some live action here with Joss and CT. As we can see, currently the score is completely tied up, meaning that anything can happen in the last round.
Right, and this means that we are going into BO3, and I believe the map chosen is Moonlit River Park. It's a big map. It's neither easy for survivors or hunters. But however, as a hunter, you get to choose characters that may be in favor when it comes to Moonlit River Park. It's less I feel that Moonlit River Park plays in less of favor when it comes to characters when it comes to survivors. I can't really think of characters that are going Moonlit River Park except for maybe, let's say, the Priestess. However, I feel like when it comes to big maps like this, Priestess is most likely your top band to go.
Yeah, Priestess is terrifying in this map. And you know what else is terrifying? The roller coaster. The roller coaster with the help of spawn selections, it just really makes it a nightmare for the hunters because they're definitely going to be having someone at the first stop and set up at the second stop. So this is something that we definitely have to look out for the hunter-wise. So they definitely will have to pay attention to this.
Right, in that sense, it can be quite survivor-sided as a hunter, you might not expect the, let's say, second stop to have been pressed. So like, you might be thinking, okay, survivor might be liking second stop, let me just make a beeline to second stop. But no, they go over to the third stop instead, which, yeah, in that sense, it makes it very survivor-sided. Please nerf the roller coaster, thank you. Alright. Comes to Moonlit River Park, when, if you were to go with characters that are just meant for good map control, such as Clerk or Dream Witch, I feel like as a hunter, you might be able to play this to your advantage over survivors.
Yeah, but Clerk isn't exactly strong in this map, just due to the fact that there are not a lot of pallet areas around. So as a result, Clerk's like main strength is limited here. But yeah, Dream Witch is definitely a possibility, and also Lana's famous Geisha is also a possibility here, though, as we're going to be hopping into the band pick screen for BO3. And just a reminder, things are dead even right now, so Lan is going to be hunting here, and Geisha is actually very, very strong in this map. One butterfly and you can fly across the entire map. So we're seeing the first three bands, and actually we can see that it's going to be talk about like another K-pop group, because like 3 females sitting at the band pick list.
But that just means that Priestess might be let out. Let's see what the survivors or ZD think, whether go the Priestess or not. But as you mentioned previously, Geisha, Dream Witch, Lan's mains are pretty good on this map. Here we can see like Black Queen and Dream Witch being banned. I think we might be seeing Geisha this time, Jong.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting choice that they chose to release the Geisha, because Geisha is very strong at this map. One butterfly, you fly across. So maybe they want to like counter that Geisha, or they're like, you know what, I'm not afraid of your Geisha, bring it on. So we are waiting for the first 2 picks, but the Seer is actually not bad amongst all this. So I think the Seer have a highly likely chance of being chosen here, Kira.
Right, I think so too. However, if Lan has decided to go with the geisha, I feel that there's no need to fear the priestess. The priestess might be a menace to most hunters, but when it comes to geisha, Grimwitch, and Breaking Wheel, she's not too much of a menace. However, like what you said, Sia has been chosen, Sia being the most optimal team player because you can see where the hunter spawn and where the hunter is going towards, which just means to having an team rotation in lead can potentially play well against the survivors.
Yeah, the Sears out is a nightmare to almost like all the hunters, apart from maybe a certain few. So this is something that we definitely will have to look out of. But Seer here is going to be the selection with the mercenary. So the priestess has still been released, as Kira has mentioned that the priestess is like. Geisha's not that afraid of priestess at this map, but never mind because we can see that the psychologist and indeed the priestess are going to be banned. It seems that the females are going to be the main highlight today because there's an entire army of them being in the ban pick list. So Kiera, based on how this is shaping up, what do you think we're going to be seeing at the next potential pick?
We might be seeing a K-pop boy band instead. Having two male characters chosen. Mercenary being a very good pick because like this is such a big map. You just want to have like a rescuer that can definitely have the tools to close up space in between. Honestly, when it comes to the next two selection, I'm not too certain, but I'm anticipating to see Acrobat from Miniyuki, knowing that she is a very formidable Acrobat main. No, I can see a Pattern side instead.
Yeah, so Prospector is the one being selected, so yep, I actually agree because they pretty much need a harasser, and Prospector is the number 2 harasser, seeing that Anti-Core is gone from the ban pick list. And actually, I would agree with Kiera that Acrobat may have a high potential because Acrobat is very strong in certain areas such as the first and fourth stop that can give the hunter a hard time. But oh, never mind, the Acrobat has been banned as Lana doesn't want to deal with it, and we're seeing a postman. And I like how Kiera's prediction of this being a boy band, a K-pop boy band, being completely true because this time we're seeing an all guys team comp here.
Right, Postman was a little unexpected, but he's a very good support. So yeah, I feel like he's a good pick in general when it comes to this. When it comes to team comp. However, like when it comes to a big map like Moonlight Rail Park, I was kind of expecting a character that might help with the big distance of this map. And here we see Lan going with the signature geisha.
Yeah, so I think this geisha pick is not a surprise to all, seeing that Lennon is known for it and Moonlight being strong for geisha. But one thing to note is that I think the Survivor decoding team comp is fast because they do have the postman with a decoding speed boost, and also with the help of a seer out, it can help prolong the first kite. So this is one thing that Lana will have to look at moving into this game.
Right, and I feel that with Seer, you might potentially be good against a geisha because you can like potentially suck hours while looking back at the geisha, and the geisha's hitbox is short. You can work around with it, and you have 1 extra hour to work with too if the hour is not spent on spotting in teammates. And going into the spawn location, you can see Seer going in for I believe the double story hunt house. Postman choosing to spawn near the circus. Mercenary at the most dangerous spot, which is the bridge cipher. When you spawn at the bridge cipher rank, there are 2 possible directions that the hunter might be coming from. So unless you are a very confident rescuer, it's always better for you to rotate around from the bridge cipher because it's just dangerous. And lastly, Prospector just spawning around. Just spawning around, I believe, is the second stop.
Yeah, somewhere around that, but based on what we spawn, I think there's a highly likely potential the postman taking the first kite, because first of all, he's the fastest decoder in like the match right now in the team, and secondly, he's also like right next to the hunter, so I feel like there is a high potential that we're seeing the postman taking the first kite. But we're going to be into the game with your caster Invisible Joan and Kiera, as Lana will be indeed going to the postman, who is rotating behind the tent, hoping to like make sure the hunter doesn't see it, but nope. the geisha here spots the postman, and one butterfly instantly closes in the distance, hoping to get the first hit, as the postman will have to rely on these two pallets to play around.
Right, Postman having not much kiting abilities under his dog, I feel that it does not work very well against the geisha because the geisha has butterflies. She can always utilize the dash to get to you, even with the movement slowdown. And also the geisha's dash the cooldown is pretty short, so like yeah, it might be a fast down for Postman if he were not to make the kite last in this area.
Yeah, but actually the postman is doing a very good job in evading the hunter's butterflies and not giving a clear line of sight, and with the help of that doggo. So yeah, but it's been 1 minute into the game and still yet no hit, so this postman so far so good. Now rotating, like looping around this pallet, hoping to play around, able to pull off that pallet, and just going to be mind gaming here, and goes for that aggressive ball and able to pull it off, and Landon goes for a big and misses it as well. Landon throwing everything on the table and none of it is working out here, Kira.
Right, that means Blink was so detrimental, especially like when Postman took that risky vault. It was an almost terror shot. Like who would have thought, like the butterfly causing a bit of a traffic jam situation misses that swing, allowing Postman to transition into a strong kiting spot. Oh, Emma backs and get the hit instead.
Yeah, so able to get the first hits, but don't forget there's still that Sears out equation though. So Landman here looping around another butterfly to fly through, a bit of an overflying, allowing the postman just to like carry around for like longer. This is actually going to be a merry-go-round situation right now, as going to be just running circles and circles, making sure that the geisha can never have a clean fly on top of it.
Right, and look at the ciphers, John. 3 ciphers are already down and Postman is still not on chair yet. Oh, Sear not giving any chance to the hunter, just giving Postman the hour so he can make a kite last, and they're just trying to play around. Oh, it's a pellet stun instead. Like both parties was trying to predict each other's action, and ultimately the geisha kind of stuck in that.
Oh, and the prospector is here to give the hunter a hard time, but by stunning it backwards, now Lennon will be switching his eyes on the prospector, goes for the hit, but one fly will affect to evade that right now, so the prospector is still alive. Now Geisha is going to be chasing this prospector, but prospector is also not having it, just looping around and finally able to pull off that hit, but this is actually very long in the game with no one being down at all.
Right, however, the prospector have to be careful as the basement is here, and a basement chair might just change the game around and gets the hit on the prospector. Will this be a basement chair, or will she chair the prospector outside for more map control?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be dropped down into the basement, the one place that people don't want to, but Geisha basement is not that strong, so that's one saving grace. Right now, after putting the chair, Geisha would just have to be patrolling around, hoping to pull off the rescue. Yet we can see that Mini Potato is already in the vicinity, is already on standby, prepared for anything and to go down instantly.
Right, and it looks like Geisha actually didn't notice Potato just sneakily dropping down from the back until way later, and this ensures Potato to get the regular one hit and rescue. If Geisha wasn't sniff up Potato at the start, that could be a worse situation. Gets a hit on Prospector just bring around. Oh, this looks like Cypher is already primed. There's 4 men on gate opening on late game. These things are really not looking too good for Geisha.
Yeah, things are definitely not looking good right now. He still is going to be after this Prospector though. Prospector going around, goes for the hit and is able to land that hit. So now he'll be able to chair the Prospector if he wants to, and yep, going to go for the chair. Both survivors are fighting against time, like both gates being popped open and stuff, but we can see that the mercenary is still in the vicinity though, looking to pressure the hunter so that she cannot easily teleport right here, Kira.
Yeah, like Lan just going for a bit of a control, like going after I believe was Mystery. I think they just want to play it safe, not going for the rescue and just selling for the free escape.
Yep, so with that, actually congratulations to 02 Survivor for pulling off a free escape, as it sets up a good tone. But we have to applaud how well was that first kite from the Postman, able to make that risky vault, good fly effects and doggos, and the Geisha was never able to get a clean sight on the Postman, so the Postman did a very good job, Kira.
Yeah, the Postman made me eat my words. I was thinking of everyone in the team, the easiest chase with the Postman. Because
yeah,
even if you get bitten by a dog, you have dashes to work with. It's just not too much of a hindrance to you. However, like this postman, he definitely knows how to counter geisha, like just hiding away from the line as you mentioned, so like the geisha couldn't use her dashes on him.
Yeah, so actually now that we're going to be looking at this is going to be a free point from 0-2. So now 0-2 is back into the lead once again as they currently have a free point, like 3-1. So this means that Jock's survivor must achieve a free escape at least at the next round in order to tie up the score, or else they're going to be eliminated for good, considering that this is the last round here, Kiera.
Also, we have seen how good their teamwork is, so I don't know, like maybe expecting the 4 escape may not be extremely unrealistic, because they really just worked so well with one another, and I feel that however, I feel that even if so, Ares does have less of pressure because his survivor side has cushioned the start of the game for him.
Yeah, the survivor definitely cushioned, and we really have to applaud once again the postman and the prospector for how well they performed throughout this game. So right now, Ares only needs a tie to get this one up. So if you're still in the chat, everyone, make sure to show your support, as this might be the very last game. Like the next time we come back from a break, this might be the very last game. But anyways, we're going to be hopping to a break, and after the break, we'll see you all with more IV action, where this is the crucial match that potentially decides everything. See you in a bit, guys.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IVA action, and I'm your caster Invisible Jong, joined by Kiera, my co-caster, and we're going to be commentating on Jogs Roller 02, which we're approaching the final stages right now, because as we can see currently, the first two rounds ended in a tie, and the third round currently 02 got the free escape, so this puts pressure on Jogs the Survivor to do the same, right Kiera?
Right, it just means that Jogs has to fight extra hard back to make it to the next round. However, it's been like, it just means that ZT versus Jogs has an extra long round to make it last to the next level. Both teams are fighting extra hard for this to happen. I have to applaud both teams for not giving up easily to make it this far.
Yeah, so if you're in. Everyone in the chat right now, just show your support, because like both teams are just so back and forth and are just so neck to neck. They're so amazing seeing how this plays out. I mean, I'm excited right now. So if you guys are in the chat, show your support, and just a couple of you shout outs. As I can see a couple of familiar names like our organizer Nello, Cho, Hanako, Penny, and Vanilla. And so this fan, a lot of amazing people here. And for everyone in the chat, just thank you for just showing your support in general to the teams, as I'm sure the players would like it, right?
Right, thank you chat for supporting Little Community Tournament. I hope that with a growing audience, IVA can take things a lot further in the future. Like, that is my one hope for his tournament. Like, having commented for IVA for, I believe, 2 times, I do see potential in this community tournament in growing a lot bigger.
Yeah, I also see a lot of potential. Like, this is such an amazing community tournament to commentate at, and I'm so honored. So once again, thank Nello Mello for hosting this, and just amazing organization inviting us, because it's always amazing to be on the caster's seat. So I am actually very excited to like see what the future would be in store for IVA and also like competitive IDV too. But never mind about that, as we're going to be hopping into the band pick list. So want to get us started, Kiera?
Right, the chosen map is Mulit Park. It's a very, very big map, so it's kind of like hard to play into your hands sometimes because you have other factors to consider, such as the roller coaster, I believe. And going into the character band picks, we have Seer, Toy Merchant, and Priestess. Ares just not wanting to deal with support, and also knowing that Jock's team has a very strong Toy Merchant. I'm not too sure about the kiting, but the assist as seen in the previous match was amazing. Just letting the dancer last for, I don't know, over 3 ciphers, I believe.
Yeah, I think Ares learned his lesson of releasing that Toy Merchant, so now he doesn't want to deal with it anymore. And Jock's survivor here is going to be going for the Knight and the Bloody Queen, which is interesting that they released the Disciple. But then again, I can see why they banned the Bloody Queen, because the roller coaster is a huge factor in this map, being able to like go around stops, and Bloody Queen's mirror sort of negates the roller coaster, so I can sort of see why exactly they're going for here. And for everyone in the audience, don't forget, Jocks must get a free escape in order to like bring this to BO4, so they have to do whatever it takes to make sure that happens right now.
Right, and as for Ares, the hit is less intense on him. He just has to settle for a draw to make sure that Team 02 gets the win. And however, with the ban that he chose, it just means letting the anti-current out with Mercenary.
Yeah, so it seems that in this intense game, Jocks are going to be going back for some more back to basics with some more stable team comms, just to make sure that nothing dangerous happens, and hopefully the magic characters are able to carry them. So Ares here is going to be taking a step back to consider what does he want to play at this point, because like he does have a Disciple who's a TIE Hunter, but then Disciple does potentially get screwed over by the roller coaster, so this is something that we definitely should keep in mind of.
Absolutely. However, Disciple with the cats can potentially get the survival of the roller coaster with a stun, so that's something to consider, but who knows, man. Alright, going into the next character band picks, we have Psychologist and Barmaid. I feel like Ares has probably seen how well his own teammates do as Psychologist and Barmaid, knowing like the absolute terror of teamwork when it comes to having double tanky healers just assisting one another. So yeah, alright, going into the next character selection, we have Entomologist, a character that we have not seen around recently.
Yeah, I believe that this is the Entomologist's first appearance for today, and the Munich River Park being an open map at all, this makes the bugs not that effective, but we'll have to see. And wait a minute, Kira, you mentioned earlier that Ares had a Hermit, right?
Yes.
Actually, I'm wondering, with this Psychologist and the Barmaid ban, are we going to see a potential of that coming into play? Because Hermit does not like the Psychologist and the Barmaid. I'm wondering, would that be the case here?
Now that you mention it, I think that it might really be the case here. Hermit, I'm not too sure about Hermit performing on Moonlit River Park, but we shall see. And Hermit being a character that has a very unique gameplay, because when it comes to having the 2 different charges, you have to calculate many things. I mean, I do feel like it's a little more complicated than Joseph, because his hitbox is like not the regular hitbox, so there are things that you have to consider and factor as well.
Yeah, but if it's a Hermit pick though, Hermit is more of a high-risk, high-reward character, but one thing you note is that he's very good in River Park, because like he can fly across the river, and he can also head up to the second and the first, and fly like 65 kilometers across the map. So we are going to be seeing the Acrobat as the last ban, as the Acrobat bombs are very good at the fourth stop, so I guess Ares also does not want to deal with it, so sadly, we're not going to be seeing much mic action today.
I wonder what Miso will pick for the final character selection. Honestly, Jong, I don't think we've seen a decoder on scene this entire day. Do you think we might see a decoder today, like for this final match?
Well, I think it might be a possibility. Like, they want to gamble a free escape, they maybe want to gamble on the Cypher Rush. And the other thing is that if Aerith is indeed aiming for a hermit, then a mechanic might be, oh my goodness, what on earth did I see with my very old eyes? As Kevin will be making his appearance with the lasso going, yeehaw! So, Kiera, tell me, what do you think about this team comp from the survivors' end?
I was expecting a better if they're going with an OB character. I guess you're both wrong. It's not a hermit. It's
Oopsies!
a little disappointed,
Well-
but also still excited to see what might come. Because we have a pesky, not exactly pesky, but like a very formidable harasser and sub-rescuer, the cowboy on hand. So to counter the cowboy, like the disciple can consider silencing the cowboy's lasso with the cats.
Yeah, but one thing to note is the entomologist does counter the disciple a bit because all she has to do is set up her bugs and it sort of negates Ant's jump. And disciple here, being a TIE hunter in theory is good, but this is Moonlit River Park where roller coaster is a huge factor. So this is something that we definitely should look out, and Aerith should definitely look out. So I think the main focus and the priority and the factor of this game is how will the survivors utilize the roller coaster.
Right, this map being, I would say, some of the more troublesome maps to consider. The other map being Eversleeping Town, where there's the tribe to look out for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like with the cowboy on scene, it might be. Yeah, it kind of like spices things up, because as a cowboy player, what you want to do against any hunter is to kind of like sneakily rescue the person on the chair with your lasso. So it's kind of like non-damage rescue on your side.
Yeah, so looking at this team comp, who do you think is the best chased? I think the Antiquarian might be chaseable, and the Entomologist potentially if played right, but both Cowboy and Ento have like a potential to kite the Disciple for some time with their lassos and bugs, so maybe the Antiquarian herself is the best target here, I presume. So what do you think about this, Kiera?
Yeah, I feel like Antiquarian and Entomologist are good chase, but I'm leaning more towards Entomologist. I feel that Antiquarian will have some harassing potential against the Disciple, but when it comes to Cowboy, even if you were to get a cat on him, he can always lasso to put himself closer to, let's say, pelleted areas to make sure there's a distance between him and the hunter that can buy a lot of time for him and his teammates.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. And there's also like another way for the Cowboy to cut this out too, is that the moment the Disciple releases her cats, he can just instantly lasso away before the Disciple has a chance to split, just to make sure that the split cats does not get onto him. So maybe the best is to go for the Antiquarian herself, but that's only like one good target, so among all four. So I think how the area selection, if being selected, will be very critical, considering that this is a rougher team comp for the Disciple.
Right. Also to mention that if the Disciple were to go after the Antiquarian first, it just means cutting off one form of support, because I mean, one like characters rising on the meta band and meta pick is the Antiquarian, which kind of proves how good a character she is. Cowboy is also a very formidable support and a sub-rescue as well. However, we don't see him as much in tournaments because I feel like sometimes it can get quite situational. However, there's this other Cowboy beans. If you want to learn a trick of two, I recommend this player called 445. He's a Chinese player. He's very famed for his Cowboy. You might learn some things on like how to play Cowboy by watching his streams.
Who cannot forget 445 from GG? He unfortunately is not in IVL anymore, but it was amazing just seeing his Cowboy back then. Some amazing lassos and stuff. Like, yeah, I'm actually like excited for this Cowboy boy because we don't see that a lot, just because like he is more harder to play and there are better alternatives for him. So as a result, this makes his appearance here just way more exciting for me, for you, and for all the casual viewers or viewers who like Kevin in general.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, Kevin has a lot of sims out there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the Cowboy Sims are definitely happy, so yeah guys, remember this might be the potential last match because as long as Aris can get a tie, it's over here, and Jox must get a free escape. So Jox will definitely throw everything they have on the table, as Aris will also do whatever he wants to get the tie, as he definitely does not want this to go to an additional time.
Yes, and also that Disciple is a very strong tie hunter. However, this is a big map that we are talking about with an external factor to consider. So I feel that it's a little hard to say. However, I'm also very anticipating on what the survivors might pull out and also what the Disciple might pull out in trying to secure the win for this.
Well, we were in the spawn selections, and we can see that it's like a zigzag spawn, which is the norm for this map. Aris' closest target is the cowboy, who's at the first stop. So we'll have to see if Aris will be opting to go for that cowboy, considering that the cowboy has the roller coaster. Also, what break did he bring? Because you have to remember that there is the roller coaster, so maybe teleport though. But never mind, as we're in the game right now, as Aris will be marching his way towards the cowboy who is at the first stop, and the cowboy actually went down the first stop and will be like just doing a few jukes here and there, Kira.
Oh, Mrs. Saked, leading Disciple going for a swing instead. Cowboy just using his last sound, not giving a chance to Disciple, just pulling more distance. As Kid Boost, he's rotating around to the back of the haunted house, which I believe like he's trying to get potentially a one hit and transition into haunted house if he were to ever get a hit on him.
Yeah, misses a swing. The cowboy right now is with the lasso, looking to like evade this cat, but can he do it? Oh, able to jump over the hunter, but the Aris is just going to go for the jump and going to instantly like explode the cats to make sure you instantly have the cat like in a few seconds. So right now, Aris is marching closer to the cowboy as the cowboy is using the lasso, hoping to get onto that roller coaster.
Right, and Aris just putting on his cats. Like the cowboy cannot get a roller coaster. Can he get a roller coaster? Oh. No, he cannot. That was very unexpected because it just for a moment seemed like the cowboy has enough distance to get on the roller coaster. Oh, tries to predict the blink and goes in for a flywheel.
Yeah, there's actually a lot going on. The anti-Quarian here goes for the stun, and there's actually 2 stuns in a row as the anti-Quarian stuns 2 times, and the cowboy is also there and goes for the hit, but then the anti-Quarian blocks it. So right now, both the cowboy and the anti-Quarian will be running their way towards the roller coaster, hoping to escape together. And the Disciple here goes for the hit, but misses. So right now, both the anti-Quarian and the cowboy are 65 kilometers away from Aris.
He could have gotten on the roller coaster, I believe, but he went in for the swing. I believe it was a bit of a miscalculation instead. The roller coaster sending both of them straight to a third station instead. I feel like when Ares were to get over, like they'll be all healed up already. And this kind of like forces Ares to no, like I thought he might change target, but he put in Cat to hop over instead.
Yeah, able to catch the anti-Quarian red-handed after she got off the roller coaster though. So there is a cat on him, and the anti-Quarian actually uses the flywheel effect, which unfortunately did not work out, and goes for the stun and actually able to disarm the hunter. So now, despite the Disciple not being able to attack, even the entomologist bugs are here, ready to harass. So this is actually right now, Aris is just struggling to down anyone over here, Kira.
Right, Team Jogs, as expected with what we've seen from... Oh, gets the pallet stun! What what a man is this anti-Quarian. This is why you ban anti-Quarian. Alright, Team Jogs with their amazing teamwork as usual. Like, this is exactly what we expected from what we've seen in the previous matches.
Yeah, so currently we can see that the anti-Quarian is just going to be playing merry-go-round around these 2 pallet areas, making sure that the Disciple cannot get a clear line of sight. But no, finally able to get the hits, and with that, it's getting the first down. So Kiera, based on the situation currently on the field, do you think that this is leaning more towards a tie game or a free escaping game?
Oh, I'm really hoping for it to be a tie because I think Ares has struggled a lot trying to get the anti-Quarian down. He has struggled a lot during the previous matches to get someone because Jox's teamwork is just too good. So I feel like if he were to get that draw, it's kind of like a little reward for his hard work. But also at the same time, I kind of want to see Jox proceed on with the future matches because their teamwork is just amazing.
Hold on a second. Here, the Disciple wanted to go for over half, but unfortunately not being able to. So they're able to, and the Mercenary tanking that hit. So now the anti-Quarian is going to be far alive for now, and the Disciple here is going to use another cat, hopefully to just get the anti-Quarian down before borrowed time. But there is Kevin in the mix though, don't forget here, as right now the anti-Quarian is trying to evade the disciple. Oh, misses that hit, goes for another swing, and there goes the down right now. But don't forget here, the cowboy is still here, ready to harass.
Right, just buying so much time for his team by scaring the hunter just as soon as he was so around. Oh, did not get a rescue, however, during the Intermission, I believe is a second chair. Ares, I think, just trying to get that cowboy in the vicinity. However, I feel like he lost the cowboy really.
Yeah, so here's gonna change like plans, and it's just going to be guarding out this anti-crane, because remember, as I mentioned, disciple only needs a tie. So right now, they're going to be going up to the 2-story area, hoping to delay more time. And gets on the roller coaster, but Antiquarian actually sat on the second, sat on the wrong chair, and disciple could have gotten a hit there, but chose to ride on with them. So now we're heading into the like forced stop with a pretty messy situation with an entire party around with so many cats.
Wow, gets a hit on the Antiquarian. However, I feel like Cyphers are close to prime, that's why they're going in for the fossil, and cowboy just being the area. Like, I feel like Ares is kind of taking a bit of a gamble by just blowing the Antiquarian in front of cowboy. However, knowing that the distance between the Antiquarian and Chen is not too far, it just goes in for the Chen, and I feel like he might be able to get the draw this time, Jong.
Yeah, because we are approaching endgame right now, and the entomologist wanted to go for the roller coaster, but got stunned off, so the coaster goes off without her. So right now, this Ares here just goes for the blink, and down goes the entomologist. Being stunned off the roller coaster is definitely not good, because right now they have to get all 3 up, but now not only the ento, the cowboy is also going to be getting caught red-handed.
Misses a swing right there. I thought it would be hit. Goes for a drop down hit, but misses instead. Goes in for the swing and gets the cowboy down. This is kind of like unexpected. We are like thinking that Ares might want to settle for a tie, but I guess it's too good for a tie. I believe that this might be a 3 elimination game, as with detention. Oh wait, has Mercenary rescued before?
Yes, Mercenary has rescued before, and Tide Turner is gone. So, yeah.
Is it risky for Mercenary going for a rescue? He's just, even though he's in the vicinity.
Yeah, but don't forget, they cannot afford to play it safe at all, because they must get all 3 remaining survivors out or it's over. So the Mercenary, even though it's risky, he has to come, which is indeed going to be the case here, as the Mercenary is just going to be playing around, hoping to go for the rescue, as Disciple will be cheering the entomologist once again, or ballooning rather, and dropping it close to the chair, making sure that no one is going to be getting out easily, as the Mercenary is just hoping to wait for the cats to expire before going in for the rescue, which is happening now.
Right, Disciple, knowing that Mercenary does not have title, is just waiting patiently. However, gets a hit on the Mercenary instead. It feels like right now Jox is gambling very hard. It's either like a go big or go home situation. However, Ares just needs a tie. He goes in for a cowboy instead. Even if the gates are open, he's not losing out at all. However, Ares had other plans in mind. He wants to chase the survivors out before carrying the cowboy.
Yeah, so with both the Mercenary and entomologist making the exit and the cowboy, it is going to be sent back to the manor, I presume, after being chaired. I believe we have a winner here, Kiara, don't we?
Yeah, congratulations Team ZT for fighting so hard throughout this entire tournament, and I hope to see more of this new Team ZT, like the new generation members, for future matches.
Yeah, and actually it was just so amazing how back and forth this game was. Like, ZT had the lead, Jox instantly fight back, and ZT edged out just a 2-point gap for the win. It was just so amazing seeing how well both Survivor teams performed, like Jox's batter combo and also 0-2's a good kite in general. Like, the Survivor team comp from both sides definitely shined very bright for today, but in the end, 0-2 is able to edge it out, and it's just so amazing to see so many good plays from both sides today.
Right, I feel like the main highlight was really that Toy Merchant and Dancer cooperation teamwork, along with Priestess as a side chick. That was like really intense.
Yeah, that was a very, very good support ongoing for like Jox, and it ended up working in their favor because they won BO2 of that. But then again, don't forget with the BO3 and just how well that postman like that one-man postman kite, it was just so amazing to see, and also like CT's Psycho Barmaid combo paying off against Lan and Streamwitch too.
Right. That was both of the teams put out a very good fight, but ultimately it looks like Team ZT has won. However, I feel like it's a bit of pity because I quite enjoyed looking at how Jocks did their survivor teamwork. It was very refreshing to see, especially when most scenarios you get either Priestess or Intermission, but it brought out both.
Yeah, so here's just a quick reminder of the matches today. So the first match between TNG and CT, TNG won by a 4-2 due to the penalty from CT, and then a 5-3, a 2-0 score. Meanwhile, AR also got the win with another 2-0 score over Phoenix. So, Kira, I want to recap on the match just now.
Alright, let me think really hard. Phoenix and Occurs.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, that Dreamwitch match. That was so unexpected. The first match of Occurs versus Phoenix brought out Dreamwitch, which actually got a very first a pretty fast down and also resulted in the double down situation. However, I'm not too sure what happened in between, but they kind of led to the Dreamwitch getting an almost full escape. Like, it was literally so close. The last survivor was like, I think like just half a centimeter away from the dungeon before it got picked up.
Yeah,
it was like such a shame.
Yeah, no, it was just so amazing. There are just so many good plays. Like the first match, the Magician; the second match, the Dreamwitch almost for escape, and the third match, 0-2 being able to like stay alive and fight for another day. So unfortunately to Jocks, it has been a very good show, but unfortunately Jocks' performance and journey of IV ends here. But thank you for participating, as I'm pretty sure all the fans here in the live stream, like almost 200 people, like recognize just how well the Jocks did throughout this entire matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Of all the teams I've covered today with you and Veronica, the one I enjoyed most is really Jocks, because of the interesting teamwork that we saw from them. Kind of like shows that the teammates really trust one another. Like they trust the first kite to make it last. They trust teammates to come in and assist. Even like with the no rescue strategy, they managed to make it last because this is how much they believe that their teammates can buy enough time for ciphers to be primed.
Yeah, it was just so amazing because we're only at day 2 at IVA right now, but there's just so many amazing good plays. So with how well this like IVA is shaping up, I cannot wait to see more IVA action because we still have more IVA action tomorrow, I presume. And Kira, you'll also be casting tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
for me.
Yeah. So for everyone in the chat, thank you for like tuning up, like staying so long. But we still have more IV action tomorrow, as Kiera, Veronica will also be here with NTT, I think, and there'll also be more matches where there will be one elimination match and 2 winner brackets match, and I just cannot wait to see what with this IV shaping up because we're at day 2 and there are just so many good plays and highlights, Kiera, so many.
Right, we're only halfway through, so there's a lot of things more to look forward to. So I hope, as audience, you will stick around and support the teams that you like. And who knows, they might be the next winners for our Southeast Asia COA. Yeah,
who knows? They might be. So, anyways, tomorrow the IV I think is also going to begin at 2 p.m. Like the same time. So, yeah, guys, this is your casters Invisible, Joe, and Kira. Thanks for joining today. And we'll see you all for tomorrow for more IV action and how would this conclude. So yeah, guys, thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.